shoot missiles at them or whatever. But there were a series of events in Caleres Island in Brazil back in the 80s, I think it was. And as part of our program, we investigated that in some detail, where over some long period, like weeks, and the Brazilian Air Force got involved. They got 1,000 hours of film. They put their a big Air Force group down there. And the UFOs were coming over and sending out beams that were actually harming people. That's one example that stands out of there being apparent experience, episodes where UFOs, there's no way to interpret, but let's make it. So that makes you wonder, well, maybe it's just one particular group of euphonauts that are negatively disposed. So anyway,
they're probably just like humans in that regard, right? There's humans that are involved in scientific research expeditions. They go there not looking to do any harm at all. And then there's humans that will go into an area where they can extract resources, and all they want to do is do that, and anything that gets in their way, is casualties.
Yeah, exactly. So there's a lot. I mean, it's still a big area that needs a lot of look-see. And interestingly enough, even though this has been a tinfoil hat crowd kind of thing up until around 2017, when the New York Times story came out, suddenly that really made a difference, because the people that were coming on board that there's something real here were people like Senator Harry Reid, other senators, and so on. And so that's sort of broken open that, okay, there really is something here. And so as a result of that, that's how some of these programs have gotten put forward, reignited.
How many of these crashed crafts do you estimate there are that human beings have recovered?
More than 10.
More than 10. How many of them are in possession of people in the United States?
I meant more than 10 in possession of the United States.
What about worldwide?
Worldwide.
Do we have any data on that?
We have data, but it's classified, so we really talk about it.
So there's more, though. That you could safely say it's not just the ones in the United States.
Not just the ones in the United States.
Are they equally distributed?
I actually don't know for sure in terms of data. I mean, we have our best data, of course, in our own retrievals.
But more than 10 retrieved in the United States.
More than 10.
What is your take on Bob Lazar?
Well, we looked into the Bob Lazar story, and but only, from a certain relatively superficial level, looked at, found out what his clearance levels supposedly were, and so on, which came back saying it was not high enough to be doing what he says he was doing. On the other hand, it may just simply be, it was better than that, but we didn't have the access to see that. So when I hear his physics descriptions, it's a puzzle. It seems not exactly as I would anticipate might be the technology behind the craft, but I can't absolutely write them off. So it's an enigma, and I don't have any hard data to prove one way or the other. So I don't talk to him.
Yeah. It's a fascinating puzzle.
It is a fascinating puzzle.
Because that would be the place, S4 would be the place where they would do that kind of work. If you wanted to do something like that, complete privacy and secrecy, in the middle of the Nevada desert, where protected outside of Area 51.
So even with people that have high clearances, that say, "Look, tell me about this. What's behind this?" Who knows? If it's a special access program with SAP, it might be, say, No, we're going to tell you that, and he didn't do anything significant. In fact, he might have done something of significance. There's just no way to
Right.
come from the outside.
Yeah. So the actual generator, the thing that powers the craft that Lazar talked about, what was your take on that? This idea that it was element 115, that when encountered high radiation, it has some sort of an anti-gravitational effect, some warp effect.
Well, there are two aspects. One is what is the material or mechanism that generate the effects, and the other is are the effects being described reasonable descriptions of the kind of things you think are associated with such craft. On the element 115, as you know, in the general scientific community, we've seen element 115, but it's very short-lived. So it's hard to evaluate that, and at this point, there's no evidence that's it.
So
On the other,
it was theoretical at one point until they detected it using it was the Large Hadron Collider or another particle collider.
right now, I think it was a particle collider in the Soviet Union or in Russia.
And it was very short lasting. But the idea is that what Lazar was in possession of, or what the craft was powered by, was some sort of a stable version of element 115.
That's what he says. So, in general, it was known that and predicted that there was an island of stability, as we call it, on some of these higher elements in the periodic table that are beyond uranium and so on. But really, no data predicted as to what their lifetimes would be. And so element 115 is in that bunch. And when he first discussed it, it hadn't been seen yet.
So this way back in
Way back, that's right. But eventually, the element was detected, or version of it that was detected for a very short lifetime. But of course, there may be some other isotope. It could happen. Who knows? So it's hard to evaluate. So it sits in my gray box, as I say. But his description of the anti-gravity effects and so on, that's an area that well described as what you would expect. As it turns out, in my series of 38 papers, one of my own papers that I provided was one called Space-Time Metric Engineering. And when the pilots came to me and said, drops down, takes off, right angle turn motion, this is way beyond physics, as I said earlier. I think it's not beyond physics, beyond engineering. But what I did on physics was all of our electronics we have, the microphone, the recording that you're making. So that's all based on electromagnetic kinds of technologies, all of which come out of Maxwell's equations. Maxwell's equations, Maxwell way back in the 1800s, developed the equations for electromagnetism. And basically, any kind of electromagnetic device, you name it, Wi-Fi, whatever, can be traced back to this equation. So what I said to myself was, okay, we have these apparent craft operating with this unbelievable kinds of activity. Is there any way to account for that in our physics? Well, it turns out, so what I did, I took a sheet of paper, and the left-hand side of the paper, I wrote down all weird effects that they claim. Right after the I got close to the craft, suddenly it wasn't the same size as it seemed to be when I was further away. You had a friend who was using
Are you talking about me? My battery went down. I don't understand this. That's apologies if that's my bad. Are you still in the chat? Get back in the chat. Just go back to the Rabbi and say hi. Say hi back to me. Find the chat. Hello? Okay, let me see. It's not.
There was a certain color, but when I got close to it, it was a different color. All these weird things. To me, the weirder the better, because if somebody was just making up a BS story, they want it to sound rational. So you don't come up with things like, well, I got into craft, 5 minutes went by, I came out, 2 hours went by. I mean, you're just not going to make that up. Then on the right hand side of the piece of paper, I said, okay, we have line size equations in general. And we use them to talk about black hole merger, neutron star merger, whatever. Uh, and all these things are massively energetic events. Suppose I could engineer Einstein's equations the way we engineer Max's equations for electromagnetic effect. What would I expect to see? And I find out I got a hand in glove match between what's claiming to be observed and what Einstein's equation, if you could engineer them. Well, why can't we engineer them? Well, what we know today is the energy density required to engineer those equations is just way beyond our ability to do so. So,
Can you give me a comparison to what the energy requirements of people in calculate?
People have attacked Alcubierre warp drive. I don't know if you've heard of that, but Miguel Alcubierre is a researcher in general relativity and how to Star Trek fair and so on. He said, I wonder if we could really have warp drive. And so he used Einstein's equations to say, okay, under what conditions could we do the warp drive? And he actually came up with solutions from our equations. Okay, what would it take to drive that? Oh, it would be hundreds of times more than the energy of the sun. I mean, just outer side energy. So, until we have a new energy source, or until there's some back door that we have at zeroed in, it's really outside of our expertise to think of it.
There could be conceivably some breakthrough in understanding of this backdoor, but whatever it could be, some new type of science, some new kind of understanding.
And one of the things that I looked into myself is, well, what about vacuum energy, so-called? There's a quantum physicist. We all know that, push a kid in the swing, it comes down and it stops. But at the quantum level, you get something going, it doesn't stop. It always comes down to a certain level and it's still there. So it turns out that what we call empty space is not really empty, it's full of quantum fluctuations. In fact, one of the difficulties of modern physics theory is that when you go, like using those standard quantum theory, calculate, well, what's the energy density, like right here, or way out into space? What's the energy density of those quantum fluctuations? It's 120 orders of magnitude greater than could possibly be according to all of our other theories, collapsed gravity and everything else. So we have this conundrum that energy that is everywhere somehow all is random, cancels out. So, it's just not having an effect. So the idea is that you can somehow access it and cohere it, so to speak. Maybe you can get to the energy. I mean, I don't know. Well, if I go off on a weird tangent, I could tell you what it might look like. Along the way in the remote viewing program of looking at physical effects, decided to take a look at so-called levitating saints.
Okay.
And so, they come from that's a Catholic church trying to pretend that it's got these magical people and whatever. But when you dig into the data, you find that isn't it. That's that the church hated the idea that some individuals were levitating because it might be in the middle of giving mass, suddenly they float up or whatever. So it turns out that even looking in the deep literature, the Inquisition and so on, the evidence is really solid that there have been levitating. And what the Catholic Church usually did is they squirreled them away to some monastery and nobody see it.
So say levitate. How
I mean,
far off the ground?
Sometimes,
James got something here. Notable example happened during a visit to Italy from the Spanish ambassador. The ambassador visited Joseph in his monastic cell and was so impressed that he wanted to return with his wife. Joseph entered the church where the couple hoped to meet him, and upon seeing the statue of Mary elevated 10 feet into the air, flew over the crowd to the statue, prayed, flew back to the door, and returned home. The church later took depositions from a number of people who were there that day, and their stories were consistent. In the year, what year is this? 1628.
1628. So there are enough stories like that with lots of observers and reporting under really excellent conditions. Okay. Now that guy didn't have a nuclear power plant in his back. So how did that happen? Well, the only thing I can think of in terms of the physics we know today would be that somehow the vacuum energy, which can be very high if coherent, and if you made it non-random, maybe that could do it.
So perhaps he was able to access this with states of consciousness because he was so devout in his faith that upon seeing this, the experience was so overwhelming that he was somehow able to access this energy.
Right, that ecstatic state.
But it would take this extreme belief, this extreme commitment, this state of mind, very rare.
Exactly. That's what it would take.
And you would follow that when you did the experiments with the quantum chip. You'd say, well, if someone's able to control oscillations, you're doing something with your mind that shouldn't be. And you're affecting a physical thing that shouldn't be possible. And this is just someone who never thought of doing that before, someone who didn't know that they were going to. This is a physical manifestation of the power of whatever unknown ability of the human mind.
So since it's unknown, there's no way we would know how to tap it.
Right, and if these are very unique moments where this is an extremely devout person who obviously was a monk, was probably meditating and achieving this insane state of consciousness that's almost impossible to get to unless you're committed as long as he was, unless you're as dedicated as he was, and then he has this overwhelming moment. Right?
and I have no way to connect the physics to it.
Now, the idea is that if there is energy that's allowing the person using the mind to do this, that somehow or another, if this energy could be accessed through science, through physics,
right.
through engineering.
We tried to look into that. For example, Andrei Sakharov, a very famous Soviet physicist, said, I don't think gravity is its own thing. I think really it's a manifestation of the underlying quantum fluctuation. So I and colleagues from Lockheed Martin and elsewhere kind of looked into that option. And, if we're just sitting here talking and so on, the universe is full of quantum fluctuations. Why don't I notice it? On the other hand, you get into your fast-moving car, and you suddenly take off, you press back, and you see. Well, what is it that's pressing you back? I mean, it isn't the wind. You have a windshield to cover. Well, there's some modeling that says, well, maybe it's because if you try to accelerate the vacuum fluctuation, it will push back on you. So that might be our first little touch that, okay, under conditions of acceleration, we do notice the vacuum fluctuations. Well, since to a theorist, inertia and gravity are connected somehow, then it makes you think, okay, maybe there's some way of accessing vacuum fluctuations to control gravity. That's what we would like to think. And so one of the things we did in the program is just collect every bit of data that we could. So, for example, when I went through my analysis of what we could engineer general relativity, what we expect to see, a number of things came out of it. So, for example, in this room, most of the electromagnetic energy we don't see. It's in the form of heat. And we don't see heat. You have an infrared detector, you can see it, but we don't see heat. Well, it turns out that under the conditions in which you're controlling gravity, the way this craft appeared to be doing, one of the consequences and one of the attributes that goes along with it is the frequencies get raised. And so the heat of a craft, you ordinarily wouldn't see, can get raised up into the visible spectrum. And so that's why they might look so bright. That also has certain other additional consequences. That if it's powered up, if it's sitting there on the ground, and you get too close, the ordinary heat spectrum, which isn't harmful, or the visible spectrum, which isn't harmful, can be shifted up frequency into the ultraviolet soft X-ray. So if you get too close and the craft is powered up, you might get a sunburn, which is one of the things that has been reported. Or you might actually, in fact, get radiation poisoning from X-rays and so on. So those kinds of things seem to go hand in hand, give us some clues of where to look.
What did you take on the Travis Walton story?
I think the Travis Walton story is right. I think that's a solid story. I don't have any that's specific.
Travis Walton.
Oh, yes. Okay.
Yep.
I see. Okay. No, I think all aspects that I've seen of this story, I take that as.
For people that don't know the story, I'll give you a brief synopsis, a brief breakdown of what it was. They're loggers. They're driving through Arizona. They see this craft moving through the sky, and it goes into the woods. Travis gets out of the truck, runs towards it, gets too close to it, is hit with some sort of a beam, flies back, falls down. The other has a panic. They take off in the truck, and as they're taking off, they're arguing, we need to go back and get him. We need to go help him. We need to go back and get him. They're all freaked out. They decide we got to go back. So they turn around, and it's gone. They get back to the spot. The craft is gone. Travis is gone. They report it. Everyone's freaking out. No one knows what they suspect. They might have killed him or something. 5 days later, Travis appears wearing the same clothes, looking none the worse for wear, with this fantastic story that they took him aboard this craft, and they communicated with him and fixed his body. that something happened to him on the impact of whatever that ray was that hit him, that he was going to die. They repaired him, and they communicated with him and brought it back. 5 days later, he has the story, and he's had the same story for decades.
And one of the reasons I accept that story is that, for example, the other people who left the site and then went back, they eventually did polygraphs on them, and they passed the polygraphs. They weren't making up that story.
Polygraphs are manipulated. You can manipulate.
Yeah, you can, but would I expect that some
Unsophisticated
loggers would do it?
Particularly one of the guys didn't even like Travis. One of the guys, Travis, got into a fist fight with the actual day of the event. Yeah, and he also told the exact same story.
Right.
Yeah, so there was a lot going on with that one. And that there had been frequent sightings in that one particular area, which is also weird. Like, what is it about certain areas? And there's the area that you discussed in Australia. Well, that would kind of make sense if there really is a base somewhere. You know, and the real thought that keeps getting brought about in the zeitgeist is the ocean. That's what people bring up all the time. If you want to hide in plain sight, where would you hide? Well, you hide in 3/4 of the Earth's surface that we very rarely examine.
And the observation of UFOs coming up, not human intelligence craft coming up out of the ocean, they're all over the place.
Right.
So, Tim Galloway was ex-Navy admiral. He's a Navy admiral, not retired. He was in charge of NOAA, the National Oceanographic, whatever it's called. He's really big on collecting data about UFOs emerging from the water. And so it seems like the data on that is just all over the place. Also, observing UFOs in the water, zooming by submarines
Right.
at 400 knots, 500 knots, or whatever, without any cavitation. I mean, it's just so the data, we're buried in data, really. We're just not buried in how to explain it.
Have any of these remote viewers tried to look at the bottom of the ocean?
Not that I'm aware of.
Why wouldn't
Now, remote viewers have zeroed in on UFOs, although it turns out not the bottom of the ocean. I'm going to give an example. We should probably do that. And since now these days I'm not involved in remote viewing programs, so maybe there are some.
But there are remote viewing programs that are still going on right now.
I would say that's likely. I mean, they have an asset that works to some degree,
even though it's dismissed publicly.
So even after the SRF program got shut down, after I came out to Austin, in 85, set up Earth International and Institute for Advanced Studies in Austin, started to pursue my physics stuff because I really wanted to pursue my physics. I don't want to stay looking at remote viewing forever. But I got calls from certain intelligence agencies asking me if I'd be willing to set up another program. And so I figured, okay, I took it down because I like the change I made. But so if they ask me that, chances are they ask somebody else that. Probably got somebody to agree to do it. And from time to time, many of the remote viewers that we train in Army INSCOM, for example, are now retired from the Army, and they're teaching remote viewing classes, and they often get tasked by somebody back in the intelligence community to check out something. I mean, they've been very prolific, for example, detecting, say, cargo ships coming across the ocean where certain containers hooked up. That's been released on CIA site about remote viewing results, so you can find it course, I tell any remote viewers I know, don't want to advertise that because cartels. Check on your back. So
Yeah, but what I'm interested in is the possibility of things under the ocean. And I would imagine if I was running a remote viewing program and I had suspicions that there's activity under the ocean, like that craft that was seen that goes 500 knots into the water, that I would start looking up at that.
I could well imagine that somebody
You're just not aware of it.
I'm just not aware of it. But
There's this structure that exists off the coast of California at the bottom of the ocean that looks odd, very odd. It looks very constructed, looks man-made or intelligent in its construction. And I was just looking at something on Google Earth the other day where people are having a hard time finding it now. And they're thinking that it's perhaps obscure. See if you can find that.
I know what you're talking about.
You saw it, look?
I saw it as well. And it's sort of interesting.
It looked very weird. It looked like some sort of a base. It was flat on the top, and it looked like it had openings in it.
See, I lost your sound.
Oh, you did? Jamie, maybe it's your headphones. Or did you step on something? You hear me now?
No, I mean I just hear
We'll
you.
take it to the air, but listen, we're going to take a break right now because I got to use the restroom and Jamie will fix it. We'll be right back. Oh, technical snafu. Use the restroom. Right. So I forget exactly where we're at, but I know where I wanted to go. Where I wanted to go is we're talking about potential sources of energy, potential sources of propulsion systems. How much do you consider the possibility that the things that people are seeing are ours? They're made in some top secret program using some advanced propulsion system, some advanced energy system that is not publicly disclosed.
I wouldn't rule out the fact that we may have some pretty fancy things running from our own labs. I know that what gets developed in the dark labs, some of which I know about, are really advanced, but just can't cover the whole observation that we're seeing with what we call NHI craft, non-human intelligence.
But do you think that some of this stuff has been back engineered from these non-human crafts?
Some of the materials, I would say yes. I think we've got some. It's out on the web these days that General Patel Institute has supposedly were given some materials from the Roswell crash, and we always hear the descriptions of this foil that could crumple up and then let go and just flattens out again, and so on. So material of that type was provided to Patel, and they worked on it for some years to try to see if they could reproduce it. And the claim is that, and it's in the public domain, that nitinol came out, which is that material that can be heated and then reform into its original source. It doesn't exactly reproduce the effect you saw, but some of it is kind of in the direction of that. It turned out that some of the main material engineers that worked on that at their deathbed, they told their relatives they were working on pieces from Roswell, and they made some progress, but not a lot. You can look that up on the internet and see that that's the case.
Is part of the limitation this thing we were discussing earlier about compartmentalization and the lack of ability of other scientists to get access to these materials so they can collaborate?
Yes, the compartmentalization, I would say, is the biggest impediment to making really good progress, for sure. I think that's the case.
And this conundrum has sort of existed for quite a long time.
Quite a long time.
This is something this is also in line with what Bob Lazar said. Bob Lazar said the big frustration when he was working, he was tasked with trying to figure out the propulsion system, but he had no access to the metallurgists. He had no access to anyone else that was also working on similar things. He's like, science just can't progress this way. It needs to be collaborative.
Absolutely right, 100%. And it's even worse than you would think. One of the stories that I ran into was a corporation had materials for crashes in their basement. They couldn't even bring them up to the top floor for their own scientists to look at because it was so compartmentalized. And so that was the deal where we said, okay, well, give them to us, and then we'll come in the front door and give them to your scientists. We won't say it came from the basement. And we won't say what it had to do with. And, maybe that would work. That got shut down. So it was so compartmentalized. So compartmentalization is really a death knell on much of this stuff. As I say, looking back to my Tiller story, more collaboration, even though there are faults that can happen, material can leak out, information can leak out, that might help an adversary. Still, I think more openness would be better idea.
Oh, for sure. Definitely for you and I. Fascinating.
Right.
What have you had a personal experience with anything that you can't explain?
No, actually, yeah.
So for you, it's
I mean, one time I saw the previous satellite at the right angle turn, but I falls into that kind of category, but who knows? Who knows what it is.
right.
So, no,
Nothing profound.
nothing prepared.
So you've never been hopped in a jet, flown to the wreckage, and had a chance to live the bits.
No, haven't.
Would you want to?
Well, I sure would like to do that. But that's still. Uh, we had this discussion earlier about, for example, the remote viewing, quantum entanglement, or what's going on with physics that we don't understand. These kinds of things can be happening. It would be interesting to know that someone John Paul DeJoria, and I are in partnership to explore a new means of communication, quantum communications. And so I'm actually now at this point directly involved in a program to examine quantum communications. And so it turns out that whereas ordinary electromagnetic communications, can't get through barriers, metal door or whatever. Well, why is that? Because the electromagnetic signal, when it gets to the metal door, the electric and magnetic fields generate counteracting effects, so the signal can't get through. So it turned out that some years ago, I was digging around to try to find out how to explain unusual effects. I dug deeper into electromagnetism down into quantum levels and recognized that there are some additional quantum processes where you could end up suppressing the electric and magnetic fields, but you would still have a quantum signal, which in principle could get through barriers. And so that would mean, okay, that's the case, and you could communicate to submarines. So whereas salt water is sufficiently conductive, an electromagnetic signal can't get down there and communicate. If you are able to pull out the electric and magnetic components, which still have an underlying quantum aspect to it, you could get through. Or same thing with spaceships. When our spaceships came back from Apollo spaceships came back, once they started in our atmosphere, they're surrounded by plasma. We have this period where there's no communication. Well, for the very reason that electromagnetic signals can't get through charged plasmas. But this quantum communication aspect could.
What
So,
would you use to? How would you encode the information quantumly, and how would you project it? What kind of machinery would be involved, and stuff like that?
well, it turns out that the machinery to generate the signals would be very explicitly designed antenna structures that are put together in such a way as to prevent electromagnetic components from being transmitted. It's the detection part where the secret to the technology is, because it turns out that, okay, if electromagnetic signals aren't there, how are you going to detect such a signal? Because all of our detectors, electromagnetic signal comes in, generates a charge, whatever. Well, it turns out that this special kind of signal at the quantum level can only be detected by quantum devices. Quantum devices can detect these quantum communication signals, even if there's no electromagnetic effects associated with it. So that's what we're looking at. And so when I think about okay, well, what areas does this have application for? Of course, it's got a lot of applications. Things like communication under conditions where you'd like to overcome shielding. But it may have something to do even with some of the consciousness stuff. Because ordinarily, people try to think, like, what about consciousness? It's still just on molecules, neurons whirling around, or there's some additional fields. There are a couple of physicists, well, the physicist and the anesthesiologist, the physicist Roger Penrose, who got Nobel Prize for the general relativity stuff, and Stu Hermoff, who was an anesthesiologist. They coupled up and started saying, okay, is there a possibility that there are quantum space in ordinary life, in ordinary consciousness? Because it sounds kind of reasonable. The anesthesiologist says, well, when I give somebody a certain anesthetic, they lose consciousness. So there must be something about the anesthesia that grabs onto whatever's responsible. So maybe long story short, they came up with a model where they felt that there are, in fact, quantum processes occurring within the brain. That, in addition to the stuff we all read about, know about, neurons, all that kind of stuff, there's also a distribution throughout our brain and nervous system of what's called microtubules. It turns out microtubules have such a structure. You do experiments in the lab to show this, that they can detect quantum signals. So the idea that even in our consciousness, there are mechanisms for detecting quantum signals is like a whole new area to investigate. And so there are some biological consciousness oriented experimenters that are taking a look at this idea that, okay, instead of just saying quantum entanglement, that's how information gets from here to there, maybe we can actually find out, okay, well, what's the mechanism? And so this is a whole new area. Turns out that I developed proof of principle for this sub-rows of quantum communication stuff on a classified contract back in the 90s. So I got proof of principle in that situation. However, you say, okay, well, you get proof of principle, but why are we using it? Why is it all over the place? Well, turns out the quantum detectors, very new kinds of circuitry, nothing ready for prime time. So I put that whole thing on the shelf, let it sit there for a while, and now because of quantum computing, it turns out there are a lot of research efforts going to develop cryogenic circuitry near absolute zero to be used in quantum computing. So okay, they got these Joseph junctions working, which is exactly what I want to use for my detection scheme. And so I finally kind of decided to take it off the shelf. So I approached JP and showed him what the potential was, not only in just communications, but maybe it has implications for the biological things, medical things, whatever, because of this other work on microtubules. So he said, okay, well, let's go for it. So we have another major lab that is actually putting together circuitry for us that operates about 3.7 degrees on absolute zero. I mean, this is really quite a technical challenge. But he and I are working on that together. He's my collaborator.
Fascinating. Quantum entanglement, is that what you think was going on with the algae? So if you were able to do something to the algae in one area, the same colony of algae, when you had separated by long distances, they instantaneously
You stand back and
something was
bitch.
happening.
Are you ready to get your ass whooped? Okay, how are you going to do that? All right, what are you going to do? Be number 1,556 with Bonnie Blue? That's a fucking hilarious idea. So you just go into people's Instagram comments and call them fat. Love it. That's a fucking $1 billion idea, man. Hey, Duke, did you know that Lee Gandhi was here to see you? All right, big dog. Are you ready? Dude, I've got a million of these fucking jokes. They're so funny. Let me just read them to you. I mean, they're not really funny. They're funny if you're like 14 years old, but I kind of think that shit is hilarious. Yo, what's going on, bro? Yes? What? What was it? It's like a circle. It's like a circle. All right, two. I can't have two people talking at the same time. Just hold on, two. What'd you say, Adi? It looked like a circle. No, it wasn't. Okay, it's a triangle. I can't even see what it says. Okay. Zoo, do you have any iPad? Zoo, do you have any iPad dick in your face? Zoo, do you have any Zoo, Zoo, do you know about bofa? Both of these nuts on your mouth? Zoo, do you know about Dragon Balls? Yeah, Dragon Balls on your face? Zoo, do you know about Sugandis? Dude, will you wear Sugadees? Sugadees nuts, son. Zo, do you know about Phyllis? You're so stupid. Dude, do you know about Phyllis? Dude, do you know about Phyllis? Phyllis? Perhaps. Phyllis? I'm looking for Phyllis' show. You, he has a girlfriend. Unfortunately, she lives closer to me than she lives with him. But he's got a girlfriend. She's closer to living with me than she lives there. But he's got a girlfriend. Perhaps, man. Hey, Zoo, do you know about plant tulips? Zoo, do you know about plant tulips? Dude, I talked to Phil. Hold on. There's. Uh, Does Phyllis have an ability? Wait, who's Phyllis? Phyllis Dick. I just think that's hilarious. All right, next one. Dude, do you know about Ligma? Calm down, buddy. Leave it for Sue. They're funnier if I say to him because they both sound hard. Sue, did you know about Ligma? Sue, do you know about Ligma? Buddy, calm down. Calm down. I didn't. I'm not talking to you. All right, girl. Girl. If you keep talking, just I understand that. But be quiet for right now. I'm telling Sue these jokes. Oh, I don't sit here and just tear into you like I do Sue. I tee off on this motherfucker. All right, Sue, I'm sending you an invite. Dude, I have a question for you. How many games in a row are you going to lose? Dude, how many games in a row are you going to lose? Dude, you have an invitation. How many games in a row are you going to lose, son? Dude, do you know the league got me? League got me nuts. I use that on Ryzen. Yeah, girl. Okay, Howdy, Howdy. Calm down. No, you're fine. She got muted. She's having a tough one. She couldn't message me when she wants to be on the music. I don't blame her. She's having a tough one. I don't want to know what she is. All I want to know is your name Phyllis. Feel the stick, dog. Phil, all right. Can I call it? Can I call her Phyllis? No, I know, but can I call her Phyllis? Oh, get in the fucking hole. Oh, dude, am I the only person who finds? Am I the only person who finds these jokes to be absolutely hilarious? You don't find Ligma to be a funny joke? You don't think it's funny when somebody says, you know, you have a case of Ligma? They ask, what's Ligma? And then you say Ligma wrong. You don't think that's funny? It's, dude, you know the OG one of those? Oh, that's a bad shot. Dude, dude, do you have any up dog? I don't know. What's up with you? That's from the American version of the office. Dude, I'm down 0-2. You know, it's like impossible for me to come back. This would be the greatest comeback in the history of this game. Oh, dude, he kind of just gave you a little shortcut. You ready for this shot, Zoot? Just straight up sucks. Hit his ball at least. Hit his ball. Dog. Run down there. Run down there. There we go. That's what I'm talking about. Zoot, you ready for me to just make this shot? Good job. I could, but I'm not going to. Psych! That was one of the great shots I've ever had. Zoot, you hate this one. Zoot, that's a great shot. Oh, Zoot, you just won. It's impossible for me to make this. I mean, it's over, baby. Great job, man. How do you feel? Do you think that's a good shot? Yeah. Do you know about this one? I know, dog. Good job, Zoot. But, oh, yeah, definitely. Zoot, I need to be able to focus, though. I don't think you understand. God, you look you take this after, but I like you. Just like I like you, just dude, I have a question for you. Do you know about Phyllis? Phyllis Dick. These are all still stories, bro. Dude, it says it's waiting on me. Dude, they're gonna take a fucking team, you're gonna jerk yourself off wrong. What team is it? What are they saying? Donkey shit. One of those shithole countries in our president. I'm the thunder from down under, baby. Oh yeah, you definitely pick the shithole squad. Oh, it's you. Yeah, but actually it turned out to be great. The USA was pretty cool. Yo, Ken. Dude, one of the greatest shots we've ever seen. There's an open goal. What are you gonna do? Dude, take a shot on goal, big dog. Oh, you fucked up. You fucked up, son. Oh, major fuck up, dude. I need a really good finish, dude. I'm just gonna go for the goal. Oh no. Yes, it is. You're absolutely right. Easy shot, dude. Oh, it depends. Oh, dude. What are you gonna do? Look at this shot. Dude, what are your thoughts? Dude, this is not a good. Nothing's going well for you. Dog, you can score. Take a shot on goal. Take a shot on goal. Good. I'm glad you got it. 2-0. The USA is your squad, baby. Give me that pass. Get in there. Look at this pass, dude. You ready for this, son? No passes left. Oh, and I scored. Dude, what are your thoughts on my goal? That was one of the best goals we've ever seen. Do you know how much athleticism that took? Oh, no way, dude. No way. Fuck, dude. Dude, look at this shot. I'll ask you in about 4 goals. Pass. All right, now we need another good pass. This is not good. This is not good. Yep, got the golden dome. Oh, dude, I need a like an amazing shot right now. Oh, 3-2, baby. How'd you like that shot? That was one of the best shots in the account. All right, dude. I don't really know what to do here. Oh, no way. Almost went in. No way. Dude, if I could get this pass to that guy. Oh, baby. Oh, baby. Dude. Dude, do you know what the thunder from down under is? What is it? What is the thunder from down under? Yeah, where is it? You got it, baby. Dude, did you know that I'm the king of the thunder from down under? I'm its leader. All those horny chicks come out to see me. I tell them I'm from Perth. They don't even know what Perth is. Oh, dude, that was amazing. All right, your defense is fucking great. Well, I wouldn't have thought it would be. Dude, I hate you. F your defense, son. Take a shot on goal. All right, so you ready for one of the best shots you've ever seen? Oh, man. Okay, that's good. I'll fucking add it to my journal. Zoom, don't miss this. Don't miss this. Fuck you. That's how it feels. I let you win. I never want to see the United States lose. Dude, are you ready for something new? Zoom. I'm really bad at this. I am really bad at this. I can't tell the difference. Oh, dude. Did you just not get a bunch of things? Oh, I thought that was my shot. You never played pool? I'm really bad at it. Really, really bad. I'm worse at this than I am cards. I'm really bad at this. That could be. I doubt that. Maybe a mini game. Dude, I always think that basketball. Dude, you're playing like a fucking baller. Dude, are you gonna put some ligma on that next shot? Oh, dude, it's over. You should just give up now. That was one of So do you know who Pauly Shore is? Who? The guy from fucking cryptocurrency? Wow. Dude, play this through fucking car. You're in my way. Dude, you watch. What's up? Hold ya. Dude, shut the fuck up. Just no. Oh, see, that was dog shit. Yo, babe. Look how sick this shot is. What? I told you I fucking ate ball. Look, dude, I always do that, dude. I always do that. Fuck, dude. Dude, I always put the ate ball on. Let's try the trick shot. Dude, I have like a less than 10%. I'm really bad. Alright, I don't know what cutthroat is. How do you play cutthroat? Your DoorDash order sucks. Alright, cool. Are you ready? You ready? Hold on, let me look up what cutthroat is. Cutthroat food. Hopefully it's better than meatball. Cutthroat or cutthroat tonight referred to a three-match screw. Specifically, each player or team top and player game played on a pool table with a full stand and center field ball. The game cannot be played with three or more players in unnumbered red and yellow clubs as used in blackball. Each player's company assigned to the set has five consecutively numbered output balls. Though the number of balls will vary with the number of players. The object of the game is to give the last player with at least one ball in their group remaining on the table. If you cutthroat, do not use the rule. Okay, ready to play cutthroat? Dude, I just fucked up. Hold on. No, because you have to have three players. Suck a dick. Dude, don't accept that. Okay, so we have to play 1v1. What's 9 ball? Dude, it's a three pieces. You can't play 9 ball. Discipline of cue sport. Hold on. Okay. They were played in a rectangular building over the park. Using a cue stick, players must strike the white cue out to pocket 9 colors while putting them in ascending numerical order. An individual game is won by a player pocketing the 9 ball. Matches are usually played as a race Okay, let's play nine ball. No, it's a type of food. Yeah. It's a type of game within food. Like we're playing nine ball right now. I don't even know. You pocketed three balls. Hit the one ball. So you don't even know what you're fucking doing. Yeah, but it's really hard for you to get it. Yeah, because I'm sexy. What do you want me to do? You're fucked. It's, there's no point. You gave me the shot. It's a pocket. Look. Did you see that? Did you see that too? Oh, I didn't know you could. I didn't even know the overshoot. I was always going for as hard as you can. Did you see how sexy that shot was? Dude, dude, no one gives a flying fuck. Watch this shot, dude. No, it's whatever person puts the nine ball in. Dude, don't suck. No one knows. Just put the nine ball in when it says hit the nine ball. Dude, that shot was absolute. That dude, that shot was deep as shit. I think so. Oh, that was one of the sickest shots of all time. No, it's the dude. I'm just gonna put the ball in really tough spot. No, it's easy. Well, you can't hit the 6-4. So it goes back to the original spot. Dude, why didn't I just take that shot? You, no, this is the big ball. I scratched. Dude, are you serious? Do you get to win if this ball goes in? Are you fucking serious? You win? That is the shittiest game. So I did all the work. And then you get to hit the last one in. That game sucks. That game sucks, son. Okay, we're gonna do scoring now, but it's trick shot scoring. And if you're like, what's trick shot scoring? No one knows. Dude, dude, I don't give a flying fuck about your food. Hit the fucking ball. Dude, you have an invitation. You're just jerking yourself off raw. Dude, no, there's not. Jackfruit. Dude, keep in mind, keep in mind, scoring is not regular. It's trick shot. And if you're like, okay, what does that mean? I don't know. Oh, I failed to hit a trick shot, so that doesn't count. I think you have to bounce it off something or something. This sucks. Dude, that's not anything. Combo shot 20, hit shot plus 50. Oh, dude, that was really good. No, you can't. Can you? That's wrong. So good. One of the sickest trick shots in the history of mankind. Don't fuck it up, dude. No way. No, that's not a trick shot. That's not a trick shot. Look how sick this shot is. This is so hard. I don't really know what trick shots are. That's not a trick shot. That's just straight in. Maybe with the big dog. That's not a trick shot. That's not a shot. Suck. Oh, kick shot 50, combo shot plus 20. Oh, so you have a 140-point lead on you. No way. That's not a trick shot. That shot sucks. Yeah. Like this, baby. Dog. SDFU, dog. Dude, do you know what STFU means? Dude, do you know what STFU means? What, dog? Do you know what both means? No way, that would have been amazing. Dude, do you know what both means? Both these nuts in your face, son. That's funny. Okay, dude. Is this even my ball? Oh, I made something. Penalty 30? I have negative 30? Dude, this is so hard. That's not a fucking trick shot. Dude, I have negative 30? Yeah, because I'm sexy. Dude, negative 30. Look at the score. Put something good. Put me out of my misery. That's like Dude, punish him. Punish him for not hitting anything. Dude, go get your fucking food. And don't waste any more of our time. Oh, dude, punish them. Dude, there was a Bigfoot sighting. Yeah, Bigfoot in your fucking ass. No, there was something that just said on the radio. A guy saw it and his dog chasing up the hill. So I'm not blowing shit up here. No, this was this is because oh dude, you just talking at the ball. I won. You, you should lose it. Yeah, you did. You should lose it. You should lose if you get the eight ball. You should be like, you can pocket the eight ball. You get the eight ball. Do you have to hit it into the trick shot? Look how steep this shot is. Trick shot. Do you have to pocket the eight ball with a trick shot? Dude, hit this fucking ball and quit sucking dick. Dude, you're such a dick sucker. Dude, hit the fucking ball. No time's up. Dude sucks. Dude disconnected. This is the worst. I scratch. Dude, it's your turn. Dude, hit the fucking ball, dude. Dude's just sucking dick. Never known one person to suck dick on the other side of the woman's dick.
That's the only thing I can imagine at this point, based on the physics of the ground.
How far were they separated in distance?
Well, it's going to separate it about 5 miles.
That's the
Oh, make it. I see, baby. Wait. Can you wait? All right, you gonna be good if I unmute you? Are you gonna be good? You gonna be nice? I won Zoom. I'll tell you what. I'm just gonna call you. You're ready to start a video call? Check your phone. Or not your phone, but check your app. Yo, girl, I'm calling you. You check your phone. Like I'm calling you on Discord. There you go. Wait, did you pick up? Are you in this call? I'll call you back. Just call me. Check your private messages. You should be getting a call right now. Check your private messages. All right. I'll let you speak. But be on your best behavior. Don't be bonkers. All right, just bounce. Did it work? Yeah, but you hear me? What's going on? Well, I don't know. I don't know what you're saying. So, give me all that. Oh yeah, totally. No, that is very serious. Oh, I guess the bad thing for you. Yeah, but you gotta understand that um you're so bad. All right, well, um, yeah, what you said was what you said, and I didn't necessarily have to cover. I do my best. It's 2:22 in the morning. I hear you know, I really stay calm. Well, that was good. Just yeah, I told you if you want other angles of me, I'll give you other angles of me. All right, so everything's gonna be fine. Oh, I'm fine. Perfect. Just, just calm down. Take a deep breath. Yeah, I will be on your. I mean, I'm just give you strong. No, no, I'm not going out.
As it turns out, I never actually got to do that experiment because the CIA came and scooped me up and said, well, we got to look at this remote viewing. And so even though I proposed doing the experiment, the polygraph said that got guys to do the experiment. Never got around to doing the experiment because along the way, they just visited the lab, came out and observed the time clock chip and super shielded environment. That brought the CIA on the doorstep. And so then we went off in that direction. So I never got to do much further.
So as you consider all these technologies, as these innovations occur and technology becomes more and more powerful, like quantum computing, like many of these things we're seeing now, do you think that these are all steps to further understand how these crafts could possibly work, and we're getting closer and closer to it, where disclosure would accelerate that, and we would have to get over this. We'd have to have some sort of amnesty toward that misappropriated funds by Congress, amnesty towards whatever defense contractors were given access to this equipment, or these materials and other ones. There has to be some executive decision that's made where, like, for the greater good of the human race, we have to bypass all these blockades that are involved in us being able to truly understand what's going on here. And one of them is we have to have disclosure.
Yes, exactly. And in fact, we're not alone in thinking that way. As many in the field are aware of. In 2023, then Majority Leader, Senate Majority Leader Chuck Schumer and Republican Senator Rounds got together and they put together an outline of an amendment to be attached to the National Defense Authorization Act called UAP Disclosure Act 2023. And it's pages long. And it's hard to believe, but within this document, they outline how you would go through disclosure. And it's very detailed. I mean, for example, this is an official government document. You can go find it on the internet. Non-human intelligence phrase is mentioned more than 20 times. And the document said, look, what we need is a presidential panel. President, say, officiated panel of people from several different areas who, and all those people out there who got materials and so on, we're going to practice eminent domain. It just turns out to be one of the things that turns people hair on fire when they think they've got something and they're unsure. But anyway, that we have to come up with a process whereby corporations that get involved in this can begin to share their history and their data and their materials. And the National Archives will be set up to make this information available as is safe to do, considering security concerns. And so this is a multi-page document that you can find. You find it on the internet. Okay. It passed the Senate, but the House killed it. So you might think, okay, well, that's the end of that. Surprisingly so, and it makes you realize the intensity of this, after it was killed, both Schumer and Rounds got back up in the Senate floor and said, okay, it got killed, but we're not giving up. We're going to get it in there next year. And so the following year, 2024, they included it again. And most of it got killed. The only thing that got killed was, okay, the National Archives will make available whatever information is provided them on this subject area. And the National Archives is starting to do that, but as you can imagine, anybody who's got some really juicy stuff isn't going to give it to the National Archives. So that's still better than one. So anyway, recently I was asked to come in and brief Senator was one of the two people that pushes, and he said, "We're not giving up on this. Give me what you found so far about the physics of this, because when we try to push it, we're always getting the pushback that, well, yeah, we're not going to make any headway. The pilots say this is way beyond the physics, but I understand that you and your colleagues have worked on this and felt that you can provide some of the physics, but maybe not at the engineering level. We have some place to start. Is that true? Because I need pushback and pushback. So I gave him a long lecture on physics, which I've also presented to the Senate Select Committee on Intelligence, the Senate Armed Services Committee, PRO, the Only Domain Anomalous Resolution Office. So the information is coming out into those places, and so there are those people in high positions of power in our Congress who are really pushing. So, for example, as it turns out, tomorrow there's going to be a big meeting. I think it's set up by Representative Luna. I think it's Representative Luna. You know, when they put out the official documents saying, okay, JFK files are coming out, RFK files are coming out, MLK files are coming out. In that list, UFO files are coming out. Well, they haven't got Epstein files coming out. Okay. So it's officially on that list. So in fact, as it turns out, tomorrow is going to be a big thing at Congress where they're going to have an open hearing with people coming forward to talk about that there should be some release of some steps forward to release this kind of data. So it is not a dead issue. I mean, it is hot, and there are a lot of really powerful people behind it. But you've got the resistance buried. I mean, there are people within the intelligence community and the DoD who do think we need more openness. They see the same issues I see, that we're not making much progress because everything is so compartmentalized.
Right.
So,
is there a concern when you talked about during the Bush administration, you were tasked along with others to try to figure out what are the pros, what are the cons, and what outweighs what, and your group decided that the cons outweigh the pros. When it comes to disclosure today, with the risk of espionage and with the risk of this information, if it becomes disclosed, everybody has access to it. Clearly, if it's disclosed public, it's also going to be disclosed to our audience. Right. Because it is an issue of national security.
yes. So it's got to be done correctly.
How would one do that?
Well, this write-up that Schumer and Rounds and some other people, Gillibrand and Rubio, put together, said, okay, we're going to have to lay everything out on the table in a high classified area. We're going to have to sort our way through what can be released that doesn't take the chance of giving our potential adversary data they need to leap ahead of us. But nonetheless, we've got to have more collaboration so we can move ahead faster. So that's the job of, at least in that document, of a 9-person panel to figure out, okay, what could be released without jeopardizing our national security so much, but nonetheless accelerating the kind of collaboration we need to make headway faster.
And then there's the issue of when it does get disclosed, like what happens to the general public's perception. If this is like a national disclosure, if the president, Trump, gets on television and discloses everything we know so far, we are in possession of 10 vehicles, however you want to call them, of non-human intelligence that are not ours. We have been working on this for decades in secrecy, but because of the fact that everything has been so secret, everything's so compartmentalized, innovation has been stagnant, our understanding of it has been stagnant. The only way forward is disclose, but this is going to come with a radical reimagining of our place in the universe.
What you just described is what I think has to happen. I mean, because you have whistleblowers like Dave Rush coming forward, and he basically says we've got craft bodies, we've got aerospace corporations working on this behind the scenes, but in the end, That doesn't go anywhere. It doesn't really solve the problem. And you have people come forward and say, look, I can give you the address of where the stuff is stored. So we can take this out of the discussion area and move through something. But it would take, I think, the presidential executive order or something to light a fire under that process to have it happen. So
But that's all possible.
it's all possible. And when I compare, where are we today, compared to where we were in 2004 or when that other disclosure and discussion took place, at that time there was a lot of stigma. There was no proof you kind of put your hands on. Uh, there was purposely designed misinformation by the intelligence community, so-called Rothschild panel, went out of their way to say this is all nonsense. So that was something you're dealing with. So there you realize, well, I come forward and say there's really something to this. I'm really blessed with quite a good blog. But in the intervening decades, I think we've gotten to a point where the reasons we had to not do it then are no longer applicable. But some of the concerns we had discussed there are still applicable and we have to pay attention to them. So I think, for example, this film that you saw that was premiere at South by Southwest that Dan Farrell put out, and
Right. I'm not calling you. Pick up my phone, please. I'm calling you. Hey, Marty, can you hear me? Yeah, you can't send me that kind of stuff in Discord. Discord's very strict and they withdraw your messages, so you can't send bad stuff in Discord. That's why if you're gonna send it anyway, send it in wait. Do you understand? You'll go. Leave me this call. Not myself. Yeah. I'm back to the call. So you go. There you go. And so you ever seen anything better? What did you say? What did you say? Hello? So don't send bad messages in Discord. You can send them in private, but don't send them in Discord, okay? You understand? Don't send me bad messages in Discord. You don't want to lose my account. And it's very easy to lose your Discord account. So don't send me like bad words, okay? Do you understand? Okay, show me that thing you were showing me with the energy camera. That's Well, don't worry. That's everything with the- that's everything with the key. Okay, what is that? Okay, that's what I type. So what is it? Oh, something about it. Maybe some click on. Okay, so it used to be like. Okay, so it used to be alcohol. Right? What is that? Be like, really? Wow.
Upcoming book coming out by Jay Stratton, who was in charge of the UAP task force. These kinds of things are going to accelerate that option. And so I think it's only a matter, I mean, I would find it difficult to believe that within a decade, we're not going to figure out how to do this, and that there will be what you and I would call disclosure, but in a responsible way where we're not providing the enemy the information they need. I mean, I recall when DOD.
You still there? I'm gonna see if I can still hear you. I don't think I can still hear you. Whatever we're seeing in the playback is coming quickly. Can you still hear me? You can't hear me. Can you hear me? Can you hear me now? You don't communicate well. Can you hear me? Can you hear me? Audie, can you hear me? If you're coming in the call, yes, you can hear me. Okay. Yeah, I can hear you. I'm going to. Okay, what is the signal right now? Are you having a whisper? Go back a little on, but keep the call. I just went high on the line, and that's what it is. So, we're good. breakfast? Can you see the message? Yes. No, mother. Get on the phone. Play that. that picture. Yes, he has to. But do that much. Let's get back in there, but let's do it first. What to do best. Oh, good to do. Oh, fuck. What the fuck is this shit?
The program was set up out of DIA. They said, well, we need to investigate this to find out which craft there are, you know, what, how do they run, whatever. And then the second reason was, what if our potential adversaries get access or figure this out from their data collection before we do, and they leap ahead of us? So it turned out that whole program is not based on one. You couldn't care less where these things are coming from, what they're doing. They're really worried about the possibility of an adversary getting ahead of us. So that was the portion of the program. Well, now I have some years go by, and you know, there isn't an obvious super breakthrough by adversaries. I think now is the time we could have a kind of reconciliation process. Make sure we don't put everybody in jail and anything to do with covering this up. Provide proper lanes to bring various aspects of information forward. And so that's what I and colleagues that I interact with are trying to do today.
I would also think that if I was looking at civilization, particularly the United States civilization, and thinking what kind of an impact would things have in 2004 with disclosure, and what kind of an impact would they have in 2025, I think that this gradual acceptance and this understanding that this is probably a real phenomenon is much more widespread today. So the concept of it wouldn't be as shocking as it would have been 2 decades ago. You know, 2 decades ago, by the way, is when the Tic Tac vehicle was Europe, which was 2004, which is really kind of crazy to think about the technology that was required to do something, and then imagine that technology being ours in 2004. It seems preposterous. It seems almost outside of the realm of even whatever top secret programs could have been running, some black programs could have been running. That seems too much. It seems too crazy. So, I think a big breakthrough, I think probably agree with the New York Times, that 2017 report in the New York Times was huge, because here it is in the most prestigious newspaper in the United States, in the world, right? And it's saying, look, there are real things happening here, and there's real people who are at a very high level who are talking about these things. Whether it's Commander Fravor or Ryan Graves or all these different fighter pilots that have encountered these things that are just doing something that is beyond explanation. This is more in the zeitgeist now. Yes, seriously. And the more you have people like James Fox, and Jeremy Corbell, and these documentaries that get out, more and more of an understanding and appreciation of the fact that these aren't kooks. These are real people, and we need to take into consideration the very obvious possibility that we are not unique. If there's too many planets, there's too many solar systems, there's too many galaxies, and then dimensions, and then just the potential. What do we look like in a million years? What do we look like? And if we, existed in this form for hundreds of thousands of years, it's not inconceivable that a species like us could keep going with its innovative trajectory and achieve some state a million years from now that is just beyond our imagination currently, and that we might be experiencing that.
Right. I think you have laid out an exact map of the real situation and what the future probably holds for us, and the fact that now's the time, sooner rather than later, to begin to have this become part of our total philosophical fabric, to face into this and to accept the reality of non-human intelligence, as an example, and recognize that our own technical development so fast that the kind of things that we find to be so mysterious are pretty much likely in our not that far off future.
Or just recent leaps that quantum computing is able to achieve equations that would take standard computing billions of years to do in 4 minutes.
Exactly. That's right.
You hear that, what do you say?
That's right. My son this morning brought up that article, and it's just kind of unbelievable. So
it's unbelievable. It's real.
It's unbelievable. It's real.
That's happening right now. And then just imagine taking that 50 years.
Yes.
50 years ago, that was science fiction.
Complete
Right.
science fiction. I mean, I love my example of. In fact, I got it into the New York Times article. Suppose you gave Leonardo da Vinci a garage door opener. What could he do? Well, right. First of all, plastic. You don't know what plastic is. Secondly, when it opens it up, it sees all these little tiny things. He'd never heard of electromagnetism. I mean, there's no way that even or give Einstein an iPhone back in 1945 or something.
Right.
What could he do with it? So that's sort of the position that we kind of have been in, to see these craft that we get access to either through crashes or quote donations. And it's really mysterious, but nonetheless, we should do our best. And these days, because of the development of quantum technologies and so on, we have better tools. We have AI on our side to move fast through some calculations and stuff. So I think this is the time where disclosure is going to happen relatively soon.
Well, if it does happen, it's thanks to people like you that stuck their neck out for many, many years. I'm sure you experienced a lot of ridicule and side eyes.
Sure did. In fact, I remember when I was involved in the remote learning program, one of my sons was attending a grammar school, and one day another college kid came over to play with him, and with the other professor actually at Stanford came over and said, I brought my kid over to play with you, but his last name is Putoff. Are you associated with that Putoff at SRI and the remote viewing? I said, yeah, I am. So, my son's not going to come over.
Oh, boy.
So, you run into that. But I don't know, some people.
Why would you want to talk to you? If that was my kid, I'd be like, let's hang out.
Yeah.
Al, what the heck are you doing?
So anyway, that's what we used to run into.
Close-mindedness.
But that shows that things have changed.
Right.
In general, we talk about the remote viewing aspects. People just say, okay, I accept that. Now, how can we apply it? And we talked about technologies associated with crash retrievals. Okay, fine, but what can we learn from that? How can we apply it? So, I mean, it's a different world right now. I'm really excited about it, and I'm not going to stop.
Well, I'm very happy you're out there. I really, really appreciate you, and I really appreciate your time. So thank you for coming in here and talking to us.
Certainly welcome. I appreciate the fact that you're willing to be pursuing these frontier areas and bringing them to a large audience. That's a real gift. I really appreciate it.
Well, it's only a gift for me. It's so fascinating. I've been obsessed with it my whole life. That's I think what a lot of people who look into it at all and realize there's something for some these things. Well, thank you, God. Thank you. It's been a pleasure.
The Joe Rogan Experience.
During my day, Joe Rogan podcast by night, all day.
Yes. Good to see you.
You too.
We were just talking about boomers, about parents that they don't want to believe anything other than what they're getting from the news.
It's been a challenge. My dad is an absolute lost cause. My mom is now open to the conversation, and she'll send me a bunch of different articles, and then she'll allow me to disseminate from my perspective. But it's been a rough ride.
Yeah, I've got them on peptides now, which is nice.
See?
And I've got my stepdad on testosterone replacement, which is nice. He's seeing benefits of those things. So it's like they're slowly starting to incorporate some of these things, but their whole lives they've been told that the doctor knows everything and that the news is always correct and anything contrary to the news is bullshit.
But arguably, when our parents were our age, it was reliable.
I don't think so.
No,
No, I think it's always been compromised. I just think there was no alternatives.
that's
Yeah,
interesting.
that's what I think.
My mom is a psychoanalyst, PhD. This is a very educated, thoughtful woman. And
Sometimes that's the worst.
no, I would argue against in this case. I do appreciate people who see flaws in psychoanalysis, but I've learned a huge amount from my mom in this area. And she also she majored in journalism before changing careers to psychoanalysis. And so for her to even wrap her head around the fact that journalism can be compromised is almost inconceivable.
Right. I didn't mean psychoanalysis. Is that what I meant? Is that a lot of times educated people defer to uneducated people. Like they're an expert in their field, so they assume that all the other experts in their field are also correct. And any heretic is just cool.
I would happen to agree with that point. Yeah.
Yeah.
That's why we were talking about Fauci on the way in. That both of my parents could arguably canonize the guy. Or now I think I've broken through with my mom, but it has taken me since your episode with Brett Weinstein in March of 2020. I've been working on it.
Yeah.
We're getting there though. We're there. Like we are there. It's been 5 years.
Isn't it crazy that was 5 years ago?
It was like yesterday. I'll never forget it.
5 years ago. And I remember when that episode came out, people were freaking out, like, what are you doing? What is Brett doing? This is bullshit. You're going to get us all killed.
It made perfect sense to me.
Well, he was right, clearly. And yet still, no apologies, no corrections, except the government website. The COVID-19 website is now up, and this has to be because of Bob Kennedy.
I had it in New York Times. It's like, looks like this came from a lab. You really?
Well, the best part about it was they're like, you were misled. Yeah, you were misled by you fuckers. You did it. You did it.
It's disgusting. And there are zero apologies,
No.
zero course corrections, and they unveil this information as though they are the purveyors of truth.
Mm-hmm.
Guys, you got a headline.
You're a little late. You're a half a decade late.
That's right.
You know what's really interesting? We're talking about this a lot lately. That imagine if the roles were
Yeah, Michael.
reversed and
Great.
podcasters were the ones yelling at everybody to go out and take these experimental shots. And then they were experiencing all these complications and all these side effects. Mainstream news would be chatting.
I mean,
That's
totally
not
agree.
nice. Like, how dare you
Great.
give people the advice to go out and do this? You're responsible for
I've
these
had
people
work.
having all these side effects and all
Yeah,
these
but I'm just
unnecessary
like the
deaths and all
beast,
these people that would have had no problem with
Look
COVID.
at
You
his body.
encourage them to take this vaccine.
Oh,
and
shit,
they
man.
had strokes. They had this. They had that. They'd be calling for us to be shut down.
I actually did that.
She could totally get it. She and her lesbian lover could have a three-way with the rabbi. Oh, my.
Yeah, on the show. I didn't know the vaccine was gene therapy. I
What
had
is
no
this?
idea. So I knew it came from a lab. That made to me, oh, it's very clear it's not from a wet market. But someone reached out to a producer of mine. I've got this person, the scientist who works on vaccine that wants to educate people. And I thought I was doing this major public service. I had to apologize for that podcast and let's
What was the scientist?
I cannot remember the name. She was actually young, and the reason I remember she was in her 30s is because she told me, oh, this takes longer for 30 years. And I thought, really? 35. No, we've been evolving this technology for 30 years. And you see all of these trials for safety. It's just bureaucracy. I didn't understand what it meant to push something through emergency use at the time.
Yeah.
I didn't understand the difference. No, this is a dead pathogen and this is a live pathogen. I'm worried about adjuvants. But this here, this is gene therapy. I came to comprehend what that was, what it meant, or the fact that we could find something that was experimental. And the scariest part, talking to women who became injured during AstraZeneca, and they studied all of the people that had been injured during the vaccine trials as they were season kilometers out of the body in 24 hours until you find out, no, to go to the lipid nanoparticles and get across the blood-brain barrier.
Find out that we can still produce like protein because the injections are over 700 days.
And they shed cells
and give it to your partner. Yeah,
it's crazy. And now I'm certainly not an expert in mRNA tech, but abstracting other vaccines that utilize the same technology, and I know for one, I don't think I'll take an mRNA vaccine ever. It scares the crap out of me.
Well, you've heard Rabbi talk about the flaws of just the technology itself. The fact that when it gets into your body, it gets, especially, the thing is, nobody asked for it, right? They didn't inject people with full vaccination of the blood vessel. They just plunged it in, including when they did it live with Biden on television, which, wow, they thought, all right. I said this day, people are like, yo, what, conspiracy theories? Yeah, I'll tell you right now, I think it's a conspiracy. I don't think they would take a chance injecting a fucking 80-year-old man when you know that you have to stay there at the clinic for 20 minutes and he's drop dead. Yeah.
My wife's friend, son actually had the vaccine and the vaccine the same day. He did supposedly stay for 15 minutes, got in the car, was passed out, had a seizure, and he turned him down. He had a crazy reaction to it. I'm not trying to promote this anti-vax position, but
that's not a vaccine.
it's exactly
Calling it a vaccine is fun.
that's exactly it.
It was a totally experimental gene therapy. And what Brett was saying about it is if you don't aspirate, you're shooting it right into a blood vessel. If you're shooting it right into a blood vessel, it can go to all sorts of areas of the body where the body's going to attack it like it's a disease, particularly the heart. And it's like, this is why you get myocarditis, because the heart doesn't heal, which is why you have heart cancer. Your heart just scars over. So people have these inflamed and large hearts and then diminished cardiovascular function. And he was talking about this way earlier than anybody else. And they were, blood on his hands, killing grandmas. The vaccine takes millions of lives. People say that all the time. They say millions of lives. How? And people still got COVID. Not only that, they got more COVID than people that didn't get vaccinated.
I'm so having this exact it's there. And you actually try to Google that information. You can make these pop up on Google.
But it's only based on the idea that those people would have died if they didn't have COVID. And the problem is you're going to get COVID anyway. So that data is bullshit. Not only that, even if people got COVID, 99.07% of those fuckers live.
I just pulled that up
Yeah.
because I was trying to illustrate that point. I was like, do you realize that I think the percentage of mortality is 1%. And when you look at it, it's 0.03 all the way up till you're about 80 years old. And then, well, 1% or so, 1.5 maybe an 8-year-old or obese or severely autoimmune compromised.
330 million people in this country. And then, you look at that 0.3%, that starts looking like a lot of people. But those are just people that are on death's door. That's the reality. Metabolic unhealthy, obese, diabetes, all sorts of problems, cancer, leukemia, on chemotherapy. Those are the people that die.
I remember when Bill Maher was talking about how it was people who I just came out of CDC because I don't remember the exact percentage. It was upwards of 80% of the people who died of severe cases of obese or overweight. And this is when we all came to signs that PSYOP was in full effect.
That must have drove you crazy.
Oh, it was. I was completely unraveling. People asked me what happened. We were good liberal.
Still back to the old definition.
I haven't changed. I go issue by issue with my friends. And I'm like, show me where I've shifted my position on any issue. Outside of Trump, I used to think he was hilarious. He was going to run up all the gays. It was fun. And none of that happened. I thought Russia's real. So as new events came to light and I managed to survive his first term intact along with my gay relationships, I somehow started to feel that maybe a lot of that was bullshit propaganda. But outside of that, this piece has changed. Not one, and I find that arguably the right is more likely more tolerable. I can sit down and have a conversation with my coach and debate gay marriage in civil fashion. And I ended up, again, like I never got Bill because I work with Bill in some capacity on his podcast network, and I was having to defend him for years morning because he was sitting down with Trump. They called him a bigot and a racist and anti-science. Because he's considered Trump. I'm like, well, where's the outrage he sits down with you? Somebody hate that guy's way more. I'm like,
Yes. Here's a show is more equivalent. It's a better version of more published.
And I love when I get to do it because you're allowed to. You still have to make your points, but it is theatrical. But sometimes I think when you are able to be so theatrical, it goes viral, and the point that you're trying to make is arguably seen by more, unless it's a platform, of course, like yours. But
It does a good job of that. I just don't think it's a good way to discuss ideas. But it's really good as far as like going viral. It's great.
I still find it fun, though. Because you put you in for all those civil conversations where you just be biting your tongue, trying to communicate calmly and articulately. Here you can just your hypocrisy is disgusting. I really swallowed every conversation with all my friends from California, and you can just let it rip and freaking tear into it because they started it. They started it.
I don't like that. I don't like doing that. So I'm not interested in that. I'm not interested in that conflict. I don't want to talk to people like that. I don't want to.
You are like a very gentle soul. I watch you sometimes and you're so, not sometimes, I watch you often and you're very gentle soul. And sometimes I think, God, toxic masculinity, like you said. That whole notion, all of the men in your space tend to be far kinder, softer, and I happen to love, I love Megyn Kelly, and she's brilliant, but God damn, I never want to be on the wrong side of her. I'm ripping her head off, and I eat her heart, and then I'm not fucking with that woman, you know. So, anyway, I think that some of the women in the space are genuinely more.
Well, do you think that's because they have to get respect? Like, why do you think that is?
No, I don't think so. And I find that he's more respectful when you speak in the fashion that you do. And I've tried to really curtail that behavior throughout every other aspect of my life. Personally and professionally, like fighting with a contractor on my ass. I try to lower the octaves of my voice, or I'm trying to win somebody over in a debate. But I think, honestly, I think this is a team.
Yeah.
And it's a competitive space. I really think that's it. And it seems to work. So,
Sort of, but why am I number one then? Sounds good. Because that's like the counter argument.
so you would be my answer. Because if you can like everything in French, and what I mean by that is, I seriously, I'm not kidding. You can talk about anything and everything, and it's fascinating. And people tune in for it. They don't come here because they want to hear about politics. They want to hear about health. They want to hear about fucking aliens. They come here because they want all of it, and they want to hear about all of it. So it's not really interesting for someone else doesn't, because they're not there to see what that individual thinks about the subject matter. So when I turn into Megan Kelly, it's like, it's because I want. Fuck no, dude. She's a lovely person, and she's been nothing but lovely with me. But I'm sure, as mentioned, I'm not interested in being on her bad side. However, when I tune in, it's not because I want to see her reaction or opinion on something. It's because I want to learn what is the counter argument to supporting this guy, Omar Obrego Garcia. Okay, steel man that argument for me, and then I'll disseminate what the truth is, and she's a constitutional attorney. So I feel like I'm getting great information. If you're just learning about something, but you're also curious what you think about it. If you're going to go, oh, bullshit, or if you're wow. You want to say what you think about it.
Yeah, I just think we could all do with a little less yelling at each other.
You're totally right.
I don't think it's good for anybody. So every time I've engaged it, I'm back for the rest of the day. Even if I do it, I just feel like, ugh, I don't like that. I don't like it. I think it should be nice until it's time to not be nice. And generally, that's like straight violence. That's fine. That's fine. You know, like it's pretty nice up until literally trying to incapacitate.
I feel like
I don't think we have to do that. And I think the only time you have to do that is when someone's completely psychotic. 99.999% of the time, you're better off serving you and that person better by just being nice.
and calm and make that point of just telling you you're absolutely right.
Married to our ideas. Also, you know, not like taking an opposition to your ideas and opposition to you as a being. You know, these are just ideas. If someone thinks that you're incorrect, if someone thinks I'm incorrect, like, tell me why. What do you think? Why do you think that? Where do you come to this conclusion? What was the tipping point for you? What is it? Like, tell me what it is.
I was just actually talking to my girl about that. Why we hold on so custodies to our dog line. And it honestly means it doesn't feel every time somebody say, I told you so. I will do vehicle, but I have a million times. But it is certainly rare. How often do you see a walk back or a course correct? Not often. And I know that when people wag their finger at me, I think you're happy. This is what you voted for. You want to defend things that arguably you may agree with them on. And I hope that don't do it. Just do you see their point? Knowledge you see their point. And then I still feel the need to play the lesser evil game. Even though right, they're still wrong. Because when I weigh out the choices I had, even though you're right on this issue, never mind about the right choice ultimately, because you more things went the way I wanted them to than the way I did. It takes a lot of strength to admit where you're wrong. I just don't think a lot of people have that, and there is a journalism in everything, whether it's workout trainings, diets, for God's sake. I've seen this guy in health and wellness for years. It's no fun to say you're wrong. In some cases, it can have professional repercussions for people.
Sure. Did you experience any professional repercussions when you're pushing back against this healthy at any size stuff? Because that's
How much time do you got on that one?
well, let's go in there. Because like that to me was so fascinating that the concept of fat shaming, which like I don't think we should hurt anybody's feelings, but I think at a certain point in time, sometimes hurting someone's feelings causes action, and hurting someone's feelings with the truth. And you can give the truth to someone loving. You know, you can say they're going to care about you just a moment until you're a fat fuck. Like you really are. You're disgusting, and you need to lose weight. You're fully addicted to food, and you don't understand what it's doing to your body. You're being lied to by all these other people and these fat doctors. Some lady in the UK was something fat doctors. Lady, you're just overwhelmed with information. I can see it looking at you. It's just crazy that you're giving this advice out. You can't walk up the hill. There's no way. You're so unhealthy. And this idea that shaming people is worse than telling them the truth is going to make them feel bad, maybe temporarily, if you do kindness, and then that person can make choices that will be, and then you encourage them, like, I'm so glad you changed your diet. I'm so glad you cut out this, cut out that, and now you're doing well. You decided to walk 10,000 steps a day, and you decided to start exercising a little bit, you know?
This you give me a lot to tackle here. So let's start with the psyop component of healthy and innocence. This is a big narrative. This is proven. Even the friggin'
Explain big food narrative.
okay. So Big Food, put simply, hired a bunch of registered dietitians to co-opt this concept of intuitive eating. And I'm dead ass serious with hashtags like derail the shame, and they paid them, and they had all of these posts and went to all of these conventions and promoted the narrative that can be healthy and innocent, and it's just flat out lies, flat earth conversation, it's pseudoscience. At its best, there's no truth behind that. There's a robust amount of data that show us being obese is associated with like 170 comorbidities. This is a non-factor. It's been debunked. So when that happens, what they're doing is essentially placating someone who feels. Now I can attack what's going on or address rather. What's going on is that size, and it's largely psychological. Once you go past the point of dad mom, being like, I earned me jobs, life beat me down, it's a food desert, and I'm 40 pounds overweight, and I let myself go, and this is a different animal. When you're dealing with somebody who is 50 plus pounds overweight, there is a psychological component. So the first thing we need to do is make them understand that there's no question that you can do it without shame, given the fact that this is unhealthy. And because you are such a valuable individual, I want you to understand this, because only from a place of feeling trustworthy are you able to facilitate to work out his in body. So it doesn't need to be a shaming. There's no shame there, to be honest, Joe. I know that people claim there is pointed out this vulnerability or this flaw in the person. We all have flaws and limitations. People who are overweight right?
Yeah.
So by educating them first, and then without question, I like to give people, or when I was able to put hands-on, that rock bottom moment, because they are overweight because it's providing something extraordinarily significant. And I can give you examples to meet them, but I promise you that one time or another, people turn to addiction because it can be simply the most obvious example would be a person who was incested, molested, raped, puts on weight, desexualized. That's just one example of many. It's easy to illustrate the point. None of this thing is providing is the part that's so hard to let go.
Yeah.
It's unconsciously terrifying. And you gotta first show them this is why we need to change. And then you got to give them a passport change, and you got to make it harder. You got to make them feel the pain. It could be physically, it could be psychologically. It doesn't have to be shameful of the way they've been living. So that the work and the sacrifice associated with change is less painful than continuing the negative and destructive habits. I don't know. Seems like it is.
Well, the whole term fat shaming is pretty crazy, right?
Yes, very. And let's get right back to where when I was just asked me what I lost.
And the idea that this is about saying people that used to be in charge of the spectrum. This is what's really crazy.
Yes.
R.J. Reynolds, these tobacco companies, bought all these fast food, processed food companies, and they use the same tactics that they use with that to push terrible food companies.
They literally have a team of multidisciplinary scientists that work around the clock to figure out how to get people to not just one. And then they do the commercial. Like, literally in broad daylight. We're doing the people. Yeah, it's fun. You know, but what they're doing is they are exploiting somebody's psychology and they're hijacking their biology without question. And this is why you've seen rates of obesity skyrocket from the 70s, was 5% of the adult population was overweight or obese, to 70 to 40%. Wrong. Quantum leap in genetics, that's a big pharma psyop. Like, no. This is all genetic. You're genetically obese. Well, what happened? I've never seen such a quantum leap in genetics. How come we were genetically obese in the 70s? Like, what was that tipping point, if you will? They ran the cascade of obesity over the last 5 decades. Of course, it's exactly what you're talking about. And that is engineering. You can't escape it. Remember the days store? And now every freaking bookstore has a cafe. 600 gallery are surrounded. There's nowhere you can go right now where food is not on the present it's crappy. And they generally do it through government contracts and hospital. Anywhere you go, will find this garbage food. So that willpower, which is arguably leading movement to bravado, if you're constantly surrounded by it, you will give in. Managing the environment is a large part of helping someone be successful. It's a band-aid, right? If you're feeling sexual, for example, but controlling the environment is definitely important in helping you control the narrative. You can't control the narrative, you can control some food, and it's all not just the crap in it's how they control the narrative around it, and how they engineer the environment, and how they systematically shut down how that's actions, for example, or racism.
Yeah.
It's another big one.
Yeah, it's a big one. Or transphobes, or fill in the blank. But it's fascinating to me that hospitals fall into this. A friend of mine was visiting his friend who has prostate cancer, and this guy is in the hospital being treated for cancer, and then he went to look at what they're feeding him in the hospital, and they're feeding him applesauce, which is loaded with high fructose corn syrup, apple juice or orange juice, which is not even juice, it's concentrate, it's all bullshit, and then some kind of a fucking sandwich, which is made out of this processed wheat bread.
Yeah, it's I probably has in that meal alone 100 chemicals. I think I'm being conservative.
Yeah, at a hospital. It's so raised in hospitals, their diets in hospitals.
I can't even my kids. I love you guys. It's okay, but guys, why are we not packing our lunches anymore? And I'm watching all the crap that I go bad in the pantry. And my sister, dad, and my daughter sure, cereal. And I, what are you talking about? Even my kids who know better.
But isn't that a rebellion against mom, though? Which kids definitely do. Like my youngest daughter, she jokes around, especially with like, She'll have salad dressing with seed oil and she like mocks me. I'm like, okay, you eat whatever you want. Just know what it is.
I honestly think the kids know what it is, and I try to give them enough freedom now at these ages, 13 to 15, to make some of their own decisions. So not everything is a pushback, but I truly think there's oh, for sure. And she just it's like, I'm so good at home. I don't mean to associate good, but I eat well at home. Let's put it that way. And I'm just at school. I'm just going to do this at school. And the problem obviously is she goes off to college. I won't. Okay, hold on. There's forgive me. There's a 20-year-old influencer in Bad Baby, I think. Joe, she saw this. Okay, she saw this girl
That's the
on.
lady from Dr. Phil.
Catch me outside. So she saw this girl. She was like 9 and has followed Bad Baby. And Bad Baby now has cancer. What? I believe so. And according to my daughter, that's exactly the point. And so now I can say to my kids, this is just mom's generation, which how come there's something else to look at. My mom is 76. None of the public figures in her generation got cancer. You didn't see Brandon or Scott Weaver or Street. None of them got cancer. But in my generation, Maria Menounos, Christina Applegate, something's going on with Angelina Jolie, Kate Middleton. In my generation, canary is dead in the coal mine. So I have a question of the negative impact. If you're not looking at statistics, if we're just looking from an observational perspective, it's in the news every single day. Someone's dealing with cancer. I'll leave you in mind. Almost all of now, there's some 20-year-olds. And I was able to point to that to my daughter and say, this is the shit that I am talking about. She's 5 years old.
What does that lady have?
We have 9 people.
They doubt her.
Did not
They still can't point to the fact. Even if it's not Bad Baby, maybe lying. I'm not sure.
That name, Bad Baby.
Bad Baby. I said Bad Bunny the other day. My kids are like, no, that's the rapper.
She says she insists she'd be cleared for surgery. She has no regrets about her cosmetic tweaks. What does a cosmetic tweak have to do with leukemia? I think they're not going to perform plastic surgery on a cancer patient. What? She's getting plastic surgery? What's this article about?
Oh, look at the chronic myeloid leukemia piece. That's the part I know about it.
Radio silence on claims she lied about having cancer. Everything's slammed for vaping.
Oh, God. Did she lie for it?
I was just go back up. It says, go back up. 21 is currently battling chronic, how do you say that? Myeloid leukemia. Criticizes getting cosmetic surgery while battling disease, which is pretty crazy. Is that really true? That's the part now. She underwent plastic surgery and challenged rival Alabama Barker to a physical fight today, all while battling leukemia.
Apparently, Alabama Barker did not show up for that fight because my daughter was very disappointed by her.
What they were going to meet someone in actual fight.
Throw down.
Oh, the Calabasas throwdown.
That's right.
Classic.
Of course.
It used to be an Old West shootout. Now it's a Calabasas throwdown.
That's a hair pulling and all kinds of stuff. Like, what I can tell you with certainty is that the rate of early onset cancer diagnosis has gone up 79% in the past 2 years. So if in fact Bad Baby is being untruthful and deceitful on those statistics.
Yes, those statistics are real, including big leaps.
You know, I don't have any information on that.
There was a doctor that was on the Rothschild show the other day that said he could see pancreatic cancer in kids for the first time ever in his career. That my entire career I never saw pancreatic cancer in children.
Okay, I want to play devil's advocate to that argument and simply say the statistic that I just cited, I believe, came out in 2019.
Oh, I'm not doubting that science and environmental factors. For sure, there's pesticides and herbicides. That's a major factor. And when you look at the fact that 90+% of people have Roundup in the blood, that's great.
That's definitely to chemical warfare. Like you said, it has a historical connection to Agent Orange.
Really?
Yeah. Google it. Jamie, check that. But yeah,
Glyphosate is everywhere. It's so spooky. And other countries won't allow us to use it. And we spray it on everything. Not only that, we have like corn that's genetically engineered to use glyphosate so that you can spray the heat out of it. And then you eat that corn, and you're getting glyphosate residue. You're just getting it. And it's in your blood. It's in everything. It's in rice. Yeah. It's in runoff, so it gets in the fish. You know, most freshwater fish have toxic levels of lead and or heavy metals in them. Like most freshwater fish really probably shouldn't be eaten. Yes, that's in the ocean, but that's heavy metals from the ocean, which is also from us. But that's mercury. But there's toxic levels of heavy metals, pollutants, and forever chemicals that are in freshwater fish. Because all that shit that's in the ground gets into lakes. All that shit, all the runoff, all that stuff gets in the streams, gets in the creeks, gets in the rivers. We watched a video when we had Will Harris from White Oak Pastures on the podcast. And he showed the difference between his regenerative farm that doesn't use any pesticides or herbicides and his neighbor's farm. And there's literally a dividing line in the river where you can see the runoff from his neighbor's farm turns the entire river brown. And it's illegal. It's legal to pollute because it's industrial farming. And it's crazy. It's just like all that industrial fertilizer, herbicides, and pesticides are running off because the topsoil is dead. So all that stuff is running off as soon as it rains, and it runs right into the river, and you can see a dividing line. There's like clear water on one side, and this disgusting brown, dirty water on the right side.
have you seen the ones from the ocean? Dead zones.
Oh yeah, no oxygen. Yeah. Well, one of my yoga instructors, he's from Argentina, and he came to America. And no one told him, he lived in LA, no one told him, don't surf after it rains. So he was surfing, and he didn't understand that all the runoff, all the streets goes into the ocean. He got horribly sick. I have no idea. And, he's bending, and he's like, what the fuck is going on with the ocean?
Having grown up in California and spending a lot of time in the water, that I have nervous for years, and now I can't imagine that way. In California, to hear the ocean this one, considering fires. That's a great irony. That's my favorite. Oh, we're not doing any forestry mitigation because of the environment, and yet these fires have rolled back all those protections. Just
well, that ground's ruined forever.
destroys, and it pours into the ocean.
Twice the size of Manhattan, ruins ground. All those people that have electric cars, those cars, those batteries, all that shit is all on the plastics, the fiberglass, the carbon fiber, all that stuff, the tires, all that stuff is now in the soil. You're gonna good luck having a garden. Good luck. You want to try to grow plants? Good luck.
I was talking to, I don't know if you've ever seen this gentleman, he's really great. He wrote a book, Disease, named Dr. William Reed, called The Fire Disease out there, visiting the mom. Where are you? We're in California. I was like, I am to come, and in fact, I'm right here by Palisades. And he said, Jill, do you remember 9/11 deaths? That whole thing, with all that. Send me a bunch of articles. And mom out of there. He said, he gets in your kids' clothes and they're on the inside. People are really talking about this episodes of the toxins in this fire and how they've affected people's health. No doubt. It's a great choice.
Yeah.
At least.
Well, I was
in fact, I lost 2 homes. One that I owned in 2018 and one that I sold in 2021 just actually.
It's crazy. And nothing. I mean, what they did during the fire was just so insane. The fact that the reservoir was empty. Oh, we need to make a lid for it. We need to get around to it.
There were so many things wrong there that I almost left untouched. Schoenberg talk about this?
Yes.
That will make your blood boil. I love him. He's like, we knew about this for 7 days with the winds, and we could have, we could have borrowed firefighters from all the different states and this and that, and have a free position. Knowing between Blake Schoenberger and Corolla, whipping me into a frenzy about this, I literally think I like popped 10 blood vessels because so much of this was complicated and wasn't. And in fact, Gavin Newsom, my favorite politician.
He's my favorite podcaster. I wish we'd get back to him. He stopped. I don't know why he stopped.
I didn't know that.
The show was horrible.
Okay.
Everybody was mocking him. It was so bad for him. He had this idea of reaching across the aisle. So he reached across the aisle and gets guys like Charlie Kirk and Steve Bannon, and they eat his lunch. People think his party, like, what the fuck are you doing? You're making this look horrible. So he bails on his podcast. What's his last episode?
I didn't realize he failed.
Oh, it's back.
Yeah, no, we weren't going to get that lucky. I don't think so.
Oh, Rahm Emanuel. Okay, that's cool. Now he's with his own side.
Yeah.
Scott Galloway, pretty much his own side.
Yeah.
He's Carlucci. It's Trump. That's a good move.
Yep.
Ezra Klein. Okay, that makes sense. So it's not that it's gone away. It's just that it's so horrible to always watch it. And no one's even talking about it anymore. This is Gavin Newsom. But it was so wonderful. That was the response after the election. They said, well, podcast influenced the election, so we'll start our own podcast. Your podcast is going to make people even more inclined to not vote for you.
My favorite was we are our own version of Joe Rogan. And I love it. I love burning. I like the guy. I had Joe was on your side. And this is stupid. That's the one thing with the left is they purge people from
It really is. Like leftism, not being an actual progressive. Like an actual progressive is a person who's kind, who wants people to just exist, be yourself, live amongst us. We should all have social safety net and laws that like are kind and compassionate. We should look at the fact that we are an incredible first world nation, and we should like roll out the red carpet to all the people that live here and try to make it a better place for everybody. That's real progressive. And then more into this, like, let perverts get into the women's room, let men compete in women's sports. Like, ignore the fact that some people are fucking psychotic and give them a blank check. As long as they just say they're a woman. Like, oh, you're a woman, go ahead, carte blanche, get in. And not only that, but treat them better. Treat them themselves as they're actually more oppressed than women. So there's the oppression hierarchy.
right.
So they get the gold medal with the oppression Olympics. It's like, it's bananas.
That's the stuff where if you look and you say,
Yeah.
if you carry freedoms, if you want to change your gender as an adult, that's absolutely up to you, and I fight for the right to do that and with dignity. But when your personal choices impact the rights and freedoms of others, this is a far more nuanced conversation. And it's like, whoa!
Especially when you're dealing with kids.
Oh, that's a whole different
This is where it gets really crazy.
That's evil.
There's this hilarious conversation between this woman who's like, she looks like she's probably in her 70s. And this person's asking her if you got a granddaughter, would you support them taking puberty blockers? She's like, absolutely. Absolutely. I think it's insane to try to force a girl to go through puberty if she's really a boy. And it's not, would you allow them to get a tattoo on their feet? No irony. Seconds later, no recognition of what you say. No, like tattoos can be removed, lady. Yeah, they were those off.
They really don't give us. No, and I got in a conversation with Jessica Tarlow about this, and she's like, "Oh, but the kids go through extensive therapy." But when the concept that it's reversible, exactly.
Not only is it not true, but puberty blockers are the exact same thing you give to sex workers. When you have a sexual molester that is forced to be on sterilization drugs, that's exactly what they give to young boys.
It sterilizes
Yeah, it's a safe thing.
Takes away sexual function. If you interrupt puberty in stage 10 or 2, and the reason I bring this up is because they'll tell you it's delusion. And here's the thing: someone actually went through this exercise with somebody who was like, "Show that to me," and they went on a shot. Yes, this is delusion. And the argument is that you shouldn't have a child that turns puberty at 7. And you use puberty blockers. It's very rare. It can happen. And they do it strategically to slow that down for a child and help them develop at a normal pace. It doesn't sterilize them or make them capable of having an orgasm. So the distinction that's key is when you block puberty at a stage of 10 or 2, which is arguably the appropriate age that puberty is meant to begin. Then you've got sterilization, you've got the inability to ever have an orgasm, it affects bone development, it affects brain development, their freaking children, their body is not developed properly. Nobody understands that. They don't, when they make that argument, they're told the party line. If you make them go through this, they'll kill themselves. And it turns out that the data doesn't bear out to prove that either. But they
Not only that, it goes the other way. The data goes the other way. There's 25% more likely to commit suicide, suicidal ideation, depression, anxiety, all those things ramp up once they've transitioned. Because they realize like they've made a horrible mistake and they've been influenced by these crazy people who want to use them as like virtue flags. Want to use children as virtue flags. It's fucking insane. They also shouldn't be allowed to call them a different thing than when they call them. They call them chemical castration drugs for sex offenders. And yet they go to gender. It's fucking barbaric, bananas, and we're going to look back at it the same way we looked at lobotomies. You know, we performed lobotomies for, I think, roughly around 50 or 60 years. More. I think they stopped it in 1967. I think that's when they stopped the last lobotomies. And then they realized, like, oh my God, this is a terrible thing to do. But they did it for so fucking long. And this is the same thing that's going to happen with this gender-affirming care for minors. It's crazy. Kids don't know what's going on. You know, it's like, they go through phases and cycles, they become tomboys, and boys play with dolls, like, who cares? By the way, a lot of those boys that want to transition, it turns out they're just gay. And if you just leave them and let them be gay, and a lot of my gay friends fucking hate it. Because they're like, you're trying to erase gay people. You're trying to say that all these gay people are really in the wrong gender. Never thought of it from that angle. I have seen the financial. Oh, that's a big problem. That's what it's for. And when you look at this funding stuff, I used to go to the freaking human rights campaign and donate. You know, you're fighting for gay marriage. Good liberal. And now, when you go to their page, if there's a score where they rate different medical institutions on how they provide gender affirming care. If they get a bad score, it impacts how much grant money they can get. There's a page for this. I think it's from HRC on our website. You look at the funds that like, oh, that's not even surprising. One job is almost $1 billion business. All the I it's been a minute since I've looked into this, but I'm in the zone for sure. Yeah. Well, the money is so scary. When money gets attached to it, and all the ethics and rules go out the window and just try to make as much money from this as humanly possible. And they've always done that across the board with virtually everything, and we're surprised when it happens with children.
You and I are surprised.
Most people are doing it all, and it doesn't affect them personally. They feel like it's important to espouse these beliefs because these beliefs show your progress. Yeah, it's like people's minds have been co-opted. Like, I don't necessarily believe in demons and angels. I don't believe that. But if you were the devil, like, wouldn't money be your most valuable tool to do absolutely atrocious evil things that are going to ruin their lives. Money is like the devil's playground. It's like where the devil can convince good people to do things, and they can use words like gender affirming care, and you can kind of like change the narrative, but the end result is really just you're profiting off of people's confusion, and you're doing so in a way where you're sacrificing. It's literal child sacrifice. Those children wind up committing suicide because they went through this gender affirming care and are horribly depressed. They don't have breasts anymore. They're so confused. They can't have children, and they just want to kill themselves. It's a sacrifice. This is like a form of child sacrifice for financial gain. You're not sacrificing them to the gods. You're doing it too much. And it's really wild. We can't see that. We can't like look at all the data, see, and understand like the complex interaction of human beings and people around them that influence them. And then they get encouragement, and then they get positive feedback, and then they show up at school wearing lipstick, and everyone's like, "You're amazing. You're amazing now, Bobby. Now that you're Roberta, like now you're amazing. You used to be some guy that got stuffed into a locker, and now your girl is incredible. And you're giving them this positive feedback. It's money. It's the people profiting off it. It's fucking insane. And it's so wild to watch it all play out. Like, we are so vulnerable to influence. Human beings are so vulnerable. This is why cults exist. This is why people are willing to be religious martyrs and blow themselves up. And which, by the way, why do they do that? Why do they get kids to wear suicide vests? Because you can't convince a 55-year-old guy to do it. 55 guy with a job and a family and a lot of interests and good friends. How to get him to wear that suicide vest? And he was like, what? What am I doing? I'm going to a ball? What the fuck? And no, why am I doing that? I'm going to heaven and I'm going to get 72 virgins communion. Can you show me these virgins? Like, is there a fucking... What happened to them? How did these 4 virgins wind up in heaven getting raped by this 55-year-old guy who blew himself up? This is fucking insane. We can't get adults to do that. You can get children to do that. But we don't want to like take that same ability to influence and then just transfer it over to children.
I'm not really sure whether I think it's so fragile. I've asked myself that so many times. I think this is a totally off-piste here with brought up demons and what have you. And I just watched that. I didn't read the book, so forgive me, but I watched the documentary on Book Chaos on Netflix. Okay, are you not completely? I cannot wrap my head around how this got seemingly unbelievable to commit this high of murder. And when you listen to this women talk about the like, I stabbed her 15 times and I felt the rifle into her hip that she was I'm dead. And the emotion, what did you do to this man's mind? And clearly she's an outlier because he was able to convince a whole group of people. I cannot understand this.
Well, that's
what is it not?
Oh yeah, no, 100%. That's Charlie West. Charlie West was a CIA operative who visited Nancy in jail. He's also the guy that visited Jack Ruby after he shot Kennedy. And then Jack Ruby starts saying, I see demons, and the Jews are on fire. Jack Ruby didn't have a history of mental illness like that, like complete psychotic breakdowns. He did after Charlie West visited in jail. Yeah, it was like, there's like real documentation of this experience. One of them is Operation Midnight Climax. So the CIA was operating brothels, and they were operating brothels where they would have two-way mirrors, and they would be behind the mirrors, and these prostitutes who were working for the CIA would give Johns LSD and the observers. This all documented.
I do a little bit about Ian McHale, obviously in that days, but you say like they influence people and trying to get LSD. My question is so fascinating. Do you think that the LSD sort of accelerated that mental vulnerability of someone's mind? Because when you tell people now you're going to perform a sex change on a child, they think that's a good idea. I'll tie it back to one thing that also is really unrelated, but everyone's outraged about it. He's not a doctor. Oh my God, he's trying to get rid of autism, and he's misguided about it. Where was your outrage when Xavier Becerra was not a doctor? Wanted to remove all age limits for sex changes on kids, whether surgery or not, the medicalization part that we talked about. Like, that to me is of psychosis. I wonder, like, to get an adult to lose your outrage and be concerned about this, because this is batshit crazy for us. And nobody said a word, nobody cared, it was completely under the radar. And I'm just wondering if the ability to capture someone's mind in the way that they did in CIA studies. Did LSD simply accelerate a vulnerability that's already existing, and you're watching the brainwashing of go on over the course of decades? Because if you send this to a person, arguably in Obama's first term, when he ran on gay marriage, on sex changes, on children in the year 2024, people would have lost their brain mind. It's just a complete, it's just, it must have been brainwashed.
It is brainwashing. And cults, we all know the cults are real, right?
Yes.
We all know about Manson family, we all know about Jim Jones, we all know about cults. And we know that human beings are very vulnerable to group influence. Now, when you have someone that's actually being trained by people that are psychologists who understand influence, and then also trained in using implementation of LSD on these people, one of the things that Manson would do is he would pretend to take LSD, and then he would give it to them, and then influence them while they were at the influence and he was sober. And this is all learned through the Harvard LSD studies, which, by the way, Rick Needham, it's part of the Harvard LSD studies.
How do we not know this?
Yeah,
I know it was a genius.
Yeah,
Well, you know,
well, there's a bunch of things wrong with him. First of all, when he was a baby, he was really ill, and they put him in some sort of infirmary and didn't have any human touch for months. For months, they like when he cried, he's in his crib, they left him there. His brother talked about it. There's a documentary on Netflix about him, and his brother talked about even before the Harvard LSD studies. He was like really fucked up, complete lack of empathy. Like, and just, complete sociopath. As a young man, and it would express itself when he experienced rejection from women. He would have like violent reactions to that rejection, write them horrific letters, and torture them and yell at them. And then he goes through the Harvard LSD studies, which a part of his particular studies was humiliation. So he would be under the influence, and they would humiliate him, and they would abuse him, and try to get him to a certain state of mind. So then this guy goes off to Berkeley, he becomes a professor, and his whole idea is to just make enough money so that he can implement this program. Here's what's crazy about his ideas. He's kind of right. So he's kind of right when he thinks that technology is going to replace human beings. Like, he sees this through all of his acid trips, that human beings are going to be replaced. We probably are. We probably are going to be replaced by AI. We probably are going to be replaced by synthetic life we create, and we're facilitating that with our reliance on technology. So he decides he's going to live off the grid in a cab that kill all the people that are involved with technology. A very twisted, distorted reaction to this thing that we're recognizing as being real in 2025, that we are experiencing AI on our phones now. We're constantly being monitored, we're constantly being surveilled. Your rights are getting very murky because all your data is being given away. Everybody knows everything about you. It's easy to influence people with algorithms and also with bots. It's being used for political discourse. It's being used for so many different things. Essentially, we don't want to think that cult's going to be half the country. But for sure, to be half the country, to be the whole country. If you live under Sharia law, it's the whole country. The whole country believes that women have to cover every part of their body except their eyeballs. This kind of thinking, we're very vulnerable to groupthink, and especially groupthink that's being like intentionally manipulated also. And and then being done with psychedelic drugs. Now, they did it during the Manson era because they were trying to stop the anti-war movement. So they were trying to play the hippies and all these people that were like, make love, not war. Like, we have to change the association with the general public has many people are joining up with that. And so what they did was they got the Manson's family and they go to these horrific crimes. Every time Charles Manson would get arrested, he would get let out of jail. He was violating the rule left and right, and the cops that arrested him were all being told when they were interviewed. They would say, "This is above my pay grade. They're telling these people that I have to let go." So they would be contacted by someone from the State Department or wherever and say, "Let them go."
I saw that somewhere in the documentary. I'm like, wow, one guy, it's never my bottom line is they did generally there wasn't that kind of in-depth take.
Yeah, unfortunately, the documentary is only about like 90 minutes.
It's very short.
Yeah,
And it draws a connection, but it doesn't move out its points. And I couldn't quite understand proof of it until
Tom O'Neill, the guy who wrote that book, he's been on the podcast before. He was my friend Greg Simmons' neighbor in New York, and he was writing this 20 plus years. So Greg was his friend when it was happening, like when he started. So what he was doing is he was writing an article. I think it was for Vanity Herald, but the article was on the anniversary of the Manson. And so it was supposed to be just like, hey, this is the anniversary, just write an article about the facts. So he starts going into the facts of the case. It's like, and so he starts investigating, and he can't investigate enough, and then he gets in trouble because like the deadline's passed, and then he gets a book deal, and the deadline passes on that. He's just completely obsessed with getting to the bottom of it, and absorbing more and more information and documenting it all. He's got enough for many books, and I believe he's writing another book right now. Yeah.
The huge irony. These drugs can, as we both know, these drugs can save lives.
Yeah.
And I was just talking to Callie Edinburgh, men or involved in the Texas Highway Initiative, and it's so fascinating.
Very different drug.
Okay, but what about psilocybin? Like when I talk to
yeah, LSD is very medicinal. No, not with that, but perhaps you could if you did it correctly. If you knew how to manipulate it, like John West was well versed in manipulation. I mean, this was the whole part of the CIA's program. And by the way, it's not just the CIA; it's other intelligence agencies. MI5 is doing it. The UK studies on psychedelics. You can see the videos of British troops on acid. They dosed up these British troops from the 1950s. Do you know that video? You know the video. We've played it before. But these guys are, just laughing, leaning up against trees, laughing. They gave them LSD.
to what end?
They want to find out what it does. They thought it was a truth serum. Turns out it's not. Like, well, what can it? And then so they use people to try to figure out what you've done with it. So this is 25 minutes. First defects the drug. 25 minutes later.
It's 2:50 a night. That's for I think it's like 4 people. There's a highly question. On your show, and the implications that are supposedly are not going to be effective. If you look at it, we're doing a hell of a lot of things. I'm sure over the big players. Yeah, that's the normal stuff they can do. One of the people that we do for October the Junior statue at the home statue at the airport. They're very probably on the things with red eyes that it is. So speaking of all the things so we're going to talk about men that use house. They describe for the legend and the belief that takes place, see about who's the scores level and things really get interesting.
Yeah, so this is one of the first experiments we did with LSD, and so
Would you be trying to spray the air over the opposition? I mean, otherwise, what?
well,
What
you
is
can
that?
supply, you can affect your water
So
supply.
using it against
Yeah.
your enemies.
Yeah, you could do that. Yeah. I mean, there was also some experiments that they ran. I think it was in St. Louis, where they were using a fan and they were spraying these aerosol spray to see what kind of effect this would have on people. Like our government, if you give them the license, right? I don't want to say our government. Let's just stop saying that. Let's just say human beings with unchecked power. Human beings with unchecked power that are they have comparatively. What are they trying to do? They're trying to figure out what this stuff does. What's the best way to do it? You try it out on soldiers. Like they've always done that with vaccines and a bunch of different experimental antigens. They dose them up with steroids and all sorts of different things to increase aggression. Methamphetamine was used during the war to get kamikazes and fly their planes to the boats. The Nazis did. Oh yeah.
I've seen that footage.
Yes, 1936. Oh, good. Yes, rocket.
They propped him up on that to the degree that he was able to subsequently convince Mussolini to jump in.
Yeah. Have you ever read this?
No.
It's Norman Ohler wrote this insane book on the misuse of drugs during the Third Reich and how it caused them to go through Poland in 3 days, and they stayed up for 3 fucking days on that. And they gave them most medical people that were driving the tanks because they were at the front. So it's like they gave different doses depending on what the job was. And they just messed up, ran through Poland. They caught these people just like in France, like their soldiers were given wine, so these people were like drunk, and then the Nazis came through and messed up and just fucking killed everybody.
I've heard that, I don't know if this is true or not. So I heard that similar things were given, forgive me for throwing this out there, total bullshit, but to Hamas on the F-47 be able to commit those kinds of atrocities.
I don't know.
I don't know either. I've heard it from the friends who are Israeli execution bullshit, but I would wonder if you have to commit those kinds of violent acts against another human being. I would imagine you have to be altered in some capacity. I can't fathom being able to. I don't know. I can't wrap my head around it.
It's okay to atrocities without kind of
Wow,
Really? Yeah, they do it. I mean, look at Vietnam. Look at the things that people did during Vietnam. I don't think they dosed them up in Vietnam. In Vietnam, people were taking heroin and smoking weed, and they were still doing that. It's people have a capacity to other people, but decide. You see it politically, in this country, like people demonize people on the right, demonize people on the left. It's just like it's a tribal thing that it's the echo of our past, because essentially when we were small tribes of 150 people and you got invaded by a neighboring tribe, you had to be able to commit extreme violence against the other. And you had to be able to think of them as not you, that's not the person, that's them. You have to be able to go after them.
I can understand that. Okay, right, fair.
Yeah, I get it.
So visceral and easy is that I don't bring cloud down. It's one thing to kill another human being, and I have to. This is how I survive. Whatever it is, we're fighting Nazis, and you don't have a choice. But to the heads, it's just the bad kind of stuff. I often ask. This is going to a very unplanned place, but I ask myself what I'm capable of if somebody what would I do?
I bet you can get extreme violence.
I think, a question was, I would be capable of it. I can't stand blood. I'm like, God, it would make me sick. It would horrify me. So like, how would I? This shit tortures me. I don't know. I can't sleep. How far removed am I from this mentality? Am I just a few catastrophes away from losing my mind and becoming a lunatic?
Well, that's the
Right. Yes, right.
zombies become inconsequential. Real problems.
Yes, that's so true. And I could do a hell of a lot of horrendous things. Like some of the torture methods. I had stomach for it.
Well, let's look at what they did during the Inquisition. You could say that was drugs. These were people that just decided they were going to torture people. And they had, they decided the other people. This is a really evil aspect of human nature.
Seriously, if we all had it, what is the antidote to that?
You have to have strong people that can defend you against people that want to do that. They have to have a strong ethical and moral foundation. They have to think that they're good guys and have a very strong ethical and moral foundation that doesn't allow them to compromise that.
It's definitely because when people fight dirty, it's such a massive disadvantage. Right. That then you can go, I don't lose if I don't make this sacrifice in how I'm behaving, how I'm tackling this.
Well, we like to think we're good guys, but the biggest thing that's ever been done to human beings that's horrific is the indiscriminate killing of civilians, hundreds of thousands.
The argument being that you drop it and the war ends. So it's the lesser of evils. Sacrifice how many hundreds of thousands, at most 8 million down the road, justified that you're utilizing that logic. Well, I committed this atrocity, but I saved more lives. That's the slippery slope that I think about often. Is you just the other day when hey, be careful you don't become a monster. So or you're fighting monsters. And sometimes it's that fighting fire conversation. You want to water. Pretty normal.
Sometimes
honestly, Joe, I hate to say it, sometimes
if you want to defeat evil, you have to defeat monster. Because if you don't defeat evil, you have to do horrific things, horrific people. You should kill them, right? Like if someone's invading and they're shooting guns at people and they're going to show up your beach and they pull up the boats and start gunning people down, you have to do the same stuff. You can't like bring out daisies. These guys, I make you these pop brownies. It's like, let's just chill.
I was supposed to know this at this too, and he's like, listen, you aren't willing to talk to the worst enemy, you have to fight them. It's when you're talking. And you see that all the time. You see, I see it in my own personal life. Like in all of my best intentions, my calmness and my most empathetic approach to something fails because you're just not dealing with somebody who is rational and well-intentioned. And if you broaden that out,
well, then imagine a language barrier. We have no idea what you're saying. And then their cultural beliefs that they die, that they're going to go to heaven. And then there's the wonder. So they're willing to do that. They're excited to die and to kill their victim. Because they believe that the real prize is not in this life, it's in the next life. We're very vulnerable. We're very vulnerable to this kind of thing. And I don't know why we're designed this way. I don't. It's a distortion probably of tribal survival and primate instincts. You see it when you watch Chimp Nation.
no, I was actually going to say animals don't have it, but then they were really. I mean, I know lions will kill another territorial, but the capacity for torture, I've never seen that in the animals. That kind of.
You always get
Yeah, I guess I have.
yeah, they torture us. They hold on to them. They go like, hey, motherfucker. And then they torture them and want to keep playing with them. Yeah, they have zero empathy. Cats are the worst. They have zero empathy. especially house cats, because they're well fed, right? So they're not doing it for food. They're just doing it because they have instincts to kill. Like these instincts are being they're being distorted, right? Because like the real instinct that they have to kill is so they can survive. But when they're fully fed, they don't turn those instincts off. You know, now they just have this kill drive that's never satiated. And, you know, cats are the perfect killer. They move so fast, so stealthy. They have it from the time they're kittens. You see them crawl up to each other very slowly, very scientific. Jump on each other.
I'm thinking about our cat actually.
Wow, yeah.
This big.
Yeah.
Honey, you're kissing some fucking iguana around the house. It was, yes.
No, they're not trying to kill it.
Yeah. He's having fun now that
I think some little murder that they live with.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yes.
That's what cats are, you know, and that's part of their essence. They are the cleanup crew. They're there to make sure the populations don't get out of control.
You bring up such a great point.
Also, numbers on cats, like domestic cats, what they kill every year.
Birds, I think they kill like
Billions of birds. Let's look at the numbers, because people, we've brought it up before, but it's kind of crazy. So it sort of illustrates this point. So this is like, yes, the B, like multiple. Oh, they don't have to. They don't like each cat. Feral cats are ruthless. House cats, feral cats, wild cats, any cat that's outside. Yeah, they instantly kill. Okay, here it is. Domestic cats are being caused of bird deaths in the United States. Estimated to kill 1.3 and 4 billion birds annually. This includes both pet cats and cats that roam outdoors and feral cats. American Bird Conservancy estimates that free range cats kill approximately 2.4 million. It's hard to know what the real numbers are, but it's high. But imagine how many birds are these cats did. Like, who's gonna kill them? Like, they fucking the sky would be filled with birds and go outside and shit everywhere.
You look back at the play, and they started killing all the cats because they were associated with creatures, and that's when the plague was kind of run more rampant because the cats were keeping that rat population down. Some rats caused.
Well, that's a coyote problem in California, right? Like people are like, oh, I hate coyotes. Right. Do you hate coyotes more than you hate rats? Because coyotes are the reason why rats are everywhere. You know, like where I used to live, like I shoot a lot of coyotes, but I don't see very many rats. That's the reason why. Like, wolves, which is what coyotes is. They're rat killers. And rabbit killers, everything else.
I mean, it's obvious that they're playing a role in this control. Yeah, exactly. But because everyone in California just thinks they ate my farmer. I don't see a problem. Yeah. And they probably did. I mean, it's a child.
Yeah. They but a mountain lion ate one of my dogs from North Colorado. Yeah, it's like like at least predators.
Well, let's see. You don't hold it against. As a child, I lost a dog to a coyote. Today, I don't like I'm coyotes. The dog was in the yard, and the coyote was in the yard, and off was the fucking coyote was in the yard.
Yeah, really, in the yard. I had a coyote kill a chicken in my yard. It had a 6-foot tall wrought iron fence
with the rollers on it.
Yeah, the coyote with the chicken in its mouth leaped to the top like a ballerina. Like it was so elegant the way I was really impressed with its athleticism. And as a person who like admires physical feats, I was like, that's very good. Wow! Chicken in its mouth. Leaped up on the top of the fence, got its paws on it, went over just so gracefully and so adept. It was really impressive.
Okay, fair. This is like I guess animals do have friends for cats in particular, but I do not think of it that way. That makes me feel a little better.
It's fucked up. But it's like that thing inside of them has been. It's there. You can't satisfy it with just food. They literally are the cleanup for nature. That's what they are in Africa. see them, they're looking for food and antelopes. They're looking for anybody who's old. They're looking for anybody who just can't run fast enough. And that's what they do. That's how they keep the populations down.
That's it.
You know, this is the reason why they reintroduced wolves in Colorado. This is the reason why they reintroduced wolves in Montana. The elk population is decreasing because the elk population is right. Wolves like dramatically drop the population down. And they even do surplus killing, where they'll kill a bunch of things where they can't eat, but just that they can't help themselves. They have the opportunity to kill, and so they do.
So why do we because I see the necessity for survival, but it can make yes, you get it. It can make you a bit nihilistic, and fighting for the home for the good is so much. My mom says that to me all the time. Because when I try to show some of the things don't you see? And this is rigged, and who's on the strings, and these are bad guys. She's like, I want to.
What's wrong with that?
You know, she's like, I want to see the good in people. Try to, Mr. Rogers, look at the helpers. You can fall into really becoming nihilistic about humanity when you witness these things and have this conversation. I try so hard not to go to head.
Well, we are primitive. We're primitive evolving species, and we're still traveling with these primate bodies. We're territorial primates with weapons, you know, and we're still trapped. The same instincts that got us to the dance, the same instincts that caused us to create walled cities, which, you know, allowed us to survive, and agriculture, which allowed us to develop surpluses, and then people wanted those surpluses, nomads, and they came in, the roving barbarians, Mongolian hordes. This is like all a part of our history, and this is the battle of good versus evil. And the battle of good versus evil, I think, this duality has to exist. I think you have to combat evil. You have to have evil to keep good in check, like to enhance good, to force people to really to rise and to innovate and figure out how to defeat evil. Without evil, without the idea of these evil wars, we never would have developed cities. We never would have gone through the Industrial Revolution. We wouldn't have developed cities if we were just roving, peaceful, nomadic, hunter-gatherers. Just we'd be insane.
I think it serves its purpose. I run all my colonial trauma. It's like, oh, the deep-rooted pain, more ability for empathy. I get all of it. And I guess that's
it's always like that. That's what causes people to strive to do better.
So
I think it was.
you're definitely one of those guys, which is why, bringing it back to the very beginning, I think that you're number one, but I also think
not too far.
everyone.
Well, you know, you have to have principles to live your life by, right? And be aware of the evil that you do your best to be good.
Yeah, and if you see the fight,
Without evil, like you have no desire. Like why be so beautiful? Why be wonderful? Why be kind? Why there's no contrast. There's nothing you're fighting against. This is unfortunately what motivates.
what makes you choose though? Okay, so another thing that I thought about is that evil never stops. Have you ever heard that good has to decide when it gets out of bed in the morning? You're on the freeway and someone's is broken down on the side of the freeway. It's like, are you late for something? Are you worried? There are a million things that will influence whether or not I stop that day. But a bad guy will always see an opportunity to go after that person. Evil works tirelessly, and good requires a sacrifice. You sacrifice yourself.
So the very next time, she arose from her bed, saying that she could not sleep, and every time she tried to sleep, it was just called Nancy Toad. Her mom, wanted to make her feel
You're talking the conversation. It's like, that's it. No more of this dark kids.
Is it back now? Oh, yeah. That's weird. I didn't touch it. Okay,
This is so
evil's trying to stop me from saying. Well, what I'm saying is more good there is evil. Yeah, I think unfortunately you co-op people because good people become evil when they experience so much evil that they have to become, from a monster.
Yeah.
Fight against monsters.
I'm seeing it even in the health space. I sometimes I'll frig, I'm dealing with the FDA stuff right now. I was talking this morning. He's talking about trying to compound peptides, and there's a war on peptides, and there's a war on stem cells. And of course, it's the cutting edge of medicine. But he's describing what they're going up against in times, and it's evil. Why would you want to prevent these life-saving treatments?
That's the perfect.
Yeah.
That's money. And if money is the devil, that's a perfect example. Because the pharmaceutical
That's my
you, though. The problem is corporations. I'm sure you see corporations like a right? Because corporations don't have humanity. And when you have a corporation, which I don't know how we can not have a corporation, what's the solution there? But corporations have an obligation to the shareholder.
Yeah.
And sometimes you have to do fucked up things in order to make more money. That's when you're in the business of drugs. Like that's like if you're in the business of making movies, what fucked up things can you do to make more movies and make movies that more people can see? Really nothing. It's like you just have to make them resonate with people. But if you're selling drugs, well, boy, you can influence people. You can lie about studies, have your scientists perform studies, and then throw out all the studies that don't jive with whatever you're trying to sell. And then you compromise all these politicians and get them to repeat your narratives.
That should be illegal.
Oh, yeah.
That should be illegal. You should be able to get rid of
Politicians are not. So how do you get out?
You got to reform campaign finance. Do you remember many years ago? I think it was John Edwards who was running on that many years ago. But as a kid, I didn't fully understand what that meant. As an adult, no one's ever brought that kind of money.
You gotta say that you can't advertise. That's number one. Because not only is it not advertising is not really the problem, it's part of the problem. The real problem is when they advertise and how it needs to now, the media will criticize that. They're responsible for an enormous percentage of your
70% of the issue. I had this conversation recently. The issue is going to be freedom of speech.
But that's not a person. Because you can still do it on social media. You can still get your own podcast advisor.
That's the angle they're going to take. I mean,
right, but you can't advertise for cigarettes on television. Why? Because you're inside
kids,
cigarettes.
I think it's kids. I've heard this conversation, and I'm trying to remember who one of the researchers was. But Callie was there, Mark Hyman was there, and they were having this exact conversation. And one of the people on the other side is suggesting that they've already gamed this out, and that's the way that they're going to go.
Yeah, well, ironically, it's self-sabotage for the media itself. Because no one takes it seriously, or because they don't do that. Because they don't criticize pharmaceutical drug companies. They don't talk about vaccine side effects. They don't talk about pharmaceutical drug side effects. They don't.
They make me look like an insane man, too. I was on CNN talking about Ozempic one time, and they said, just did that. Oh, the drugs! Yeah, I was like, whoa! They're like, we give people statins, we give people blood pressure medication.
Look at the fucking data on stats.
I was initiating a conversation, and I was called anti-science. And I didn't understand that on the show with it, never again invited, of course, on CNN.
Because they're specialized. It's not really news. It's only the news that they feel compelled to talk about. They're financial. But the problem is, like, look at the ratings on CNN. They're fucking collapsing. And they're in a spiral. Well, because no one is the public trust in the road because of their own more money.
There's a lot of opportunity where I wanted me to compete against her. And everyone loves the idea, but the top concern is what it really means and then it would be a catastrophe. So the ad sales department is like, I don't know what to do. We can't call it Jillian versus, we can't call it that. What are we going to call it? I don't know how we're going to position it. Because we don't need to bash it. Let me just do my job. Let's see what happens. They're eating for it. God forbid I was able to do it naturally.
Do you think there's an argument for GLP-1 drugs, though, for people who are morbidly obese? I kind of do.
Okay, so here's where I've gotten to on all medications largely. It's a cost-benefit analysis. So if you run morbidly obese, and already had atherosclerosis and type 2 diabetes and chronic kidney disease, and you said you've tried everything, they're at death's door, and this is arguably the last step. Well, in that case, downsize for far less than not trying. So in that instance, risk my home for sure. But if you gave me my way, I would prefer to look at other medications like ibogaine and psilocybin due to the psychological component, the addictive component. One treatment doesn't go on forever, and then exercise and do work. What's stopping them from engaging in those habits consistently is all the stuff we talked about at the beginning, psychological or physical addiction. So no one's ever tried it though. So there's no way to actually know, and you can't. It's almost impossible to do research on it, which is again why the Texas Academy Initiative is important. Because if you begin this kind of research, although it is in veterans and addiction and so on, but would that be the first step? And when I've asked the people in the space, like Matt Shepard, for example, who is at Shepard Pratt, and one of the guys, the foremost experts on psilocybin and treating addiction, he's like, yeah, theoretically, we're great. Theoretically. So for me, it's not all the way to this place that I have a choice. It's like saying, Jill, if someone had stage 4 cancer, you should chemo. I mean, I guess so. But I'd like to, if there was an alternative way forward, or we could prevent it to begin with, that would be ideal. So if you twist my arm to that point, and if there's something to be said for, again, what Brigham is doing, at least to well, which is why being able to compound the GLP-1 drugs and hydrate dose. So when people argue with me on this matter, they'll suggest that a titrated dose, a lesser amount of these drugs can be effective with significantly less side effects. When they're trying to block that, they explore it.
It's all weird because I think the problem also is competition, right? If I begin becomes ubiquitous, and the real issue becomes how much does that compete with the pharmaceutical drug market's value? How much does that decrease their ability to profit? And it's probably significant.
I mean, it antidepressants alone, but that's significant. If one treatment could have the impact on obesity that it does on addiction, I do want to reduce topical drug.
But here's the thing: if they do allow the use of ibogaine, and then also allow the use of psilocybin, more people start taking it. More people are not going to buy whatever the pharmaceutical drug companies are selling, and they'll just naturally sort of deteriorate. You're always going to have losers. You're always going to have people who just want to, what do I take? I'll take it. There's always going to be people like that. You know, you can, those people are there to give you a lesson without you having to fall prey to the falling that they have fallen prey to. I think that's the same with a lot of addictions. Particularly gambling addiction. You know, I'm in games all the time. I don't gamble. I play blackjack for fun. But it's like $2 here.
Right.
I don't get it. But I see it. I see that craze looking at it. I think gambling addiction is one of the weird ones. I've been around it a good portion of my life. And it's the sweaty fucking faces, this need to gamble is nuts. And that's another part of the human reward system that's been hijacked.
Reward.
It's great.
When you push the button, it comes out. So the ones that get the intermittent rewards sit there and push that damn button until they collapse with exhaustion. The ones that push for a little while, get nothing, give up. The ones that push until they get food every time, get fallen off.
Logic is the same thing. Yeah, we're weird creatures. Yeah, it's all our survival instincts get hijacked.
If you gave that an alternative path when they are ready, when the horse is ready to train,
Yes. Well, that's the thing. That freedom of the use of these alternative methods. So I think naturally, those would overcome. They would succeed. I think you'd still probably have gambling addicts. You probably have people that want to take all the pharmaceutical drugs, like whatever the doctor will prescribe. But it would be less and less. And they don't want that, which is why you're seeing the pushback. You have to get peptides and all these different things. It's because they're concerned that if you give people a bunch of things that are going to make them healthy, they're not going to take as many pharmaceutical drugs.
Which is why there's no model for prevention in healthcare. It's not profitable at all. It's ridiculous. There's a peptide called cerebralizing that they give to stroke patients in other parts of the developed world that can have a massive impact as well on cognitive function. It can be neuroprotective. You can buy it here. Literally, I had to find it in Austria. Ship into the country and recommend and Dr. Rothschild. I was like, now what do I do with this? Recommend to walk me through how to use it on FaceTime. It's ridiculous. It is insane. And
Use stroke drug. But I actually just sent my friend Mitch, as our friend Keith Robinson, our number, but he suffered from a stroke. And there's some new drug that I'll send this to Jamie. These UCLA scientists have developed, no, you got it right. They developed first drug rehabilitation to repair brain damage. The drug replicated the recovery of movement control produced by rebounding rest. Yeah, this is March 18th. New study by UCLA Health discovered what researchers say is the first drug to fully reproduce the effects of physical stroke rehabilitation in model mice following from human studies. Yeah, so which is wonderful. So this is the benefit of pharmaceutical drugs. And there are some pharmaceutical drugs that are wonderful. The goal is to have medicine that stroke patients take that reduces the effects of rehabilitation. Dr. S. Thomas Carmichael, the study's lead author, professor, and chair of UCLA Neurology, rehabilitation after stroke is limited in its actual effects because most patients cannot sustain the rehab intensity needed for stroke recovery. Further, stroke recovery is not like most other fields of medicine where drugs are available to treat disease such as cardiology, infectious disease, or cancer. Carmichael said rehabilitation is a physical medicine approach that's been around for decades and used to rehabilitation is the era of molecular medicine. And this is why you don't want to throw the baby out with the bathwater.
always look at that. Everybody's in huge shape.
Yeah, there's drugs that pharmaceutical drug companies make that help people and heal them and fix them and save their lives. You know,
It's like,
but you have to go through that. Just like you have to, keep your kids from eating all the sugar. Yeah.
and they just got a whooping cough. And Joe, I literally thought I was going to die. I ended up at week 7. I called my internist and I was like, "Please, you need to go to the hospital. This is insane. I think I'm going to die." And they hit me with the horns. And the long story short is, getting vaccinated for the my the vaccination register is only I don't remember the last time I got it. My wife is vaccinated, the kids are vaccinated for it, my mom is vaccinated for it. Everybody in my circle is vaccinated for it. I strongly recommend getting your D-type vaccine. Whooping cough. It is a horrible state. So for example, at one point, I don't want the COVID vaccine. I don't want the COVID vaccine, and I don't want it. But I'm going to personally, I would, if I known I was behind on that booster, everything has a cost-benefit analysis. Everything is dose is what makes the poison. Everything is like the curve, and approaching it nuance is really the only intelligent way forward to make best decisions for yourself. You need the right information to
Right.
do that.
We need to have actual access to data, and this is a real problem that we have in the last few decades because we just revolved more between the FDA and pharmaceutical drug companies. So I think it's like 7 out of 8 heads of the FDA went on to work for pharmaceutical drug companies.
100%.
So you develop these relationships with these pharmaceutical drug companies where you're like, they're funding studies, they're funding all this, and then you leave, and then you go to work for them, and you get a nice cushy job. So you kind of like,
I can make it worse. When I was at the Senate testimony, I can't remember how much that was, but Calvin had us meeting with different senators and they came up to me, of course, about that. So much worse than that. And I was like, elaborate, what do you mean it's so much worse than that? He said essentially they developed it, have stock in the thing, go to work at the FDA, approve your drug. There's another step. Illegal.
yeah, we want to talk about conflict of interest. It's the biggest conflict ever, and you're dealing with billions.
I was working on a book, or had been working on a book, where it looks at each and every moment that takes place in intentions, and where the hell is paid for the intentions, and how each and every one was co-opted through big pharma to wreck complete destruction. And that's what you say.
That's what you say, and you're going to keep saying that nothing has changed. That's what's encouraging about this administration. So the thing that I was most excited about was Bob Kennedy. When Bobby Kennedy united with Trump, I was like, okay, man. Because like if he can get in there, you can see real change that's going to affect the way our lives are forever. It's going to change things. It's going to give people a real understanding of what's going on behind the scenes, why you've been lied to, why all these drugs are everywhere, why you're seeing poor health outcomes, why we're the richest nation in the world, but also the saddest. You know, why, and across the board, education, we're the richest nation in the world, we have terrible education scores. Like, why? Why, since we developed the Department of Education, have our scores plummeted? Like, what is that? And again, go to hell.
100%. I was speaking for Kelly, and it's like, don't pull punches. Yeah, I want to be diplomatic, but I'm finding myself defending Kennedy. I don't work for this administration. I have no personal affiliation. It's just right and wrong. There's a huge problem that needs to be addressed, and this administration wants to address it. I mean, we're seeing opposition flood the zone with this hysteria. Crazy. It's constant. Taking people off these. I actually did an interview on News Nation where the host was like, "Well, he promised results on autism by September. And that's unrealistic." And I was like, "Who gives a fuck if it's unrealistic? Aren't you glad we're looking at it? It's genetic. Do you really believe that?"
Without doing decades of research themselves.
I can't. I do.
You know, California it's now seeing number like 112 boys.
It's higher in California, obviously, than anywhere else in the country. And boys in particular are good. The reality is that we don't know.
Well, they also think that one of the reasons why it's boys over girls is like in girls is like less obvious. It's less diagnosed.
That's
I've seen that. I'm not sure if that's true either. Because that's the argument also. It's like, oh, autism is always it just hasn't been diagnosed correctly.
That was the Mind Institute in UC Davis was like, no, it's bullshit. It was one in
Yeah, people don't want to admit that so they will defend it to the death. Just like people who are trans don't want to admit that these are chemical castration drugs. They don't want to admit it. They don't want to admit that they possibly contributed to mental disease, to mental health disease, to anxiety, and depression, and suicide. No. Would you rather have a lying boy or a dead girl?
Right. Exactly. It's a closed system, and what I mean by that is even if I did think, you're right. Autism is genetic. What about the rise in early onset cancer diagnosis, the rise in obesity, the steady increase of infertility year after year after year? We went from adult onset diabetes to type 2 diabetes. Children have type 2 diabetes now. It's come on. California bullshit. People are not stupid. They're not. You can capture them to a point. But when the evidence is overwhelming, and the resistance is mind-blowing to this guy every day. Oh, well, now he fired the guy that's tracking gonorrhea. Oh, you know what? I mean, where the condoms? For God's sake. They didn't even that worry. Hopefully, that guy will get his job back. But at the end of the day, he's also tackling the grass rule and trying to get to the bottom of autism and getting poison out of baby formula and removing soda from snacks. It's just like, where is the perspective for the general public to read through the media bullshit?
Well, the problem is it's not driving. When you have us versus them thing going on, which is what we do here in this country. You know, like I keep seeing like people online saying in these dark times,
Yes.
these times are dark. Like, what is happening? You know it's dark. Yeah, if you're living in Gaza, it's pretty fucking dark. If you're living in Ukraine, it's pretty dark. But, like here, things got dark. Like they're talking this totalitarian regime. Like, okay, what's totalitarian? They're cutting fraud and waste. Like, have you paid attention to the fraud and waste? Have you paid attention to the fact they spent $250 million on transgender animal studies? Like, where's your fucking money going? You're not concerned with this unchecked spending that this government has been able to do for decade upon decade, and millions of NGOs. Do you know there's an NGO in India for 600 people?
That's not. I haven't watched the CIA much. I've watched that episode with my friends. It's kind of
3 million NGOs in India. There's an NGO in India for every 600 people.
You see in a lot of those.
And this is why we're $36 trillion in debt. Those numbers are nuts.
Can I yeah.
It's interesting.
Well, definitely.
You know what?
You can prove that this is also the problem with charities. This is the dark truth of charities. Is that most charities, the money goes to bureaucracy. A huge percentage goes to overhead. And in fact, most charities, the vast majority of the money never gets to the charities.
Where's the money? And problems worse. Yeah, exactly. That's exactly what it was spent on.
It's probably fraud and waste.
It's both.
And it's also, well, my friend Kobe on the War, he brought this up, and I was never aware of it. He said he went to San Francisco and he saw the rampant, he's a lawyer, so he went to San Francisco and he saw all this homelessness. It's like, what's the problem? There's not enough funding. And a guy over there going, no, you don't understand. It's the opposite. There's a business. So these people that are working in the homeless, whatever the organization, they're making $250 million a year.
I don't think so. Anna's very to talk about this, but she can elaborate on this subject about the point that literally want to forcibly remove gender music from home. It is staggering in some of them.
You're doing a good job. Just imagine if they weren't there.
I know. You see the entire well, it's a conversation actually. I was talking to Cole and telling him that Japanese people told him the reason homelessness was not addiction and mental illness, it was women and children. And there's a loophole. A friend of mine who's a reporter at the New York Times. Because she's like, why did you push back on that? Because he's right. She's, no. It's women and children. Getting to the bottom of it. And the way that he was able to form that narrative is that homeless is a person without a stable address, and that's women and children, but unsheltered is what we consider homeless. Going the streets, tent camps, and argue that is low.
So what's the definition?
Okay, so Newsom was saying to Corolla, you're so insensitive. the face of the children saying that that's what I'm trying to say. Like, we don't need to tackle addiction and we don't need to tackle mental illness because this is about the underprivileged individual females, kids. This isn't facing homelessness. This is bad. It is addicts and mental illness. And I ended up then in a debate with this journalist who's lovely, and she's like, well, the statistics say that homelessness is in fact in children. I challenged her and sent her to San Francisco, wherever they're looking for. And she ended up coming back to me after doing homework, and there is a distinction between homeless and unsheltered. So homeless are people with unstable presence, and that is with the children. But I totally in temporary. I couldn't quite extrapolate what worse. I guess it's like in temporary housing or in an apartment somewhere with unsheltered people on the street. If you and I would go homeless, like in a tent camp outside on the sidewalk, with unsheltered. That's what he's doing. That's what I'm trying to get at. Yes. I'm sorry. We cannot stand there. Well, if you see these, I can't stand them.
You see clearly you're dealing with drug addiction.
Don't believe what you see with your own eyes. That's the game across the board. Don't believe your common sense. Common sense would dictate all the things we talked about. Autism is increasing. You shouldn't give sex. You shouldn't sterilize small girls. But don't believe any of that. Don't believe that people who are homeless need help psychologically. Some way to treat the addiction. Obviously, there are more intelligent people like Schellenberger that have a plan for this, despite the fact that they didn't get into the governor's office. Which is a shame. Jennifer, but what the hell is doing now? And manipulations of facts all the time. And this is where, if I can have one thing, it's teaching people how to defer back. It's crazy.
Common sense is not a common, right?
No.
There's also people are tired because they have a poor diet and they're not getting well. And so they don't have the time to think about this stuff. They don't have the mental energy to like research these things, and they're overwhelmed with some debt. And maybe like relationship problems. There's so many problems that people have already to get them to look at external issues that maybe don't affect them personally on a day-to-day basis. It's very difficult to get people to focus on that. So then they vote with what they think is like their virtue. No matter who, we vote Democrat, no matter what. Like, that's not helping. And then when you abandon it and leave, you're called a traitor. You're a traitor to the party. You must do that a lot.
The final decided it doesn't matter anymore. So I was, it's interesting. Back in the day when my friends referred to me in this capacity, she'd say, you're like, the fat person's Jesus. This is the Lord's. Oh, Jillian Michaels doesn't judge, and she's open arms, and she's trying to help. The very same person, the very same belief system, the very same strategies in dealing with the problem. Science. And it just was true. It's tough to call me a transphobe because I fall under that acronym umbrella. Despite the fact that gay is different, very different than trans. I've never really understood the acronym either. It completely. But you can't say, go ahead. I'm a homophobe. Come at me, bro. It's tough to like, you can try. I haven't been hit with a racist card, although I'm waiting for it. I don't know, maybe because my kid is Asian, she gives me a pass. I have no idea. But you can get certain protections. So we can consider a card-carrying member of the club. But I got hit with everything outside of that. Transphobe, not ish, fat shamer, and anti-science, and ableist, and privileged, and all that
Yeah, but all that stuff is the problem is you keep calling people, you call everyone a racist. Like this media, you cry wolf so many times, but don't listen to anymore. Like a real racist is horrific. You see run into a real racist, like, oh my god, that's horrific. But if you just call everyone a racist and you go math is racist, like okay, math's racist. I thought peanut butter and jelly sandwiches were racist. I've seen that. Okay. And exercise is racist.
Oh, you see that? All right. Yes. All right, MSNBC. All right, I like that. I like that one a lot. I will tell you though, I don't think that it is as much power as I had hoped, and I reference Elon Musk and his lives. I know a lot of people that think he's an anti-Semite. Sure about that.
Well, at least they're not more than just
And these are
yeah, and here's the irony: he's on the spectrum. So this thing, we didn't even realize he was doing it. My heart goes out to you.
But Joe, what about the video, the montage of all the liberals, including AOC, engaging in the same signals? Yes.
It's like a stage show you have to stop doing.
But that's
You gotta do it like this. You gotta have two hands, touch your heart, and then.
I'm not doing it.
When I was getting in trouble on CNN during the vaccine days, the COVID days, they would use a photograph of me from the UFC weigh-ins. Because when I go to the UFC weigh-ins, I say, "Welcome to the weigh-ins, everybody." So they have this photo of me from the side. With like, this is the one they use all the time.
People buy that shit and they are still buying it, and that scares me. I'm in an argument on this morning. This is raised my voice a little bit. I was like, well, I don't know. I don't think it's anti-Semitic. Number one, he's friends with Jews. Number two, he hires Jews. And number three, he doesn't kill any Jews. And they were
So the necklace around his neck is given to one of the mothers of the hostages.
I remember him going through October 7th and talking about the videos we'd seen. But the guy was like, oh, that's your benchmark. He doesn't kill Jews. And I was like, no, that's yours. You're the one comparing him to Hitler, who killed 6 million Jews. If you're going to draw that comparison, 0, 6 million, just shut the fuck up.
It's all dumb. But it's all a trick. Because what they're really doing is going after him because he's trying to go after the USA. And so
I see
that's
that.
much fun.
What can I tell you? I cannot.
I have friends that have to argue about it with.
Exactly.
Yeah.
That's when I tell you. I don't know that it's actually losing its power.
It is. It's just not losing its power with really fucking dumb people. And you're going to have a certain percentage of really fucking dumb people. And they're either going to have to catch up or we're going to have to overwhelm them with a lot of logic. And that takes time. And it takes a lot of these kind of conversations to get out there, that be clipped. And maybe you and I said something here that will be taken out of context and used against you. It's always good. But that's my favorite. Just take like a snippet of it. See, told you, she's a this. She's a that. This is reductionist thing where they try to define you by a string of words. Forget about your whole life.
That's a candle sentence.
Yes.
Oh, she's disgusting anti-Semitic. So I listened to her. I listened to her answer all that stuff on the show. And then I listened to her with Rabbi. And everything she said, I checked it all and watched it in context. And then I actually sat with her and I was like, all right, I know this.
I like Candace a lot, but Candace says a lot of wild shit.
She does.
Not accurate. Like what she thinks that is what she thinks.
I get it. I get it.
It is like self-inflicted. That's a self-inflicted word.
But you think that are you a Holocaust? No, I'm not a Holocaust denier, and still she's a Holocaust denier.
Well, that's my friend Daryl, who was on my podcast, because he said hyperbolically that Winston Churchill was one of the main villains of World War II because he started blockades and forced Hitler into action, starved the German people. It's like what he said was really unfortunate the way he said it, but he was trying to say that Winston Churchill did some things that if he hadn't done them, he would have been too much about the way it went. The problem is when you say that, it gets taken out of context. People say, oh, he's a Holocaust denier and a Nazi sympathizer. But then you listen to his podcast, he's got this, like, it's like 30 hours called Fear of Loathing in Jerusalem. And it's the most gut-wrenching tale of the persecution of Jews in Eastern Europe. Just the beginning of it. I tell everybody, just listen to the first 40 minutes of it. It's so heartbreaking. That's not words of a homophobe or, excuse me, of an anti-Semite. Say those things.
I have a reductionist. If you're inclined to let's say that was his argument, and that Hitler wasn't bad, he was church. Then there's no hope for you. This gatekeeping of information.
The asshole or an idiot. He's being called an asshole and an idiot, but people don't consume his work.
Of course, I'm saying worst case scenario, because I see this information, and God forbid you fact check everybody on everything, which has been something that I've gotten rid of as you nodded your head and you said I see your point. Sometimes I see their point, and sometimes I don't know, and I can't fact check everything, and I'll talk to somebody else who has a different opinion. But people can think for themselves as well.
There's a lot of bad faith actors out there, and there's a lot of people that do that. This taking people out of context and trying to use this reductionist perspective and label people with these pejoratives that are inescapable. Like you think the racist, homophobe, anti-Semite, all those are inescapable. But once you get hit with those, that's your sticker on your forehead for the rest of your life. And that's what they're trying to do here, because they're trying to silence you, and because they want to win. This is a real problem with human beings when it comes to ideas. It's that, like, if I believe something and you believe something differently, I don't want to listen to you. I want to beat you, right? I want to overwhelm you with talk. I want to pierce organ you into submission. I want to yell at you, not pierce the human with the show. I want to yell at them, and you want to win. You want to dunk on them. And this is why I don't engage with people on social media. I just think it's the worst way to communicate. And when I see people doing it, I genuinely feel bad for them, because I think they're mentally ill. People are dumping on people constantly on social media. Like, well, that's a sign of mental illness. Like, there's something wrong with you, but you don't realize that yet. Like, this shit's been around for 20 years now, and you're still engaging in that kind of behavior on social media. It's just stupid.
It's
seriously.
I get enough attention, so I don't need to, like, reach out and try to do more, which is like, well, by the way, that's what you're supposed to do. You get a lot of attention. You're supposed to rise above, with great power, great responsibility. You're supposed to try to be nice to them. That's like one of my core tenets of life. Be as nice as possible. And here's the shocker. I find people are nice to me almost entirely. Like, very rare are people not nice. They're nice to everybody. So if you're nice to everybody, guess what? People are nice to you. And even people I disagree with, fundamentally.
That's exactly what you're trying to say. Like one of the conversations that I've referred to a couple times is the one I had with Matt Walsh. I don't think the whole universe we're going to change Matt Walsh's mind about gay marriage. But at least I want to understand them. And I also am hoping that some people who are in the middle of this argument would be opinions that might go my way. And it was, I cannot remember if this was a TED Talk or where this information or this story was put out in the world, but it was the story of a black man who ended up befriending a woman and ended up. Is that the story? Oh my God, the story! Oh my God! And the guy's like Godfather, the guy's kids.
Not just one. No, he's got more than 100 of these KKK guys to give him their robes. Yeah, and convert and change them over just by love. Just with love.
No, yeah. In those conversations, that's what.
Yeah, well, Daryl's a really amazing person. He's a very shining example of what's possible. When you just show people, like, he's like, man, you're different than all the others. It's like, actually, I'm just a human. I just have one melody that's gay. And you are, unfortunately, you've been trapped by an ideology. You have other people simply by their looks. And you have a learned this lesson that was taught by Dr. King in the 1960s. Judge a man by the content of his character.
It must have been your show actually where you heard it. It changed the way that I approach I listen with an intent to hear and an intent to understand, and I can expose people to the things they're uncomfortable with in a way where we find common ground. I may not change their mind, but at least you're at least you're
But it takes much time. You know, it's like Indiana Jones, where the guy starts rolling up and just pulls the gun out and just shoots him. Like, it's like, I just want to shut the fuck up. You know, and that's what a lot of people like, especially today. It's like, everybody wants to take Ozempic, one quick fix. I don't want to work out for fucking 6 years to lose 50 pounds. No, I just lose 50 pounds in a month. You know, and this is the quick fix thing of today's society. And when you're offered this pill that makes you smarter instead of reading books, like, yeah, I'll take that pill. You know, like, this is the argument that I've said to people. They always talk about, you know, I don't have to exercise. Like, I'm not interested in my body. You know, just give me a pill, and that pill make you fit, healthy, and muscular. You wouldn't take that pill? Why would you not want a body that works way better?
Your sex life will get better, all of those things.
Of course you take it.
That's a defense mechanism, though.
Right.
It's a fear that they would be incapable of following one to defend against it. It's the same shit with people that are overweight. Like, I don't care. Or they make fun of their weight and they get a funny fat guy.
Oh, I have a lot of friends like that. A lot of people. This
guy, I went to give talk last night. He was humans up first. And he was 412 pounds, and the guy's name, they obviously do. That was so worse. Dying inside.
It's like, boy, the road becoming healthy is hundreds of pounds a day. That's so daunting. Especially when you have the pull of addiction.
That's the thing.
And then you get intuitively.
Oh my God, which is impossible, by the way.
Right.
Because the food is designed to override. You're so tired.
Only pizza.
All the ultra processed foods is designed to override your body's signaling of satiety. It's fucking impossible. And then you cook that with the psychological vulnerabilities, and it's a powder cake.
You sound like an Afro.
Exactly. Oh my God, I'm that's the dragon believer. Oh, I got the sticker, by the way. In my suitcase. Fuck yeah.
It's weird, but the only way out is conversation. The only way out is to educate people or enlighten people or expose people to other ideas. Like, you're not really going to educate them. You'll expose them to other ideas. And I think over time, good ideas will fit. It's just, it's been so many years of bad ideas. And it's so indoctrinating. It's so difficult. And also, it's your identity. Your identity is whatever it is. Whether you're Matt Walsh or whether you're a 420-pound trans person. Like, your identity is like embedded in whatever you think of yourself as being. It's very difficult to take wisdom from someone who you think of as the enemy.
And breaking that identity, in particular when it works against someone. So one of the things that you can
That's true.
and so one of the ways that I used to utilize fitness was to give them an experience that they could get. So all of a sudden, that big funny fat guy just ran that mile without stopping. Or just didn't push up on the hand machine, just did 10 pull-ups in a row, or even 2. But once they look at their achievements, I didn't know this before this, and then you you shatter that prison of limitation of infinity of possibility.
You also have to find a tribe. You have to surround yourself with other people who try to prove themselves. So other people around you are trying to prove themselves, then it will encourage you to be part of that group. You all do it together, and then help each other if you fall off the wagon, and pick each other up, and like reinforce positive behavior.
Back in the day, I get so caught up in fights about diets and not diets and not workouts. And as I've matured, or like matured, I don't even engage in that shit anymore. It really doesn't matter what workout you're doing. If you're doing it with a qualified professional, or if people are showing up for CrossFit because they love CrossFit, they love the community, because they're showing up for Pilates because they love the community and they're showing up for it, as long as they're showing up for something. And if the person who's teaching a great CrossFit coach matters. There's a big difference between you needing to exist and getting into the best shape of your life. So I would simply say, look for a qualified expert. But you know, I'm beyond the what's the best diet, what's the best food. As long as you're in a positive environment that's going to show up for it day after day after day, something's better than nothing. It matters. Yes. And
That's what people love about CrossFit. The whole community.
absolutely.
They go working out together. I saw that about yoga class.
Yes.
Go to a bunch of people. I have them all. You know, but you don't talk until after it's over. You're really discouraged talking before, but you're all sweating together. You're going through it together. There's no other way. And then you get out the other way. You're like, wow, I wouldn't have done that by myself. I would have quit for like 40 minutes. So I did the whole 90 minutes. Now I feel better. And then the rest of the day is easy.
That's why the community is such an integral part of training addiction. Because you have that's important to keep you accountable to show up, part of something and see it before you work against you.
Yeah. It's also a favorite part for you, unfortunately.
I know.
He doesn't believe that you have to.
How do we tip things over to the right side of it?
And to make your side kinder and more empathetic and also more affable.
Yes, you're right. The rewards have to be there and admirable as you want.
Yeah, you have to like wish you had those characteristics, but why don't I? Maybe I can. You know, and just also realize you're not 16 degrees. Okay, if you were a fat alcoholic gambling addict, you don't have to stay that way forever. Just you don't have to. You're not that. You're a human being. You are trapped with behavior and ideas that were not self-serving. You're not good for people around you. Probably stole things to feed your addictions, and you feel terrible self-worth, terrible self-image. But that's not you. That's who you have been. You are who you are right now. So you choose right now to be positive here on out. And you're going to have some mistakes. You fuck up along the way and find a group. This is why Alcoholics Anonymous is so fucking important. You get around these people and you all agree. They're all like, you have sponsors, help each other. This is the whole idea. We are not solitary individuals. We're just not. We are a collective organism experiencing itself in individual ways.
I sometimes go working out more often.
Well, because that's just in the news, and that's also what's in your algorithm. You know, that's why yeah, I feel so much better. I've been on social media like almost entirely for like a few really weaned off about 2 weeks ago. I really followed my wife's footsteps. It's like she just got off, and she's like, I feel so much better. That's crazy. And so I'm like, let me try. So I tried it for a day. I was like, wow, I feel so much better after this day. And then I tried a couple of days, and then I'm like, oh, it's great. Like there's, you know, Sugar Sean O'Malley, UFC champion. He said, because I get a low level anxiety when I'm scrolling through social media. I'm like, right, what is that? Like, what is that? That shit's real. It's also you realize like you're just distracting yourself from stupidity. But when you don't do that, mind feels better. It really does feel better. So I will occasionally, like on the toilet, I'll like scroll through Twitter, find out what's ever that at, and then I'll put it away. You know, and then sometimes I'll go days without looking at it at all. And then sometimes like, hey, like I got a text they'll be like, hey man, are you okay? Like, oh what? They're like, oh, people are mad at you on Twitter. I'm like, that's not the real world, bro. You know what they're mad at. No, don't. Like a friend of mine sent me something, and people were like, don't send me that shit. I'm not looking at it. I don't care.
Are you forged to fire? For fuck's sake, what are they going to say to you at this point that you're giving it a
Well, this is not me, it's them. They think that I'm upset at this thing. They would be upset at this thing because they don't get attacked. Right? So, like, my sister used to say, like, don't say that shit. Yeah, I don't.
My wife used to do that for a while. She worried and want me to like temper my behavior.
Right.
My business partner would stay in the pocket here on the fitness stuff. But I found that the more I lean into that, it didn't matter how many attacks would come my way because it resonated with the people that got it. And that ended up working better for me personally and professionally. But you're right, is their concern how big people call them those things or came for them with the pitchforks.
And by the way, the worst thing you do is like that. It's real great. The worst thing you do is like interact. It does protect. But that's everyone's instinct. Everyone's instinct is go all tell you what I should
Yeah, it's ridiculous. The only time I find myself doing that those days when I'm going to stuff is when my son will challenge me on something, and then my mother is like, we're debating something. She's you're really eating this one with our yeah, okay. And instead of fuck,
you do, but also you can't control what people think.
It's not good.
You do. That's all you have. And so what happens with haters is they challenge you to become more undeniable. So that's good. That's what your job is. All the losers of the world challenge you.
They really do. I've learned how, especially in the health space, when I would be active in a conversation about nutrition, what have you, you learn how to avoid yourself in that conversation.
Right.
You leave it open.
Fight so hard to keep their bad habits.
It is insane.
Yeah.
And there's training in every industry, which bums me out. I'm not telling you.
That's an attention thing, right? They're upset that you're getting the attention that they think they deserve, but she doesn't even know what she's talking about. Like, see a lot of that.
You do, and I hate it. And it's super disappointing because you can share ideas and we can, as society, go along and grow to grow and what have you. But the real enemy is another freaking doctor or another PhD. And we've seen who the real enemy is. And it's big pharma when it's got bad intentions, or big food with bad intentions, or big ag. It's not going to be the guy who has a different opinion of cholesterol.
It's not even that. It's just that guy with a different opinion of cholesterol is getting a lot of attention. And then there's people comparing them. And they're comparing yourself to that person. Why don't I get this attention? And the way to get the attention is to dump on that person to say awful things.
Yeah.
Let people don't go to you. And now your life is not okay. Good job.
When they do, I like to sit down and see if there's truth there, like you said. You know, I've not been immune to some blamed or assault. And you know what? I sat down and I was listening. Things you're going after me on are not from me. It's from this PhD, that PhD, this PhD, and the American Medical Association. And had them on my podcast, and by the time we were done, you won me over. I think you're right, and I'm changing my position on this. Sometimes you're right, it's because someone is getting attention or there's envy there. You know, simply saying you can get to it with a criticism. And when you're seeing it over and over and over again, and it's a similar thing, there's something to look at there. But outside of that, bullshit.
There's also been some problem with bots.
Oh, yeah. Oh,
The vast majority of Twitter might be bots. An FBI analyst that used to analyze big data sets. He said, looked at Twitter, he said it might be about 80% bots. Yeah.
She was having a you know, and she was showing stuff, bot farms, and all on the and then you're shooting, engaging. It's crazy.
States, different people use it. I'm sure there's publicity firms that use it. I'm sure. I mean, I don't know. But you could use it with AI. You could easily have one computer that would run many accounts. Then you could program it to have variations of it. But you see it sometimes with there's a lot of social media influencers that get co-opted, and one of the things that you see is a very similar message, and they use very similar phrasing. Sharp as a tack was one of them, and you saw that over and over again. Like sharp as a tack.
Oh, yeah.
So they were getting influenced, and they were getting paid.
Yes. Did you ever see that? I'm sure of course you would have, but I remember when I was talking to Senator Johnson, and he was supposed to be the trusted news station. And this is the whole witness thousands that have to be sassy thing. And it's in broad daylight. There's guys. We have clips of all of you saying the exact same thing. It's so clear, it's a narrative. And when he told me, this was my mind. He went pre-COVID to talking about this event at the Health Institute where Fauci and I think it's right. Forgive me if it's maybe wrong, but the people that they talked to were talking about what it would take global vaccine program. Just is probably going to take a pandemic. It was anywhere you stop. 5 months before. Just to put my tin hat on and pull myself to tinfoil and jump all the way down the road. Then people aim. So what are you going to do with that? This information with this stuff that you put on shortly after that. He said that's what he did with the trusted usage right in time.
They came up with a term about malinformation. Malinformation is true information that might be wrong. So misinformation,
I do believe we've got to reconsider the First Amendment. I've seen all those clips. That is the scary shit. Senator Kerry, Bill Gates, Hillary Clinton, and to criminalize people who are promoting this misinformation.
Did you ever see the CEO of NPR doing a TED Talk saying that sometimes the truth gets in the way of getting things done?
Oh God, no! But I've heard them all say that. And say that. Oh my God!
Infantilization of the public because they're too stupid. They're dumber. You're the purveyor of information, and you need to give them the information that gets things done. And sometimes you have to lie to them. And vaccines are safe and effective.
It was Gurr that said something about doing away with the First Amendment.
Yeah.
And I number 14, by the way. Number 5. On the First Amendment. That to me, when you're having this debate about Kamala versus Trump, how do you guys have this selective outrage whipping your shit. Oh, it's too process for Kilmar, bring him in. You know, probably beats his wife. I get it. I wanted to.
He's got MS-13 tattooed on his
Yeah,
knuckles.
I mean, come on, that was a deportation order. Just saying, like, so you
See that photographs that his wife puts out where she covers his knuckles in every picture?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
Hilarious.
I mean,
So I was saying, oh my God, they deported a Maryland man and his father, because that's what I was reading the news. And then you get into it, and you're like, oh, wait a minute, oh, hold on. And then they released the dash cam footage, the police footage of when they arrested him. Not dash cam, whatever the cops call it.
I know.
Yeah.
I thought the exact same thing.
It's sort of crazy, but it's just like you can't just go on narratives, because these narratives are just designed to make the Trump administration look like monsters.
I was reading an interview this morning from the New York Times, and she's like, "Don't you see this?" I was like, "I do see it. I don't understand it, and I wish it would be different." But I vote for this, and I was like, "I don't agree with my previous position based on the current information available to me now."
But then there was that gay hairdresser that seems like he just got roped up.
I know. And what I have learned so far is I'm really trying to block for that one. I don't understand why the left isn't leaning on that one. The other guy, he's his wife, suspected trafficker, what the outrage? This guy is a gay hairdresser. I guess he committed immigration fraud. So, listen, that guy that doesn't want now, okay, hold on. Here would be the argument there. I think, if I'm understanding it correctly, is that if somebody can be deported, but they are held because of asylum, correct me if I'm wrong here, because they were going back to their home country, it's dangerous or deadly, like Kilmer or Breda or Garcia, because he's not a gang member. He's afraid of being killed by other MS-13. That one, right? It's like, I can't go home because the other gangs will kill me, but I'm not a gang member. There's a deportation order on him, so I believe that they could just send him to a third country, and that's not legal. That's something I heard.
Okay,
So, yeah, no, she should go to it. You're right. She should not go to a fraud. Yeah, you're right. You could not be more right about that. Tell me that that is the poster child like that. Yeah.
that's not those.
Yeah.
Oh, dude, I talked to him. The guy who's a gang expert.
Two separate courts agreed.
I talked to a guy who's a gang expert. Explained it. He's like, yeah, that's how it works.
There's also an informant who confirmed.
There's different versions of MS-13, but that's what it means. Like marijuana, smiley face, Jesus, and then the skull. I just think I look online. Okay, you look online. But I mean, I talked to a gang expert who told me he was explaining it to me. There's a bunch of different versions of
There's
things.
two courts that determined he was an MS-13 gang member. The cops had an informant. That was an extremely reliable source that said he is MS-13. The guy's wife was like, he beats me, and then withdrew, I guess, the file was warned.
There's a protection order.
Yes, and the cops pulled the guy over with 8 guys in the car, going like from Texas to Maryland, I think, or from Maryland to Texas. No luggage, no tools, and suspected him of trafficking. And again, I would simply say, if you're didn't apply for a certain thing in the
Oh, this one I'm not thinking.
I'm asking you that. Would that
is
be
the latest?
your sacrificial lamb?
Glenn Greenwald talked about the gay hairdresser, and that one seems most.
I agree completely.
But there's no logic in this one.
That's all.
Like whatever gets traction. You know, maybe it's because he's got kids. Oh, he's a father, Maryland father. You know, like that's what it is. Like, I can't say wrongly deported Maryland father. Like, what's wrong? Why? Tell me why. What's wrong?
He had a deportation order, 100%, and then said, "I am worried that the other gangs will kill me," and so that's when they held the deportation order. He could be deported to another country illegally. That's the part that, if he's not a gang member, why is he worried about being killed by other gangs? I would just,
Yeah.
Like, this is the common sense piece that we. I don't know. I hang my hat on the computer circuit.
It's
I agree with you.
like inheritance is a problem. Like I've had local wars for 4 years, and they've let thousands of people listen here, not millions. They've let millions of people. Who knows how many of these people are suspected terrorists? Just one, not zero. Okay, so what's the number? I don't know. So is it zero? No, it's not zero. So they let in gang members. Okay. How many of them are in the cartel? It's not zero. Okay, what the fuck do you do? What do you do if you want to clean up this mess that has been in mass for 4 years? Just like flood, open borders, not just open borders, but like busing them in, flying them in, giving them debit cards, giving them phones.
Oh my God, interest-free loans in California. Loopholes that Gavin Newsom was creating. Healthcare.
Millions of dollars.
My freaking 35-year-old brother can't get a home loan and can't get help with it. Tax dollars.
He's changed his name in Mexico, walk across the border.
I told him a couple times. I was like, great. He's half brother. You can get away with it. It is. Yes.
But it's all
Really
because there's a reason why the vast majority get swing states. Like they're doing it on purpose. Yeah. And Elon has been talking about this as one of the other reasons why Prominence.
I've had this conversation with intelligent people. There's no evidence that they're voting. But if everybody gave this all the way out, if I was to, if I understand, you can vote in some states in local elections. And Karen has fast becomes Gavin Newsom becomes God for the president of the United States. So there's a reason we've got this whole grassroots thing going on, I'd imagine. And then I'm told that when they sign up for benefits, they potentially try to vote. Reach out to the vote. That could be conspiracy theory, though. Very much so. I've thought out of my house. I don't know.
But it's not a conspiracy that they're giving them Social Security. Yeah, because if you, there's a woman who was explaining when she was working for the Social Security office, what they would have to do. So what they would have them get permanent disability. And the way they get permanent disability is you just have to say you have a back problem. So if you have a back problem, then you get permanent disability. If you get permanent disability, then they start labeling them as a client. If you label them as a client, then they get money forever. And so then you have people like Chuck Schumer and Nancy Pelosi, those people saying we need to get these people a road to citizenship. Okay, well then you potentially have millions and millions of people now. If the Democrats are in charge, they can change the rules and they can let these people have a road to citizenship. Then they can vote in elections. So now you've imported millions of people that are going to vote for sure for the people getting the money, not the people who hired Tom Holman to kick everybody out.
Why are you not requiring identification?
Well, not only not requiring, California is not allowed to show it is illegal to show your identification for your vote. There's only one reason why you do that is because you want fraud.
Exactly. When I ask people who are on the other side, if they're getting this out, steal their deserving. What's the
See,
law?
people logic about that?
No.
A lot of these black kids, they don't even know what it means.
Oh, I have seen that. You're so black, I think. Oh my God! This is the most racist thing you could possibly say.
By the way, every fucking kid has it. They all have phones.
Did you see that video? I think it came out of Prayer review where they were saying that they don't have access to ID. They can't figure out something. It's so racist.
It's crazy. You tell me that. What about poor white people that live in West Virginia? Dirt poor, you know.
Staggering gross. Okay, how about this one? I've also told that the more people you have, in a sense, it doesn't matter if the legal system is representation. Well, then eventually you can make a president like that.
Right. Exactly. That's why California is losing because people are escaping. That is what it is. It's escaping.
I go on record as saying I am pro immigration, enriches the community, stimulates the economy, control the flow. It's sad, like to explain. They support their community. They're running illegally. When it's illegal, it overwhelms the infrastructure and bringing criminals who don't know who's in here.
Suicide.
I know of it. It's 2 years now. And I absolutely guarantee it like no one else.
And he's, seeing the rise of anti-Semitism in Montreal. And that was back.
I have to admit that I
escaped Lebanon for the same reasons.
I do tend to see it after I reached out to her. I always Israel and I was my mom.
Don't become a monster.
No, I won't.
But that's the thing. It's like the horrors that you're seeing in Gaza. It's like, okay, you're fighting Hamas. Hamas are monsters. That's right. Yeah.
I didn't even know that.
It gets scary.
That's when
It's really scary when someone's helping the enemy, so they become the enemy.
and it's not the things you choose. I'll preface by saying my grandmother ran from the freaking Nazis. According to my 23andMe, 37% Jewish. However, it's like that don't necessarily a lot of the ways he's handled it. It doesn't mean I don't understand what happened and not appalled and not disgusted. I personally think that kid was Khalil should get the fuck out of here. Personally, I'm sorry. Like I could get into that one too. I see all of that, and I lean more towards the Israel side.
How they can look at things the way they are. They're surrounded.
Yes.
They're surrounded by Arab states. And, I mean, if you have been attacked relentlessly since the beginning of, whatever, 1948.
In the charter, kill all Jews. I mean, that's, I don't know,
So then you see, like, trans people in Palestine, like, hey, fucking know what they would do. Oh my God. It is complicated, right? The world's a very complicated thing.
it's a nuanced conversation as well. I have to tell you, I was really riveted by that tonight. And both of them made excellent points. I would have totally and changed my mind on some things. Like I freaking loved it. I'm sorry, I didn't say. I think those made great points. I really did.
Yeah, for sure. I just wish that Douglas didn't misrepresent certain
I
people, like Daryl. Yeah, Daryl.
I actually never saw that show with him, so I wasn't able to fully comprehend the accusations. I simply thought that you can't gatekeep information. If something's real, but if this is the truth, right? Because that's what I was saying. Nobody was innocent. We're not innocent. The lesser evil, or the Churchill versus Hitler.
He definitely wasn't saying that. But what he was really saying, that apparently the historians also agree with, that Hitler kind of hid his anti-Semitism early on, and that early on there was rise. He would keep it confined, like the really rampant anti-Semitism, he would confine to these like smaller people, and then it's like
He said he's Jewish, isn't he? He's trying to Jew with me. He was a Jew. What? Did you check that? Hold on, I think so. He had some Jewish blood. Check it real quick, will you? I remember hearing
that sounds crazy.
I remember hearing
It was
something.
also illegally alien race, blonde hair, blue eyes, bro. That's not even.
That's not it. Hold on, I feel like there was. Oh, is it bullshit?
No, it's not true.
Oh, okay.
There's conspiracy theories of circulation suggesting a Jewish grandfather, Jewish ancestry. These claims are not supported by any historical evidence and are widely dismissed
No,
by
Jesus, sorry, I shit the bed on that one. I shit the bed on that one.
It's really fascinating because he is one of the worst figures in history. Like, everybody, other than really complete psychopaths,
Right, that's what I'm saying. You can't disseminate that bit of information. Because, let's just say, again, hypothetically, this gentleman Daryl was trying to make that point. You're an idiot. I get you. Like, if you can't determine, or if there are skinheads and KKK that are going to tell you the same thing. If you can't determine that that person's fucked up, you're an idiot.
That's not the argument, though. It's like no one's really saying that.
No, I know. I'm suggesting that if the worst case scenario was that, but I do appreciate what you're saying. That wasn't his point, and I have not done anything.
He tries to look at things from everybody's view. He tries like imagine you're this person, imagine you're a German citizen, and you've just gone through World War I, and World History. Imagine, and then the drug thing is a big part of World War II. It's a giant part of it. Like the fucking whole army was on that. That is so crazy. That is so fucking crazy. Really, you should read the list. It's really fascinating because they had like a over-the-counter what's called the candy thing. Permitin.
Yes, I remember saying that on the show.
Yeah, they're all eating that. They're so productive. That's why they're such great engineers. They're like, fucking dialed in. You know?
This is true. Yeah, okay. Oh, God damn. It's great. I think a lot of dark spots here.
There's a lot of darkness in human history. A lot of people. A lot of horrible consequences and a lot of lessons that we learn but then unlearn. And that's what people are terrified of with this like Hitler apologist perspective. Like, don't unlearn this one huge fucking lesson. You know, look, a guy like Hitler can exist, and they can rise to power and become monsters and destroy countless lives. Like, it is impossible to really quantify the amount of damage that did. Don't unlearn that. And I get that. But don't also label someone as someone who didn't learn that when they're talking about it, openly discussing. I mean, Daryl talks about what a fucking psychotic, drug-addled monster Hitler was all the time. It's part of his stuff, but you would have to actually consume his work. And Douglas admittedly never listened to it. He was just taking this narrative, this like very reductionist narrative that's very incorrect, and just saying it over and over again, saying it on Bill Maher to applause praise. That's not what he's saying. He said stupid. It's okay, you know, but hey, it's not, you know, it's not correct.
Do you find myself victim to that sometimes? I see myself do it on YouTube, where you hear a narrative, and I don't dig deeper on it, and I've been guilty of it a couple of times.
I apologized to Bob Kennedy when he came here because I said I believe everything about you before I read your book. I thought you were a kook who doesn't believe in vaccines and he's an anti-science guy, a conspiracy theorist. And then I read The Real Anthony Fauci. I was like, oh, that book's fucking nuts. And by the way, again, said it before, say it again, he would be sued if it wasn't true. And it is true. And what he did during the AIDS crisis. And I know that they get a blanket pardon for everything from 2014. Weird. Where did they choose that date? When Obama decided to get rid of gain-of-function research. And this motherfucker was like outsourcing it.
Yes.
Yeah. No. Well, at least it's in the White House now. That page is very comprehensive. But it's already go to that page again. It's kind of hilarious. It's in Trump's in the middle of it, like walking with getting shit. It's like that might be how they tricked him into putting this page out there.
That's the irony of it, didn't he? I want to put a moratorium on it. I think Trump lifted the moratorium.
I think it happened.
Oh my God.
He's like, I'm going to take care of business. They're going to serious look at my face. Hell, why are they like the true origins of COVID-19, like COVID scientists? Why is that? Why is this thing
like, how he posted this? And he's like, scientists tell me what on this page isn't true. And I kind of like, I thought it was like,
no, scroll.
Oh my God.
Is it just explaining the whole thing? The virus possesses biological characteristics that is not found in nature. In italics. Data shows that all COVID-19 cases stem from a single introduction into humans. This runs in contrast to previous pandemics where there were multiple spillover events. Wuhan is home to China's foremost SARS research lab, which has a history of conducting gain-of-function research, gene-altering and organism supercharging at inadequate biosafety levels. And this is where Fauci, they could get him on perjury because he was, when he was being questioned, he said famously to Rand Paul, "You do not know what you are talking about."
Yeah.
There's a photo of him with his hand with his foot.
You put the ego on his team. Obviously, he's like, yo, listen, this is tiresome.
Research, and then after he communicated with them, they all changed
For the sake of science and global harmony, let's not pursue this path. And then they chose that he can't. And that's good.
Yeah, so you can download that house oversight.
See, that makes me want to throw my daughter when goes better, by the way. But what's even more amazing is that each and every one of those points is exactly what Brett Weinstein laid out on your ship.
Yeah.
I remember
He was labeled grandma.
And that was my Neo moment in the Matrix. I was forever.
Well, I'm glad you took it.
It was over
You're on the right side these days.
Thank you, sir.
Thanks for being here. I really enjoyed talking to you. It was a lot of fun.
Thank you for having me.
You find it exciting.
I will. You too.
All right. Bye, everybody.
Patreon. Big news this week. New Patreon member, Sean Mellon, $10.
Experience.
Join my day, Joe Rogan podcast my night, all day.
First, it just happened. Yeah, it's great to see you. Yeah, good to see you. Start listening to your audio. It gets better, right? It takes a minute for the reader. Well, the really good seeing you help. Well, it really also kind of knows the story. So you can dive into the actual detailed narrative that sticks out. So what you're doing. So yeah, it's stuff for the news. I go to the sister took a while to read and I was kind of involved in it. It takes a minute. It took me a long time to get through it. It's just for me to it's a whole actual stuff. You don't even want to. Yeah, it's quite because there's some things are miraculous. Sometimes you have to explain something, and I try to figure it out as I was writing the book. People ask questions, I ask myself questions. Some things were on my own will, some things were some sort. But yeah, I was supposed to walk and then it's really not running. All those things. I don't know exactly. Yeah, really. I think it's. Will is a really special thing. And love fuels and fuels your will. I have in space. I feel like it's really if I set my mind to it. And it was my essential part of my life. It covered my 24-hour day job. Typically, I can be really things, right? We all do in our lives, but all my focus is so I do that for you. So that makes such a part of every fiber and cell of my body geared towards evolution. Walking like that. So I just got that. I just brought back.
Join us in our Facebook discussion group.
Just service, not too well. That supposed to be. So it just took a lot of effort and a lot of support. And this is all just
of me not dying. You know, I just, at the end of the day, recovery, you know, and everything different ways. It's going slow. It's only you. No matter how much help you have, the PT you have, if you attendance go, whatever the heck happens, you still have to put in the work every day and endure the pain and the energy and mitigate it. It can be quite lonely, but I always found that my daughter, family, that's in your faces, I feel better. I can stand up and say, go back to the job, any sort of milestone, I see their faces get a little bit less horrified, even quite joyful. So, much damage that I did to my family, their hearts getting better than people in the bad. So it was an easy going road to recover, and that's why I look fast. I love my family. Wow. So let's bring it back to the day when and I host my family in the house up there, 25 people, host Christmas 2 years. It's kind of celebrate the holidays, but we had a kind of type snow event that shut down the mountain and the line top of Lake Tahoe. About 8,000 people shoot got these tons of snow. But it happens often, maybe not that intense of a storm. But so much so where we were cut off from anywhere else. There's no fine. I'm prepared for that stuff. 3 days without power. Prepared for it. So I have fun. It's actually relief. All the cell phones go off. All the iPads go away. There's great card games and pen names on it. It's a ride. So we had a good time. You know, supply was still good. But it's New Year's Day. We're getting away from the weather. So I decided to clear the roads and come out for air. So that's what transpired. And it's not just more of a routine type of thing to have a half-mile long driveway. You have to maintain myself, so there's no gap. There's a bunch of others. There's a bunch of vehicles, snowmobiles, even things that got stuck in the driveway because there's a lot of extra snow. So it's very light. It got very icy and it's sinking down maybe 3 or 4 feet. It's a hot mess. So I tried to take all that stuff out using snow cap. Stuff out. This thing, snow cap, describing the words is pretty difficult. It's like a tank. It's probably 12 feet wide on the sides of it. Spins like a tank. Skid steer. Yeah, that's a small reach for snow. But yeah, it's something kind of like Star Wars. But this line of metal tracks more like that. Oh, yeah, that's it. It's exactly like the one I have. So it's not like 16 guns. And it's very nimble on the snow. Just to see it physically, we get to know that that's what we know. I think we go by the whole body. Yeah. There's, so you have to step on the tracks to get into the cab to operate. So stepping on the tracks is the normal thing to do. You just go through while you're operating. You're driving, go forward, first, and then neutral, and that's it. It's really easy to operate. But it was just, the accident happened because you have to get in and out off on those tracks. Get threw me off and it's going towards my end. So I jumped back on and tried to stop it. You know what I mean? Pushing the truck and that big break. But
actually see where you're coming from.
My instinct was to jump back on and try to stop it.
The rituals used
Went down.
but
And got ran over. The lower court dimension, otherwise known as the entire I was exactly the tracks were here, jumping the cab, leaning the up and over to try to run on it. So the whole length of it. It's kind of long. And so there's a set of wheels and those tracks. And it's like 6 wheels. So it undulates. And I felt all the undulating. First one was worse with the pressure, slow pressure, all that stuff. And then it is another undulation of the tire and the track. getting
And
screen
you're away
sets.
for that. You like 6 inches. It's like, all right, it's going to be finished already. It's like,
in their free community community.
it's like, you're drowning.
Like you're
Being struck by lightning. All the things all
never got
pressure.
every object to realize the peak of your worthiness as a kid. I'm reminded that there are always higher levels.
Yeah. It's like, it's like, yeah, it's everything. It's like, studying your books, eyeball out, and I know, right? And yeah, I mean, all the doctors were like, yeah, how your eyes are still operating, so working. I think because I was on ice, I didn't see it. I didn't want to put his eye on ice. He's going to roll into it. I stopped my eye, right? And I'm like, I remember because I'm on like icy asphalt driving with you off my drive, running the top of the road. So it wasn't great for getting back. I wish I was on a snowpack. He wasn't. So I just kind of rolled onto it, just like maybe I could come with the eye on ice, so I can figure out how to breathe. Yeah, I just started laughing. It's weird.
There's no effective routines for this business, unless they remind you of some of your one-star reviews.
So, yeah, I was like, a lot of waves, spiral fracture, legs on my joints broken. I'm like, well,
You did book me, but yeah,
none of my spots. And I only got a laceration in my liver from
here it goes. This whole race now asks me for money because I was about to give it to him, and then I thought he was going to use it on purpose for alcohol.
my brain.
Then I thought, hey, that's what I'm going to use it
Yeah, I use an excuse for it.
I know what you're talking about. Okay,
Yeah, and my
here's
spine,
another.
that's the miracle.
Since
It's like, how did I break 14 years?
You know how you can tell how
Practice
pretty a
going
woman
with
is?
every
You
arm
look at her
thing,
and you wonder how long they would look if she was missing.
and I'm like, well, that's what's scared me, right? So like, it's kind of almost no harm, no foul. Even though there's, probably 20% titanium in my body.
Of
So
course, I know
how
that.
many pieces
I'm
of
not stupid.
titanium?
This is
Well,
all original
The
material.
guy that
Now
invented
go
this
introduce your
procedure
guests.
worked in the hospital in Reno. There's a lot of questions injuries that have ski resorts and mines that are very lucky to get this doctor. But it took 4 doctors to get this. So my family, I was out. And once they found this guy was on vacation, later, we called the guy back and told the guy that. And so he rushed out and he's like, this is what he does for a living. I can't wait to do this with you. So it relieved on my family. It was such a big deal. Like, oh, he's going to lose his eye, we'll crack his leg. I mean, all this kind of tragic sort of prognosis. So this guy comes in, no, it's all right. We're going to hammer this thing and do this. Do his faceplate, do this. And just looking at the orbital bone broke, the jugular broke. The only one to do that is because my face is after they want to shave my cheek off. I yes, it fixed up my only ribs that use like the mesh. It's just sort of weird way to kind of handle it. It's 1 or 2 ribs that are broken. The rest will kind of fall into place. So the body's pretty miraculous. It's just in the middle direction and it heals on itself. Grows a bone. So it's got as much titanium in my ribs as it is for all those rings. So yeah, I mean, never say good luck. This is the aspect. I never yes, somewhere. Yeah. So it's pretty mediocre. It's like I had a hammer and a 2x4 and nails. It just looks like it's very like why is there a nail and 2 screws? It's carpentry 101. There's nothing like it. I think the guy that had the screws in his skull was my job that broke into his spots. And the guy took it out. It's something that he got from Home Depot. And then literally took that he just took it out. Dude, it's squeaky like it's in wood. Did you numb it or something? was not this guy out.
It's amazing that every
This is unbelievable. Unbelievable. And it was like, that's always kind of happy that mentally, kind of, it takes so much mental to deal with like pain management, and it's emotionally exhausting to deal with like, so many different things in your body. So I'm always kind of paying attention to things. I'm much sharper mentally now because I really get so much information, pain. So I can hear about it. But back then, but yeah, I was really happy to. That was really milestone. That was worse than the overdose. Okay. In terms of pain or just discomfort? No, it wasn't so much the pain. It's the haunting images of feeling like gum wrap around the screw because he's been pulling out. It's a lot longer than I thought it would. And then there's 3 more to go. And it was more the visual in my mind. Kind of what makes it terrible. In addition to the visual guy. So I don't think anything puts these so much physical weight, but the visual is like, you know, and the sound is vibrant. Oh, it's just taking it out. There's this is what work comes from. This is like stars. It's definitely yeah. They have to be those in for the most greatest wide risk infection that you have to. Yeah, so all the rest is investigated until the students go at some point. They start back. Yeah. And you think you put in a long piece of work? Right? Broken arms and starts broken out. Yeah. Yeah. So, how many different things? I think I always look on my face, and then I put it in my cheek, for my elbow socket, and then from the cheekbone, I feel the lack of feeling. It's still this whole thought because all these birds basically the different mouths to the side of my face keeps flying. The rest of them feel how much do you feel all these different bones and joints and all the different things. That's scar tissue you work through all the time. What's great is like it's not any one spot. It's like you're loose around. You know, even if you're not injured, just twist your leg bar, it goes up in your hip, it's your shoulder, it moves around your body, kind of moves it around. So you just kind of stay on top of it. It's always something to work through. This is like I only have to do it anyway. I'm 54. I just have to take care of my health. I just have to be such a part of my life. And so now you know, range of motion, mobility, everything is back to normal. Yeah, I don't know what normal is. I'm gonna be, I feel like I'm maybe 110% because spiritually, mentally, I'm so much better. I got so many gifts from God that I'm 150%. My body will always be, my body's aging, so I have to fight against age. Well, recovery is age reversing. It's the same stuff that people are doing just to reverse age. I just do it just because my recovery is enough for the rest of my life. For inflammation, stuff that just all like that. So when it comes to getting broken bones, so many broken joints, what is the recovery like? How do you get day by day? It's usually got from the hospital. Working to just keep things moving. Otherwise, you can so lock us and see walk around today in the studio with no idea. Yeah. stretch.
the devil is
I usually go quite a bit, so I don't lock up. After we get that sleep, it's like, it's gonna be a little stiff in the morning. Do some stretches and things like that. But I think if I didn't get the accident before, I'd probably have to do it again. So those kind of have a little force and stretching.
And so take just day by day. So initially,
Yeah, it's a little long.
I
know it's pretty quick.
randomly with a puncture bone, all this broken shoulder, collarbone, all this stuff.
That healed pretty quickly. But that doesn't require gravity and force on your legs. Like your legs have to take so those have to go a little bit longer. The legs, but ankles, right? That's the weights in those.
I was, and listening
The whole height as into people are like a lower leg. So that's a little bit longer. But the ribs, ironically, it was only painful for a couple of weeks. I was taking suitcases for my lungs and the bleed out. Stuff was going in and out. It was in that thing. But I didn't carry those things around for a while. Once I got rid of those, I think it was a bit more. And I felt good when just sitting up. But there's still, as you can imagine, so much trauma in so many places. But I think the longest is really getting out to stand up, walk, all your joints to work properly again. You learn a lot. You learn your movements. You kind of have to. I was standing up, moving around. I got into a chair probably by February after like 3 days. And the more I could move, the faster you heal, blood flow, your body will work better. Help with my attitude. We always get out and sit up. All the things are like milestones. Yeah. Set a goal for myself, even if it's just like to sit up and like serve. And it's such to reach too far. That's my confidence. And it's like keep reaching those goals. I find myself it's 24 hours a day. So what do I have to do today? I have to ask. Can I get better? And just get going. And with whatever thing, there's so many things to attack to get better. It's like I never got bored. As I was band stuff, I was in a wheelchair, like a leg press, all these like interesting ways to try to strengthen my body better, whatever, anything that would work, I would do. I was noticing this to everything, and let's try it, let's do it. It took everything. This and that is one of the more difficult things with stroke is the will to exercise, to force yourself to recover. And so many people just, they've never done that before, they've never pushed themselves before, they don't, and there's this tendency to just kind of yeah, that's part of the reason why rugby is making is to rugby place for people who are struggling in recovery. And when it's a lifetime recovery, I hope they can find something they can grab onto. Like this guy can be able to do this, I can get out of my own way. And maybe not, I can get different. You have to have control of that. So, what's my life in these things? Just go victimize it. If I had done it, I know years ago, it's not even part of the narrative. It's not even a conversation. It's like, you do better. Everything. For the rest of my life. So, what we do? What's the alternative? I keep saying that to you. I'm not going to stumble around. I don't need to run back here just to suffer. That's not happening. I'd say I'm put the machine, I'm done, I'm out of here. It's way better to be dead. You know what I mean? I'm not going to come back and just waddle my way through life. It's not going to happen. What's crazy is correct. There have been a lot of other that never come back. Yeah, you have to push it, right? Anything that's in the right for excellence, you have to assess that. And you're saying, for you have to. or it's not going to have the things to do for you. But what else you can do? Yeah, like I said, yeah, this sucks. Like, so does a cold plunge. So does this. So does that. So does that. You got to really test. You got to test our bodies, our limits. To really have real growth, especially when what else are you going to do, man? You're going to take pills. That was one of the hard things, worse than the accident as well, is getting up on time. And I got up quickly. Early stuff. I'm glad here for the pain for me, but like, I want to get off as soon as possible. So it's highly on the and coming off that stuff, it's so hard. You have a really strong will. Some people don't. I know. All people, that's crazy. It's just, I mean, it's ironically, I was supposed to do a movie about Saturday. Wow. Yeah. And everybody was to happen like really bad. Just that spring. Obviously, that got canceled because they had to take out some guns. It's kind of get by. But then I didn't get on this stuff real quick. It was really interesting to see how people treated that drug. Everyone had monitoring, counting pills, half a day, this and that. Everyone was on it. Like, dude, what? It should be like some sort of drug addict. Don't give me this stuff. I don't want it. Jesus Christ, it's terrible. But it's powerful, powerful stuff. And I don't ever blame it for the drug. I just think somehow just it's really used in schools. I got away with a lot of stuff. Criminal test, whatever. Yeah. You see thing on Netflix. You see that? It's Dr. Trauma. Oh, yeah. It's gnarly. These people, they just be able to say, don't worry about it. It's the knowing part. They dump down against someone. So if you're on it, and how long is it to be on it? I look at is working to get off of it. And I think maybe it's around, I got home on January 13th, right at 13th. And I think it was probably less than a month. Probably like the beginning of February, because I had all my boards that got pushed in. My mouth's hot, that's my jaw open. But I had night terrors, as you would, being away to that drunk. So I did down at the 2% just in a spot, you can crack my molar. It's it goes down to the nerves. Oh, I feel that. I'm on all this maybe I don't need to be on this. So I had to go get that emergency traction. So I put in, I'll do that more. I said, well, I'm going to go take it one more time just for whatever I can just do. Cancer contests stuff. And cold turkey off. I'll see you on church. Yeah, I didn't. You know how hard it is. Oh no. I was just so I started crying for about 3.5 days. Even during my pain, just like, not that I used to have, little crocodile tears, just tears, 24 hours a day, just going. I couldn't stop crying, and I was shivering. I wasn't thinking that anything other than like, why am I crying? I didn't know it was control. Even if my mind's not there, I'm in. My mind's recovering and getting off the stuff, focusing on holding my body up. It takes a lot of mental acute to assist, right? So I wasn't thinking that, yeah, we're just going to back up. So I call it, these different doctors that call me. Yeah, so I called the pain management doctor. She said, look, you told him, you got to take off that, but it takes like 2 weeks at least. You can't just go turkey get even down. It's no wonder you're feeling all cold and all this stuff because it's all nerve stuff. So I started feeling gravity, I started feeling temperature, I started feeling everything on fire. Right? So, because I don't like the feeling of being unconvinced. I don't like, I want to have my mind. I suppose use humor to find my sobriety. I can land a joke, it means I'm reading the room and hitting the timing right, whatever it is, right? So I needed my mind, I needed my will, to recover. I needed sleep, I needed my brain. And the drugs had numbed my brain as they would. So I just wanted off. And I don't like how I feel. You feel muddy. And I just didn't like the feeling. So, it came with a price. But I got the okay to take a little fiber of Rothschild to sleep on if you needed to mitigate the pain. So I was like, okay, maybe I'll do that if it happens. And I did it once or twice, 3 times after that. But I got through it. And I got off. But I got off it because I cracked that tooth. And that I felt the pain. That's not going to let me sleep at all. It's a heartbeat in my brain, my face, it's throbbing right into good for everybody. So I said, I don't need to take the pain. So that was my excuse to get off it. But thankfully, I would have been on that shit much longer if I didn't crack that tooth. So I wouldn't have the will to say, get off this stuff, right? But it took that, and I'm like, okay, well, I had knee surgery. I don't think it was either Percocet or Vicodin. I don't know what it was. I took it one time, and I felt so bad. I felt so stupid. I remember being in my apartment, and I just felt so dumb. Just thinking, yeah. And so one day, I took one day, and I'm like, that's it, I'm done. And I sold it. I sold it. This guy Jeff at the pool hall. This is Durban guy that I used to hang out with at the pool hall. He had a bandana, long hair, and he always sold drugs. And I sold it to him. He's like, I'll take you when you go. Yeah, what do you got? Then I had surgery again. I've had different surgeries for jiu-jitsu injuries. Yeah. Second time I had surgery, I went and had a knee reconstruction again on my other knee in 2003. I just I'm it was okay. Yeah, but anti-inflammatory or something. I didn't even take that stuff because I don't think that's good for you. Yeah. You're going to be, no matter what, it's just going to dull it a little bit. I'd rather feel it all. I agree. 100%. Yeah. That was like back when I was in valve, that's pretty gnarly surgery, right? They give you like a coating or something. I just think on that. No way. One pill, and I take it. So yeah, people party on it. People drink it. I just like it. It's just the opposite. It's just my body just. And I'm better. I have a friend that keeps me.
What did you say?
I took whatever it was that I got there. I can't remember what it was. But I just felt like I had like 20% of my brain. Yeah. It was just this dull, wet cotton stuff in my head. But I mean, I guess maybe it's just different biology. Maybe different people react to it different ways. So how long did it take for the withdrawal to subside? By the time I got to the pain man, he said, well, don't do that, you should taper off. Like, well, I'm already off it now. He come off the crying train. Especially because he also made sense of it for me. So it's kind of like taking the work, like time, I talked to him. It just helped me make sense of like what I was feeling or what I was feeling. It felt like a step back. And there were setbacks in recovery, but this felt like a real step back. I couldn't grab a fly into my body, emotions, everything, and I just couldn't grab while I was It's so obvious. But then, I'm not the one administering this stuff. My mom's giving me the pill, doing peptide injections for me. We go through me, take care of me. So oh man, if I look back, I don't know, I was getting three loads, and they're all mixed up, as you would. I'd probably say about the same ones that I'm on now, but I continue and I'm rotating in and out of different ones. BBC, what I said, all those, AOD, C, and I feel a lot of blood work. My hemoglobin, yeah, that was what it was. I didn't get cases. Crazy. Yeah. It's like blood dip, and that's just no energy. So then this sort of really works with my blood counts. Big giant ride, 65 blood counts. And that started me my new course of recovery. Blood work. That is my blood started strong. I was moving around in the all the bones, by this time it was years gone by, but now I started working on cellular and blood health. That's when I got to the skin started to way, because blood tells you how you use it, not use it, right? So that was a great part of where I was at. Why I'm not, where my mitochondrial levels are at, which really was part of my recovery. That's what I continue with, still continue today. Boston, did you use an item there? Oh, yeah. Yeah. What it did for me, it's not something, I don't have any things in my recovery that do that feel good. It just doesn't make you feel shit. It's like the feel in the mouth, one layer of yeah. So, but hyperbaric rate, it tells you lactic acid. Yeah, there's all the oxygen but your body is great necessity. Again, there were things that are also the disease protected, but it's amazing. And it's, I got one that was, you can sit in and do things like I can't just sit there for an hour and a half in the chamber. I'll go crazy. That's great. So I can read it or whatever, kind of continue to make it a part of my life. Yeah. And then I go into like a bed, a high powered bed, and then use all that oxygen through my body, more so, and deeper to the tissues. Yeah, those are key parts, right? Yeah. Yeah, for tissue recovery, huge. That's a little bit. And so a year later, walking around. Yeah, I was walking by. My daughter's birthday was March 28th. So I guess a few months later, I was walking through very assisted walking cane. And I was like, by the summertime, I stopped doing recovery. The intense 24-hour recovery. And then go walk in the sand in Lake Tahoe. Lake Tahoe is freezing as lake. So I had to go dip my legs in that lake, walk in the sand, great foot stability, and ankles to joints and hips. And I would just do that kind of stuff. You ever ride a jet ski? I ride a jet ski in June. Wow. Yeah, taking it easy is not going to do that. Living life. That is for your mental, your spirit, your emotional body, all that stuff. So I was out in the sunshine, vitamin D, nature, I was with friends, life stuff. I'm back in life stuff. Now, that's a great confidence. So I kept trying to do those things. And then, of course, I had to go back to all the recovery stuff. Yeah, the cold water that's not the issue. It's cold weather. Like anybody, because you stiffer, blood slows, all this stuff. So it doesn't help with any circulation. Joints, tendons don't get enough blood flow. I really got to work at getting blood flow in these joints. Otherwise, it's still stiffen. And I'm just slower going. Everything just goes like the bottom. And I think that's important training for that for anybody, right? Also elevation, elevation and tolerance. So all those things aren't really kind of helping to my recovery, but my body will respond, and oxygen environment and all that stuff. So maybe it did help, maybe it didn't, I don't know. But I did most of my initial recovery in LA, and then when I could, I got out to Tahoe and I sort of had a place in nature. No, none of that. There's cracks in my ankles, and my foot spun around a few times. There's a spinal fracture in my leg. So they hit a rod down behind me, and they had to screw it, plates and stuff. So I didn't sure I just leave those things. So I don't know, because I'm really feel like reconstruction, like it's just a lot of breaks, a couple broken three spots, bits, and you don't fix that. You even said you broke your asshole. I'm like, is that what you say as a doctor? Is that how you say it? Come on. I think there's another word for it. And then you trying to make it out. And I did. And they're saying, if you broke everything, Charlie, you broke that. Oh my God. So you've gone through 12 hours. 12 hours. Yeah, so next time we have some time, yeah. So I gotta do like some life stuff. That was really my first shot at allowing myself to think that there's a future, and I'm not going to live a life of full-time recovery from some of the things that I enjoyed with people and kind of overwhelmed. So I was without a cane, without anything by the time I shoot and so I'm moving around. I move around with inflammation, getting downstairs very slowly, but the issue was that as long as you're patient, as I was, as aggressive I was, I allowed the patients to also live with that kind of aggressive attack on each joint, inflammation, whatever it was. I did allow for the patient. And because I allowed myself to push hard, body wants to fuck off, but I chill out for a second, and then, nothing. So, but I was just kind of live life, and that was so rewarding to my spirit and my confidence, and that kind of dark time, and keep going. And then, like I said, when we got to get back to work, because I felt so ready to maybe down to like 4 hours a day of recovery by the end of that first year. I'm like, I'm going to go back to work. I need to get back out into the world and use life as my recovery. And still only spend 4 hours a day on a chamber or Rabbi, whatever it is I can do to mix it all up. A lot of vibration, currently stuff that was really good for doing the nerve endings, that ankles, and stuff. Use that stuff for what do you do? I used to have this thing. Something you stand on. It's like shaky. Yeah. You have to slow it down. You have to bring it down. Like that. Yeah, and that was great for numbing like the back of my knees that still getting kicked back of my ankle. So it's not quite so sounds good. I don't know if it floods the things to blood. It runs it out. It's great. I used to have one of those awesome, I don't even know what to call it. It's just some machine with a bunch of different programs. You can. Yeah. This one was a little different. This one was just shaky. Had a bunch of different reasons. Stand on it. It was supposed to just do a bunch of stuff for hormones and consist of. Yeah, it helps me a lot. Sure. And you're doing sauna and stuff like that. Yeah. I usually use just a red light there. You sweat. You can shape like a coffin. Yeah. Just because of sauna. Because it takes so long to heat up with it. Get that there. Cook. Amazing. Amazing. Love it. And then after a while, you start with techniques. Yeah. I started training as soon as I got the blood work. My hormone, my testosterone was too high. My hormone was too everything was fun. Oh, and I'm going back to work. So I had to attack while I was falling asleep during the workouts that I'm trying to do. Put burpees and check. You always schedule me to meet 6 hours a day on set because I fell asleep in the middle of the scene. I'm like, fuck around. So yes, I need to work on that. Once I got, I think it's really testosterone. Once I got that level to like 700, 800 constantly, then I had more energy, and that allowed me more energy in the gym. Once I had that, I got more energy. So I started to really upon myself. I started blood panels every week, and just saw progress, and then I just started lifting. I had so much energy, and I felt there was right. Lifted, moved, stretched, and it just kept me high. It's like most things in life, I think I did with oxygen chamber. That's better than a pile on it. Simple fight stuff. That's one time anything's going to do anything, but you do it often enough to make it such a part of your life. It's like, oh, I was on fire. It's great. I started running. You can run. Yeah, I mean, I don't know where I'm running to. I've never just this guy. I was a sprinter, right? I was a sprinter from high school and college.
On a summer day in
Yeah, so
it
feels like if you're in a car, you're on the freeway, and it's like it's shaky. Or you got a flat tire. It feels like I got 4 flat tires when I'm running. It looks great. It looks like, oh, this guy's no problem with this guy. It feels like your wheels are going to fall off mentally or something. It just feels like it's like it's a lot of pressure being put on all these joints, right? That I haven't sprinted really much in a while. I haven't really worked on that. I've been working on it, but so what am I doing? Sprinting 54. Maybe like for just guns and those. Maybe it's what not. Or maybe not. Maybe it's not. Yeah, well, maybe you can, though. I mean, I think you can. I already have. I said I want to make that essential part of the acumen. Turn around. Go from word to word. Go fat patch. Yeah. Yeah, that's that was an excellent shake. I don't know how much attacks my body. How much attacks in your body or strength? Yeah, I don't know. Yeah, I don't know. How many miles can you get on titanium? Forever. It's permanent. With everything you have, just reinforces the recovery of the bones, right? Yeah. And then you just have a plate there that keeps the bones in order. Yeah. I mean, all the titanium in the body is 2 pieces. It did the job. So it just stays there. Is there an argument that the titanium hinders you at all? Well, I mean, it is foreign metal in your body. It's not rejecting it, but there's a point where, just like allergies, allergies sometimes so 4 years in your life, and all of a sudden you look at it now, and it can reject it. Who knows? You never know. I'll crush that actually. I'm worried about today. I'm worried about this. It's just so impressive. Yeah, it really is. Yeah, because at any other time in history, any other time in history, 20 years ago, these were amazing monsters, which was made insane. Yeah, what a great lesson to have. All those people, so much. Especially stuff and blood firefighter friends and all that stuff. So it's just you're just getting a little extra chips and love from these people. One of my best friends, the firefighter in that area, Jesse, he just retired. He got the phone call from his body. He like stabbed my chest. The pressure from the bomb, like on the ice, like he's like sitting there, just Jeremy's, we did this good at the hospital. Wow, it's a cure for like but but yeah, like I talked to him today. I saw every documentary by the pilot. They said to go to apologize. Gas, whoever it was. That's that reminds me just a while back when we went to the stuff. They said the beginning of the argument. Yeah. This is because you can cross
stories that push the satanic panic in the lives of the
ripped away all the whiteness. All bullshit up gone. And I just sadly spend a lot of people that was stuff that I still do not have along. But I do. And the stairs a lot of times I think more to how things work. Yeah, I just don't do things that I don't give value to. I only do things that are vital in my life. That's it. That's it. Nothing so much time other than the things that ultimately are they're not they don't. Yeah, they occupy. That's right. Or you do career. Right? And people do careers and they fucking hate it. Yeah. Whether marriage is fine, all this stuff is being expected. Why is it fear? Is it trap? You just want to get out. You know, to get too deep buried into some place that people not push themselves in the corner. It's quite sad. It is sad, but it's also it's amazing that you can shine the rest of the world. They don't have to what prominent citizens that most of what you think about all day, especially if it's wrapped up in social media. Most of the things you think about all day are just nonsense. Just total nonsense. It's just right. Yeah, and it's one of the reasons why I really don't do is I will just say that I received from passing through the Japanese company, the Japanese those that identify suffering, struggle. It doesn't have to be a physical struggle. It's a struggle. To look further, there's a place. And then there's some people who know the narrative of the author to the reader, or even just the audio. More intense is what I would want to call it, kind of dramatic.
So the allegations claims that the alleged sex workers
more honest and vulnerable I am. Maybe more I am the chance to the thing is about you don't struggle. Yeah, so you feel it's so difficult for people to trust the process or to trust that. And this is unfortunately why a lot of people have their lives.
They brought up two of the accusers of perjury charges.
So you hear from so many people that almost took their lives or failed, tried to take their life, and now realize, it's so long. It does get everything's bad. I just didn't see life. I didn't see life. That's just nothing. But this is that I couldn't before. That hopelessness. That's the difference. You can't it's just so hard for people that have never gone through something. If you have easy, and all of a sudden your task was one of the most difficult burdens to overcoming the fear of wanting to end life. Physically pain. God,
The charges
I know it.
of children in the first country with nations, some of the
That's
United
actually
States,
required.
the French haven't been able to
This
see
is fiber. DNA is real
real
love.
love.
True love. Perpetuity can't exist without suffering. So hustle, you know, you have to have suffering. Suffering doesn't have to be looked at as a negative thing. It can be looked as a beautiful thing. It's where real love comes out of. You know, all my suffering, there was real love in there. Everyone around me just in this recovery or in a loss that they had from an uncle or a grandparent or whatever. You know, there's real love that comes in that stuff. Even though it could be a lonely experience. I mean, I look at it that way, and not as a negative thing, because it's just temporary. It's not, what's that? It's counter. In a negative term of it, right? We all have to suffer, right? I mean, it's part of the human experience. Right? It's the Joe Rogan experience. I'm not suffering, I'm having a great time. But, you know, I don't think people welcome that or allow that to happen in their lives and that be okay. That suffering can be suffered for short times or the building blocks to our who we are. So, yeah.
One time, this is my own suffering. One time, when I was hunting trip on Prince of Wales Island, which rains like 350 days a year. So we were up there for a week, just getting drenched. And, you know, you're camping, so you're in a tent, and you think, oh, well, I'll be dry in the tent. And you're not dry in the tent. There's no dry. There's no such thing as dry. I remember I turned my headlamp on the tent once because I had to pee, and I was going to step out of the tent and go to the bathroom in the rain. And when I pressed the headlamp inside my tent, inside the tent was water vapor. It was just filled. It was just water, like droplets, all flying around inside the tent. So you never get dry. There's no dry. And, you know, just miserable, but fun. Oh, that's we had a good time. Then I came back to LA. A week later, and I remember calling friends. I called because he's one time on a trip. I said, dude, it's now and I never appreciate the sunlight. I'm at a level of happiness that I'm looking for. I'm just sitting out with my eyes closed, thinking this like one thing. LA is always on it's so easy. It's like you're a trust fund kid. You know, like you can't appreciate money, right? Because you've always had it, it doesn't mean anything to you. But now all of a sudden going being joined for 7 days, being that smells like and then it made me realize, oh, you need to suffer. You need to suffer in every day, right? Either voluntarily suffer or you will suffer involuntarily, which is life, regular life. Yeah, that's true. That's right. As a human, but something that we just all suffer through. That's sort of characteristics of if you always want to be fast, it's really somewhere. It's just innate and a human nature to do that. Sadly, it doesn't. That leads to a life of racism. Well, if you look at life today, if you look at society today, we have unprecedented levels of depression and unprecedented levels of anxiety and unhappiness. Yet, it's probably the safest time ever. And it's probably the easiest time ever. It's so easy that more people are fat. That's how easy it is. That's never been the case. All during this, poor people starve, and poor people are fat. Like, that's how easy it is to live, just to exist. So, I'm not saying that you're forcing things, so it's certainly not. It's certainly struggling. But it's way easier than starving. It's like an unprecedented easy time. And because of that, and because there's this narrative that people have to constantly seek comfort, to seek vacation and relaxation and retirement and all that bullshit. And so that's in your head. And there's this softness to existence. And so everything that comes your way is overwhelming. Somebody said this once, it's like a great quote that I remember. The worst thing that's ever happened is the worst thing that's ever happened to you, regardless of how small it is. So if the worst thing that's ever happened to you is like, I remember my girlfriend broke up with me when I was couldn't believe that I thought I was so sad. And then I did that. The best thing that ever happened. She was like, I was probably in but I thought like life was over, right? Yeah, but you have to get through that in order to appreciate life, really appreciate life. But we have this bizarre narrative in our head who shouldn't suffer. I know. Where does that come from? Oh, because it used to be so difficult to live. And so you would try to find a time where it wasn't difficult. And so then it became a thing that everybody focused on. Focused on chilling, relaxing. And the people that I know don't do anything, don't take any chances, don't take any risks, don't exercise, and just seek comfort. But the most miserable, anxiety-ridden people I know, that's so, yeah, that's counterintuitive, right? Exactly. Comfort is nice. But it's also relaxing as well. Yeah. Gotta get through something to appreciate just chilling on the couch. Yep. Yeah, so that's why I always do. I have to fight trick my own behavior and to doing the things I don't want to do all the time. If I don't want to do it, I'm like, oh, I'm going to do it. Don't even think about it. Just go do it. Because I know the lazy mind just wants to like, oh yeah, just get the gym today, or maybe not the gym today, or whatever the heck it is. And I don't want to get drawn in. Just do it. Do it. And you don't want to do something you probably should. And that's why I pretty much goes to the gap. It gets me out of my way. I just have laziness. It doesn't exist because I do the opposite. And that's why I'm so full of joy, dude. I'm so happy. I've never been happier. More connected to humans, more connected to my daughter, more connected to myself, more centered in my spirit. Where I am right now, where I'll go, where I'll be, where I always am, always have been. You do. Yeah. Yeah, well, you gotta surround yourself with others too that can inspire you to do right. So you can there's a thing that you go work out yourself. It's a lot easier than going to the gym by yourself, right? We are social creatures, so let's do things that like I'm doing. I'm building a wall. Yeah, come down around my house. Maybe I can open this to the public. There's communal things where everyone has access to. So I'm still considering doing that, but just make it a place to be in, so everyone can do it. I'm not just me, but separating myself from the people, whatever it might be in my life. I try to find ways to make it a communal thing. So it just makes it easier to continue this. That's another thing you have to understand how important it's like, yeah, I think it's really is. Yeah, well, that's shared experience that comes with that. Make it more possible. In the tent, friends, if you're alone and doing that, you have no one to share that misery with. But at least you didn't share that experience with somebody. Like, dude, never thought I loved the sun so much. Fucking eating ass. Sitting on the rainwater in that tent. But it's a negative experience to be shared. It's still quite beautiful. And it's a map, a milestone for your life that uses a barometer to change your, or appreciate the sun more, or whatever it might be, right? So those shared experiences that are valuable. The only thing I change is that for people that ever want to start a fire when everything's wet, Fritos. Fritos, those motherfuckers so toxic. You like those things. They're like little fire starters. No, man. Fritos are crazy. They stay lit for a long ass time. It's just so oil. Yeah, whatever horrible fucking carrot oil, whatever those fucking things are made out of. But when you they're essentially some sort of a product that like. And so if you light those fuckers on fire and then you get some semi-dry sticks, and light those. We started one day, because one day it didn't rain. One day it didn't rain. Me and my friends on the calendar, we started a fire. And so we just found like the driest possible, nothing dry, but dry as possible sticks, twigs, started it, and dried some logs out. They were hissing. It was coming off them as we were lighting it with burritos. Yeah, burritos are amazing. Yeah, crazy. I used to think about eating those. I was going to say, you want to eat this shit? Which brings me to another question. Like, how much did you alter your diet? Because you sort of imagine, like, anything that causes inflammation, it then becomes an issue.
Yeah, I didn't go down so much that route. I was pretty good. I didn't go into like things that I haven't gone into that even yet. So like, oh, what causes inflammation? What am I eating that does that? I haven't really gotten that far into it yet. I'm sure it's slow. But there was a doctor who was looking at stuff and I cooked there's some sort of things for me, but I don't tell you what causes inflammation. Maybe red wine probably does it a little bit. Yeah, alcohol does. Yeah. But I don't do. I really am good at moderating all things. All things good and bad. So my body has a chance to sort of exist if it's not forced to be supplements, to be peptides, to be anything. All good stuff is sort of moderate. So once I got my blood right, so I'm like 205 now. I've been more than about 65. Just all this surgery weight, all this stuff is hard to get off. So you're in the books too. So energy. So also that and I get the proteins too. Yeah, and also it's difficult to eat because again my molars got pushed in, it's hard to chew. I look fine, but to chew it, I need to things like stuff to be yeah, it'll be wherever if I stuck them through those molars in, they'll probably fall out. Oh, wow. Yeah, really. And just they got pushed in. Yeah, this side, yeah, you sort of like this like a hard to your thing, so my body just kind of hard, so it goes straight back. So, yeah, I'll just got pushed in, broke the jaw, so, and then just breaking the jaw, you go right, so right down is quite, it's annoying, it's okay, also my mouth, I don't bitch about it, I just sort of accept what it is. So I have on my team, that's fine, that's great. That's great. Walking through this and just enjoying my life. So just about that stuff. Yeah, no, it's a really amazing story. It's just amazing how these stories can be so inspirational for other people too, which is why I'm really glad to read the book. Because these stories, they're like autobiographies, especially if you've seen these before, like those struggles are so real. And when someone's going through something themselves, and they can turn to your book, it can give them a lot. And for me as well, I mean, I'm assisted writing it, but you still don't know how or why it can and will inspire people a lot, and we make assumptions, and so to the actual reader, the person, so I never sort of how or why it's important or not. But it's like it's cheaper for me to get things one by one.
But there were also court cases where it wasn't really cases
it's in my body. I talk about it all the time. It's part of my therapy, part of my life. It's just recovery is just this is my life, and I love it. I enjoy it. I feel better. I look better. All that stuff. But it's intangible. So this is a great dialogue as long as we want, but it's just a dialogue. But that's a tangible object, a word, or so change behavior, like a tablet. And something that you think about that is a milestone or a tangible thing that now exists. And psychologically, it's just a lot to me. So that when I get died, that's still there, so it can't help somebody, even when I can't be there to talk to them, whatever it may be. Something that exists. Yeah, it's interesting. I do movies and things like that. And those are the same things in conversation. Sort of just a moment. Like, it's great going to a concert, but then it's over, right? And then it's it. What happens? Well, I can tell you about the concert. but something about something existing beyond your life. Something that what was the process like of writing? Did you physically sit down and write things? Did you? Initially, I had a ghostwriter help me. I never written a book. I've written a lot, but I've written a book. So I wanted to get the format. And so we worked through this format and took an outline. And so we just do interviews by each section of this outline. And so then we just talk like this. So let's talk about this. So and yeah, let's do that. We meet every day for like 2-3 hours, however long I can sustain going word by word. And we record all this, and I would write on my own to pick up with memories. So writing up the laws thing. Oh gosh, that came up. Then we get a little chapter of the book of reading, research, by awareness to reading. Anyway, so we just kept going and writing. So then I would do talk to companies, I would speak to kids at schools, I would always just learn the writing experience. You can ask me the same question, and then we're in this environment. And if I'm with my family, and they answer the same questions in different, the same good answer different. So I kept learning more and more. Got it, and initially I started storing my brain and my heart and my spirit. And had to unearth it, go down, like a word. Check out the thing as we speak. Like I'm doing now, it's free to speak whatever you want, but if you write down the words, oh wait, because you can't go into the words because they're written. And then they're more word choice. Right? Brain isn't always as fast as I'd like to for my vocabulary. If I drop words from the F-bomb instead of like really quick words that you know. So it was nice to be able to take the time and then really kind of express word by word, in a real honest way. It's like more like a diary, a counting diary, that it was trying to be fancy with words and overcomplicate something that's really quite simple. What was the process like of going over the words and deciding what to keep and what to edit out and how to format everything? What talk about that? The order always was working for me from the beginning. Allowed flexibility in what would come up in conversations and the writing. It allowed for fluidity, but there was no middle end. You don't know the end, right? In the beginning. And so it was the branches off of. I didn't know I was going to talk about in this book. Didn't know that was a huge milestone in my life that got me to understand what conscious breathing was, mitigating pain. Because this was a whole thing about Lamaze. I was taking the 12 to school. My mom was pregnant with my sister. And she said, put down the things, son, you're not going to talk about it. You should grab a pillow and go read it to you. And that's all you can look like. It was a lot. YMCA. And stepdad was outside of trying to still get him. So my mom, she also needed to be alone. And she so she brought me to the office. And I laid there with a pillow between her legs and was trying to breathe, a short breast, pulled out a screen. And they showed this white birth at home in the bathtub, and he's pouring out water the whole day. I'm 12 years old. I'm mortified. What happened? Was it a whale breaching? What was going on? And so that came up, and just sort of me and my partner talking. I didn't realize that, but yeah, it was writing so many things. All about reading such a part of my covering myself, part of my not dying, and to get through each and every moment, the perspective of the breath. And it's not a conscious thought. Yeah, right? Just reflects in your body. And if you make it conscious, the best thing that you are, what you can do with your mind, with your breath, opens up. The more you breathe, the more you get oxygen in your body. And the fans be like yawn. People yawn. As an example, they go, "You're tired." No, you're not tired. But your body, then you know they need to breathe, get more oxygen to yourself, right? So you're not tired. You just do more too. So your body's making that happen. Isn't it fascinating that everybody breathes? So everybody thinks, "Oh, breathing was a big deal." Have you ever read James Nestor's
breath. It's actually green, but it's an amazing book about breathing techniques and the history of breathing techniques and all the different things that people achieve with breathing techniques, including holotropic breathing, achieve psychedelic states of consciousness, and all these different feats of incredible physical endurance that people have achieved through breath work. It's a pretty amazing book, and it's a podcast a few years back. But I read this book and started really getting into it and really trying to practice different breathing exercises. Great, breathing exercises used for anxiety or overcoming very stressful situations. But when you say that to most people, well, breathing is not what else comes through? It's like, you know what I mean? Yeah, it's like you can minimalize it. You can give reductions perspective where you don't think it's anything big, and especially if you don't practice it. Yeah. Especially if you breathe issues, bizarre states of relaxation of consciousness that breathe. Yeah. I always try whatever I can do. I don't feel like it's. I mean, maybe now I do. But it's like if I did it for like anxiety when I was nervous in audition. How do I get out of this situation? Like, I'm like this, like I'm not these lines, and you're like Sean, I'm supposed to go there and be better than this guy in the golf, freaking out, sweating. So I said, do this, leave the room, out of the building, go out the street, take a sunset boulevard, somewhere, find a tree. Do this damn thing. And look at this, I don't care. You have the courage to go down on your knees, go by the be in this earth, take some deep, 10 deep breaths. Of course, I'm honking it down, sunset boulevard, I don't give a shit. Back in my body, back in this earth. Here I am. Let's fucking go. Back in that room, I smashed that up. I got the roll, it doesn't matter. I was back in my body, I was back in on earth, right? I was like in a state of hysteria or nervousness or I don't like that feeling. So I try to wait overcome that feeling. Some people might not live in that feeling all the time. I like it. I don't know. I don't think you like it. Yeah, but I think the problem is just get trapped in that feeling. That the moment something comes up that's very difficult, it causes you to spiral again.
June 3rd, 1983.
Control. Yeah. Terrible. It's one of the most difficult things about this whole audition process that actors go through is that there's this golden carrot that's at the end of the stick. If you do a good job, you might be a fucking movie star. I mean, which seems impossible, right? I mean, it must have seemed impossible before you pulled it off, right? Yeah. It was never like something I was ever making. What were you looking for? Truth. Everything else. Truth. Yeah, honestly. Truth. Yeah. Because if I don't believe it, how do I expect someone watching it? I have to make sure that everything I'm doing is truthful and honest and courageous and bold. All the things. So it was never to try to be a success. I just wanted to work. Oh, right. I never wanted. Thank you. I didn't know anything. I was clear about what I wanted. Very clear. We moved down to LA. Moved to LA to be in a movie. Be in a movie that was big enough that would play in Modesto, California. They don't get on. And being a part of that, I wouldn't have to tell my family, I'm the guy in the red shirt waving in the background. We're big enough to so I got that. And the first job I ever did on camera is National Lampoon's Secret Show. And I had to recalibrate new goals to also myself. I was working it out. So I never, my goals were always to, like, I wanted to be the lead in a play something like a lead drama. I was ready for that. I was 38 by that time. I was 38. So, yeah, I was just ready to make sure that stuff was involved. It was one of the most complex movies about a very bizarre psychological state that people require or that people fall into. War. Yeah.
Yeah, so it's really interesting. I gotta spend, some 4 hours learning how to take bombs. Learning to be safe. Yeah. Just gotta spend time with guys, off the interesting. I love the experience. And really, the movie that was on the Iraqi border during the war. And it's a it's right there. It's not even possible. It's sort of like you let that go. It's on. It's kind of a spiritual sort of thing. So you have to go in that kind of heat. And also you have to drink water. How am I drinking all this water and I take a leak and so dehydrated? Really interesting. Experience. All the conversations like you were talking about. Well, most of them look like, school teachers. There's like one or two guys. One guy was like, I feel like this guy wanted. The rest of them were like, the guy I knew did the tours. It's like it's totally out of shape. It's not even you're gonna tell he's gonna treat you as no show. It's all mental. It's all such a mental thing. You have to engage in those high intense situations that you're dealing with. 155 is supposed to focus off the plot. And the level of intensity is really interesting. Like, they were still jumping around before all these things. It's all wrong with it. You got to be careful with plastic caps. Like, people get injured all the time. They got really uncomfortable when I took them to a bar in LA. We were sitting at the bar and I asked, so we're not, it's a big guy. He's like, I'm like, who's sitting? What do you mean? I need like that. I get to because I sit like that as well. I don't like to have. I don't think it's a trust issue. It's like I have my back somewhere. I know it's an issue. I look for the biggest man in the room, the hottest room. Like trying to check. And that was inspired by how these guys thought. It's that same kind of thing. They just noticed that you can go take care of this room. Right. Same situation. Like, yes, no, it's awareness. I always had that, but like really doing that role in space was time to be these amazing people. Just hide that. Who's quiet? I can tell you the hitches and then that's the finish of the doorknobs. Just that right up and break ones. And yeah, well, it's also a whole builder, designer, so I kind of pay attention to that kind of stuff anyway. But it sort of just kind of helps me out. And so when you were preparing for her Rothschild, was it your decision to spend time doing this? Well, no, it wasn't about the amount of time. I think it was maybe to go for maybe a few months. Catherine Bigelow, used to introduce me, said, all right, see if they're waiting for you upstairs. You want to go? Kind of did it all on my own. Just waiting for the movie to kind of get up and see this go. Then it took a little bit longer. I think we waited for the actor association to do a job to finish it and start. And then was it easy independent film to kind of get up and get rolling? Once we did, we were on it. But yeah, it didn't meant to be a year and a half. She was obvious that you ready to go. I'm like, yeah, like, are you employed? And then let's go. And then I also have a sort of tack on the shoot. I had to be in I had to call back. This doesn't look right. These 155s and it's electrical and shipping deck board. All these things that I learned. And I wasn't an expert by any means. I just wanted to make it look authentic with movies. So I called back. Call me back. Please take a picture. It's right. And yeah, so I was fortunate to have so much experience. Yeah, it was great. If there's anything out in that movie, especially for people that actually did that takes out of it. Yeah. I wouldn't want to do that. We want to be very authentic to what we're doing. There's still a movie that's in this world. The narrative all these characters are living this bizarre world in a very relevant time. The war that we're in, and also the struggles of soldier and civilian, and because they were civilians and everything was soldiers. They were in prison for life. And they do now. And then, you know, and that was a wonderful sort of outcome of the movie of how rich that sort of gap of struggles of PTSD coming back from this harrowing sort of existence of war. They coming back and like the serial you brought that example of really you know, or in the rain and the sun, it's just such a core opposite that this is in existence, and it became such a really wonderful sort of starting point for like lives to deal with their lives that came back, and they can kind of understand a little bit of what they might have gone through, just in general, like the broad strokes of how hard it is, and then you come back and like change diapers, you know what I mean? That became such a powerful thing that narrative that I found in Russian adult military system. So it was a special experience in my life. I've always been connected to a lot of soldiers. Those are really the way, well, there was a thing about that movie that made me think in a way, that made me think in a way that I don't think I ever thought before. Like, oh, I never considered what this transition to civilian life is like after dealing with the unbelievable stress of being in a war zone, using bombs, and then, you know, but it made you understand that. It made you understand how oh my God. When you take you into that psychology of the person that went in that state, and it didn't make it make sense. That was great. Those moments, it's a story. It's like you're documenting a very real issue that, you know, through art, you put words to these people's existence where they don't, you know, they don't have anybody representing that. Yeah. That's why I think a lot to that. They can read a lot to that. That's the most special thing that fucking movie is. It's created a dialogue for a lot of families, related families better. You know, it's a great understanding of like that difference of social security life is very rich. Yeah, I remember I saw it and I said to her, that was like a weekend thing. It's like now we do that kind of oh my God, it just gives you anxiety. And it also just makes you reflect and what war is. And the requirement that you're placing on human beings to try to get them to transition from this insane chaos back to this civilian life with no real guidance. Yeah. You figure this out. Now you're back to this serial island. How do you decide? Like what? There's just like you're at this sort of stage of life where you're so well known. Obviously, just don't come to you with things, and then you have to decide whether that's the project is something that resonates. Well, now it's they know the central part of my life for so long. Was right here. Again, my daughter home. She's they got there, so then I would do the job that allowed me to be a father. So I'm a father, but my job takes me away from at the time. So I'm not going so I had more access to my daughter. Great special. I love that. And now, after the incident, it's even tightened up more and loosened up a little bit because my daughter is now 12. She's much more friends a little bit more. Just temporarily, I know. And also, I can travel. Like I used to work last summer on a job. Nice house. I got from my whole family. Yeah, it's awesome. Yeah. But I was able to bring my entire family. 15 people came out today. A lot of them not will travel. They got to see a lot of Europe. My mom, my daughter, the Olympics. Yeah, let's go. So you guys saw a couple weeks in Italy. So yeah, so you can do that kind of stuff. So I did the job essentially just to have a sort of vacation like that. So that's kind of how I decide. And also, I did the character, I did the all that has to be lined up too. I'm not just going to job for a job. But it is lined up. But my family is involved. My daughter has to be involved. Friends have to be involved. Otherwise, I'm not going to remove myself from all of those shared experiences in my life. Just to I don't want to do anything that bad. So that's my opinion. That's not the most sensitive relationship. About and work with people that inspire me. And it's not that your job, like you can't pay me. Maybe if you put $1 trillion for food, it is only 2 weeks. It doesn't fit. You check all the boxes that you know that share experience, joy, daughter, family, friends. You know, then it's just not what you know, I don't need to go for to do a job. No. And that's to me what retirement. I'm doing what I want to do, what I want to do. This is work all my life. Yeah, but it's not. But it is. Well, it is in my mind. I'm a busy guy, and I like to contribute. I'm very busy doing Renovation Foundation, which is a huge, big, central part of my life with my family. It's the charitable foundation in my community that's helping people foster you, giving them opportunities to fill it out. That's great. I love it. I'm like, it's a retirement. It's going to keep me busy until I die. Career, it's really just life and passion. Yeah, exactly. I don't think a lot of people are doing what they want to do with life anymore. But yeah, I always work on things I love to do, and I still continue to do the things I love to do, just not on my terms. Right? I wouldn't be able to start this foundation if I was living life on my own terms. I'm satiated beyond satiation. I don't need I require shit. That is it. Besides more stuff now. Well, it's always been there. There's a lot of things in the way. What things I allowed, what things I allowed. Yeah, I allowed it. And how I allowed. I refuted, pushed it away. I certainly when I put obstacles, I get one. That's too. But so I'm just very, very, very clear. I just look like because life is just that complicated. You have to put something in life. It's just not as I live clean. And the wonderful simplification has allowed me to again for retirement in my mind, just living a life that I want to live and I deserve to. I choose to. And not limited or rabbit hole or victimized by society or the country I'm living in or the neighborhood I'm living in or the job I have. You know, I'm just not going to have any limitations. I'm making manifest everything that I have in my life. These kids, and it feels great. And you know, the captain of the ship. So it might take a minute to turn this pitch around, right? But I'm the captain of the ship all my life. And I think everybody has capacity. Well, that's my example. Because that's really what people want to do. You want to live a life where they feel like this is great. Like what I'm doing is what I want to do. You know, most people they don't live like that. Most people they have this dream. One day I will be able to live the way I want to. I'm not doing it right now. Right. Yeah, I think that's a tragic person. I'm doing it already. I know, but there's so many narratives that people in fear do. There's so many narratives out there in culture. Yeah, I'm telling you, you should be doing this, and you should be doing that. This is a concentrate on 401k. That's right. Well, what are your investments? Yeah. Fucking in the 90s. Yeah. It's even easier now. Social media and all that. That's going that's quite I've been off it lately for like the last few weeks. Where I literally just checked one shit. That's it. Yeah. I look
crazy going on in the world, just so I know. Yeah. But I don't ever like argue with people or post things, and I just see people doing it, and I'm like, you're losing your fucking mind. I've had conversations with friends, and they're like, no, fucking snap, this. I'm like, why? Why are you paying attention? It's just like, let's go outside. Yeah. You're alive in America, 2025. It's like a magical time of your life. You're concentrating on some shit that literally has no effect on your life, and you're making it your primary focus. That is the definition of madness. Yeah, you're freaking out about things that aren't even here. Yeah, well, that's where you get their way. Yeah. But, it's just like perspective is a very difficult thing to argue. So it is. Right? How did we get it? Out of that experience, overcoming adversity, developing character, shared experience. It's a big part of this. Like people you love, really connect with, just really surround yourself with. Yeah, that's most of the key to life. Yeah, like if you surround yourself with really great people, you're forced to keep up. Yeah, so you have to keep up with it. Yeah,
I'll share
this foundation. Tell me where you started that. And it started with a show that I put on Disney Plus, which is called Renovation. I didn't like to see a lot of vehicles that are waste and purpose-built vehicles, and city bus, fire truck, and all these things. It's supposed to go a long ways, but they misplaced them, even though they're perfectly good vehicles. So I wanted to repurpose those and help them help their communities. And so I got built one with the water truck that had a launch truck and water treatment plant. Kids go through the terrible water. Water can drink the water. There's a city bus that turned it into like a dance studio, a local dance studio for these kids in Mexico. Just these creative sort of things, and it's kind of like my ride that was like valuable things, just take these cool purpose-built trucks and make it something really spectacular. Kids, all the kids give them what their needs are. And then it just went into like I didn't want to make it about just vehicles. When I wanted to start the foundation, I became a wonderful calling cause. And then I started the foundation. It's just towards for DCFS, Shop Technical Services in Los Angeles County. One of my best girlfriends in Reno, she also works for CPS, Shop Technical Services there. So I've been working with sponsors for many years, privately. And now I just want to really get invested in the community. So it's so small, data, and it's just right now it's money and sharing this money as well with me, and the family's now gotten involved. It's been really wonderful to come back from the incident, have this be a central
use your brain,
goal
use your
for
imagination.
us to celebrate our time together as a family. And that
In this situation.
and it is been a dream of mine that I've been wanting to do for a long time, and publicly for a long time. And to really make a big splash, make a lot of movement for these kids. I think it's one of the reasons why I brought
It
them
was meant to go
outside of all the other things. I think there's something
not only did it find that the kids
in my favor to come back outside
to commit suicide if they're playing dungeons.
and then I think it is my two kids and my ability to have a great family.
Suicide if they're playing
It's been a couple of years now, and so kids already. So it's just like I love this. This is important. My fiber, my body. I'm almost a 7. My family. I've been changing diapers and living as the oldest. It's sort of my birthright to be able to do these new coolers that are marble super cool. So I have like a reaching access to these kids. And they listen to, right? They're like, oh, I can't podcast, and they all show plastic sacks, right? This is like all their valuables in their life. And they should weep, right? And this is all their work to show them. All of them. So we give them rollers, passports, journal. I'm going to change the narrative. You're a traveler now. You're a world traveler. You're not carrying your trash around, bro. You're worth it. Your worth is much bigger than that. Planting seeds like that. This kind of thing, community,
opportunities, safe places, more educated and stuff. They run any reporters touch all these instruments. They never have access to. Who knows what that does? I don't care. Let them have access. Give these kids opportunities that they deserve. And it's the future of our fucking planet. Why aren't we giving more time and effort to that? It's the future of our world. Give them that is give them all the tools. We need another super smart, amazing people. Man. We need that. We need other leaders. You know, what are we giving our youth? Especially our foster. It's not a good look. They've gone through a lot of struggles, man. They're not going to struggle. Not at my time. Not at my time. That's amazing. So it's easy for me to do. I love it's a great focus for me. That's outside of it's things I enjoy. Right? I still do things I enjoy. I just get to do with these kids and how they teach me so. I learned so much from being a really useful spirit. It's harrowing. I don't like to know. My sister knows all about it. Jamie knows all about it. Because they don't always have relationships with a lot of these kids. You know, you probably react to that. Flip the table, hurt the people. You know, and so I prefer not to know how they're going to touch the lieutenant. You know, this kind of stuff. I just try to focus on this. Get these kids and plant some seeds of hope. And I'm good with this. And I love it. So we're on jet ski, you know, I can't get into this thing. So whatever the heck it is, new experiences, new joy, new friends, they're all crying at the end of this camp. Because they had such a good damn time. One of them was getting adopted and she was crying because like, I can't come back. I'm not a foster kid anymore. I got adopted. And now you can come back. You know, you did good when she didn't want to get adopted. Like, we're doing something right. And we're going to continue doing it. And we're doing it not only just in the camp, but we're doing like lots of programs throughout the year to keep the community of the foster kids community together. A lot of these kids, sisters that never get to see each other because they're separate homes, separate cities. One's in Vegas, one's in Reno. Like, that's, dude, you can't do that. You can't do that. So we're doing our best to unite communities, right? We need each other. These kids need each other. Even beyond they need me, they need to have access and reasons to be together. So it's helping the foster parents, it's helping kids. Whatever we can do, we start building youth centers as well, building homes as well in the future with foundation. We're starting step by step, breath at a time, brick by brick, and building camps and activities and education programs. Next, I love it. You see how much I love it. I can't talk about this for days. Yeah. Here in June and July, so that's incredible. Yeah, it's kind of shocking that it takes individuals to be inspired to support this because society doesn't put any emphasis on this. Well, it's like, look, there's foster kids have foster programs, right? But there's gaps in the system, and it's like forgotten kids are forgotten, and some are, you know, it's tragic. But put a spotlight on something, but energy. And I got about this, and I'm a big part of it, and I'm very actual what I do, and that's why the foundation's growing, and making ways for these kids. So I'll keep doing it. It's easy. Probably only a couple of years. Just started out. So, you know, then the same feeling about office. Man, it's like people went out asking for money. So I don't do that. I'll go do like voiceover jobs and put money in that account for. I hate asking for money for foundation stuff. All that stuff is kind of bother that I do. I stay in my lane. I work with the kids. I work with the youth programs. I have a sister and those guys. She was like, money and all this stuff. It's just not my wheelhouse. So unfortunately, they're not profit. It's like, okay, well, that's what it is, and that's why we operate at 8%. 8%, yeah, it's the opposite of what they're usually. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, so even if we got to, because no one takes anything, it's a basic operating cost. So we're operating at 8% to 13%. It's like all the money's going to kids. All of it. So I'm trying to get to this bank account full to be able to operate off the interest. Once we're there, then yeah, it'll grow. Again, I think the perspective for me is the home area, or just thinking about it at least, not going too far. So I'm very, very hands-on, and it's important for me to be a voice for the foundation, voice to advocate for them. And so I think Nevada is kind of a goal for this piece by there's still a ton of kids that so I can focus on that. That's amazing. Yeah. Then there's like getting them to actually use that age out. They're getting back into the counselors back in the camp. Great things in art. They get a free ride at the university. A lot of them are going back in sociology, psychology, and want to help kids in foster. Like, this is so great. So I want to give them opportunities to come back and help the youth and maybe give them guidance. It's awesome. Self-healing, guarding in its own way, whatever we can do. It's a wonderful, wonderful life. It's amazing because you light up and you talk about that like nothing else we talk about. It's everything. It's again, I'm focusing my energy on all the positive stuff, and I can't just deal with the hardships that they go through. So just be a guy guiding light for them, or someone to laugh on, like my t-shirts, whatever they want to do out on their playground. Again, I think it's great. Yeah, and that's just, if you could find something that just think of it as really positive energy, put out there for that. That's exponential. And also, I see it's exponential, especially now. It's the ripple effect of just it's not that it's right. It's private spirit. I woke up. There's a chicken. I didn't. I'm so glad I did. People see me as the man, not the guy that swings an arrow. It's a thing here. So that's so I'm glad that they could do it. The ripple effect of this narrative that was here. Like you said, and like the foundation, and I see it. Well, I would say it's interesting. This respect. I'm always curious how did you get to this point? Yeah, well, I think it was like for years, right? I think I just also think it's small town as a bachelor camp, right? And I had free range. I was 7 years old. Didn't have to come home from the streetlights. I make mistakes. Shots, those shit, lighting a cigarette butt, putting my mom, all the stuff that I sometimes I learned I recommend myself. I self-produce myself. I'm being honest with you. There's a lot of things. I priced it more than I was a creator. That's very good. I feel physical, well, it was nickel about my daughter. Walking across the street. Where was it? Well, I think it was 7 to 11. I went to San Francisco, 11 to 13, Florida, to
bills, 24. Oh, wow. Oh, wow. Yeah. It's been, if you think about living in a bunch of places, the bad thing is I never really developed. I had to form my own opinions because I couldn't count on the opinions of all the people around me. I didn't have like more friends, so I always had to like sort of see the world for what it was. And I think I was initially out there. Public figure. I'm not sounds crazy. Which is probably why I get it. Especially it's true. I was very socially anxious most of it. Yeah, I was super nervous about things. I remember one time I lived in Boston, right, but eventually overcame the rest stuff. And then, martial arts, traveling around all from the time I was 15 to I was 22. So I did ski travel with the country. I didn't have like the normal high school life, partying, hanging out, right? That's a very weird life. So, I still wasn't an extrovert. Like I didn't really learn to talk until I started teaching. I started teaching martial arts, and then that's how I learned to speak. But I was publicly speaking about something that was very good. So it was like and sort of tension just by because I would demonstrate that I was doing and you can demonstrate and talk. It makes sense that I was able to talk. That's a it's like I was really good at like show them. I'm gonna demonstrate something. And holy shit. I'm gonna show you this. Listen to me, I taught a class and when I was 19, and it was real say, all you have to do is show up and try. If you can't show up, how you can't make it, if you fuck off, I'm gonna fail you. But if you just try, and you come to this is a legit thing. All I want you to do is this is and I'm not even going to go fight the compete, but I can teach you something here. And it's difficult, but you'll get better at it. You'll get better at it. You'll get better at it. It's really great. So that's like how I got to comedy on as well. It's already kind of talk to people. Because I wasn't comfortable. I always felt like a loser, I always felt like I was being happy. So I learned how to talk. That's how I really, like all that traveling it's very bizarre. This sense of who I was as a person. It's something that you have that from that experience that you want to. It's just a positive thing. No, I went to a different school every year. So these kids are at high school. But I was in some towns. And we were around a lot. In the town. Divorce and so I had to, engage with people, all the people, each friend, each way. And then, growing up, I was more shy. So I used very areas where I just look for the watch, choices. That's what I came into. But with that, I like that sport. I can get you I'm still more quiet. And two quiet guys who have to each other. It was hard, but I wouldn't want to get any way because I think it made me different. And I think there's unfortunately you are in like a small town and you grow up in a town your perspective is very good. And I moved around a lot, and I think that was very uncomfortable. I hated it when I was a kid. Moving again to another state that was great, but that made me, and it again, it made me form my own opinions instead of adopting a conglomeration of opinions that everybody around me had. You know, I went from progressive San Francisco in the 1970s to living in Florida, where it was completely the opposite, super conservative, kind of retarded. And I remember just being around it's crazy. It's so strange to me to have this like position as like a cultural one, but it also made me realize like wow, there's a lot of different ways to think. There's a lot of different ways to engage with life.
Well, is it, don't we, like, especially growing up, right? You just all this therapy, to our friends and like, help develop ourselves, right? Pushing upon ourselves. You know what happens? It's hard to, but it could be, like you said, it could have been terrible things in the same place. You had the same core dudes, and how limited your life would have been just staying in San Fran, or so like you said, they were a positive thing to take from. You were moved from the elite, moved from, right? That's all it's I think you say. You want to give you perspective. Positive perspective, you know, like I said, I like all that. They drove into all the things you probably like about yourself today. I think it's interesting.
Yeah, and it also like we're gonna pick up a lot. That's what drove me into martial arts. Scared of food. Just drove me nuts. I didn't have plans for like the group of guys from Mark McMahon that have to do. I became obsessed with martial arts. And then once I started doing that, it was like the first thing that I was like, I don't think I just think I never figured out how to do something. And now I'm really good at this one thing. Then I became success with, you know, that was like my whole life until I was like, I don't do this anymore. You know, transition to other things, but that period of time wouldn't have happened if I lived in a comfortable environment where I wasn't comfortable, where I didn't get it. I wouldn't have that desire to like, do something that was completely terrible. Because I was scared of physical confrontation. So what do? I spend my whole life getting involved in like voluntary physical confrontation, trained fighters, right? Which is way more terrifying. Right? The most terrifying. Right? You know, but what's the alternative? Oh, just scared and bullied. That's where I'm at side.
It will be featured 2020.
It's very bizarre in terms of life takes. Look back. What if I had done this? What if I had turned left? Right, and I'm always in control of that. So much of this, whatever. It's kind of assumed once an outcome has been achieved. Oh, it's fake. Yeah, in hindsight. Yeah, see that in the moment. There's a certain power to follow which I've always done for whatever reason. You know, there's a pull that you have towards a certain direction, but massively uncomfortable. Sometimes you feel like, let's go. This is what I'm supposed to do. And that is very hard to do. But once you do it a few times, then you start to think, there's a little voice in your head, but that motherfucker's never let me down. I'm going to keep serving that voice. Whatever that voice is, I'm going to keep listening. Even though people are talking to I think seeing a lot of people accomplish great things. I don't think anybody listens to the advice of everyone around them every step that along. I don't think you ever really find it crazy. Because most people want to support you when you try something that seems insane. Whether it's trying to be a food star or whatever it is, or trying to be a martial artist or rock star, it's hard to do. Most people that tell you don't do that, especially people that are conservative, and it could conservative in the sense of like to do something that's going to give you a good chance of success. Because the more fun things that have a lot of success. What are the numbers of people that become successful actors? I think is it like a 0.1%? It's probably less than that. If you could like get a chart of like how many people move to Los Angeles to try to make it in show business, and how many make it, it's gotta be astronomical. Those numbers have to be insane. But I thought somebody told me, like, why can't I do it? Because like, you don't really realize you can think it. Well, why am I thinking about that? Someone who can be done. People have done it. Like, but you have to be willing to just really fucking throw yourself into something. And know that, especially in the beginning, there's no time to fuck off. If you really want to do something that's really hard to do, like, you've got to be all in. Because there's some people who are all in. You're competing with them. You're not competing with these like half-steppers, people that kind of dipping in and dipping out. They're there as an example for you to not. Yeah. But you know, they kind of a selective hearing is an ass to have to anything for anything. You have to listen, you really listen to engage, you listen to learn and grow. But then you have to select, you're listening to like how many times I go, it's crazy. Oh, yeah, actually, because that's the work that we're doing. Those are words uttered from someone who's scared and not courageous. And a lot of stuff's in that way. I'm on the right track. Not just that, there are those people that will try to sabotage you because they don't want you to be successful because they haven't taken a chance in their life. So they don't want anybody who does, who's courageous. They want you to fail. People out there that want people that are courageous to fall apart because it makes them feel better for their own choices. It's okay. Right. But again, I think those things just like need the right to appreciate the sun. Yeah. Now they have to struggle to appreciate love. You have to coexist, otherwise it don't exist. It's like a truth and a lie. They both have to exist, otherwise everything is fucking true. Right? So they have to coexist together. That's the hardest part of life to truly understand. Like, why is it right? And why can't everything be love? Well, it can't. People for you to appreciate love. There really has to be kind people for you to appreciate. Oh, okay. Life's not so cruel. But you have to know that cruelty exists and appreciate kindness. Weird. Yeah. It's a weird dance. I'm assuming it's in fiction. Yeah, like God is real. What is strange? Yeah, you can kind of when it all works out. It's true. It's true. The key, the life is not just utopia. It's a strange mix of good and evil. Love and hate. Things that are in the way. It's just all the twists that our lives. Everybody. There's nobody that's exempt from it. There's money or all suffering. Great test, great suffering. It's how well you overcome that suffering. It will determine how well you love and deeply you love your life. And also the people that have overcome the most are the most fascinating and interesting. Yeah, she is. She's that woman that was accused of war. Yeah, right. In Italy. Yeah, remember that. She spent years in and she is so fascinating. Yeah, she's so strong. It's so interesting. And I asked her about this. I was like, do you ever think that you are this really unusual person with this like fucking cast iron integrity and character? Would you be this person if you hadn't been wrongly accused and spent years in prison publicly persecuted and then eventually absolved. I wouldn't wish that I did all that. Yeah, it's just incredible. It's like, life is very, very hard. There's choices that she could have made, right? And that, she could have been like resentful. I don't know how she is, so I don't know. She's not at all. And she could have been valid and innate kind of feeling she has about things. That's all. Sounds pretty shit. You know, but, you know, what was so alternative? She went on to that kind of like a life you want to live. It's a choice. That's going to be the first thing to talk about. And, you know, is it a choice for her? Or like, yeah, no, because you feel like that made her she's I think she's certainly designed to what it is, but she's very happy now. Right. But also happy, like complex, passionate, charitable thinker. What's the conversation if she's still on this very job? She's still on the plank and I'm still hoping for getting out. Terrible choice he was sort of making. Most of the people that wanted to kill the scene there, the terrible choices these people make. Like, what happened to you? Yeah, why did you become a person who murdered your husband? Why did you become a person who killed a Russian man? What went wrong? This is just really about change one being parents, really changed my perspective of human beings. Very profound way, many profound ways, but one of the biggest ones is I stopped looking at I stopped looking at Jeremy before I was over now I look at everybody like I love my daughters. They're very extraordinary people. It's really fascinating to watch them as speaking on these really complex have conversations with them. It's the other things in life that I really all fucked up. What a few things. How do you do this?
Always approach the topics that we talk about on this show as they progress. We don't know.
There's so many trials and tribulations.
There's skepticism, and we deal with conclusions at the end.
And I think we
are approaching this one,
not just true, but other people. Yeah, for sure. You can't. Yeah. So my body, my mind, spirit, where it passed on to others, what we give on to others, which is sitting between, and it's vibration, high vibration. And I so blessed to have. And so much gratitude. That you almost can't, you don't have to talk to you, just feel so lucky. I think this message with all the love and all the goodness that this world has offered.
Ranges attitude ranges and getting old because it can't for that.
I choose to choose love, I choose action, I choose wisdom.
It's a pretty big
I've been enjoying this. It's like so well flexible. Just like, just kind of my house, some out of that, people, just kind of over that's the place perhaps. This way, I don't get so bad. I think you got something stuck in it for you, what? No more bad days. It's a perspective that is made and truth and reality. So I'm like, yeah, I got these really fun. And I was just, and I got through it somehow, so and it's science at this point. It's factual that it's just not going to happen. I can't do better by trying so hard to that day. I know that moment, frustrating times, but it's not that day. For the rest of my experiences, and I think that experience, this perspective that you share, is contagious. I think so too. Yeah, I know. Actually, I know so. It's sort of a manifestation of what Jesus is wanting to be. Yeah, you got to. Both these things. Yes, sir. That's awesome. Yeah, I really appreciate you. Yeah, it's all likewise, brother. You make me happy. You bring out a lot of good stuff. You're fun. A lot of things. Thank you. Yes, sir. Yeah, all right. I'll see you too. See you too. Absolutely. Bye. Experience. During my day, Joe Rogan podcast my night all day. All right, so for a we were fun. What time is that? Oh, well, it is for fun. Which I go right into it. You're not even at breakfast. Okay, let's get freaked out. Okay, so there's one. There's a question about like where are we at in terms of AI capabilities right now, and what do those timelines look like? There's a bunch of experience. One of the most concrete pieces of evidence that we have, it recently came out of a lab, an AI evaluation lab called Meter, and they put together this test. Basically, it's like you ask the questions, pick a task that takes a certain amount of time, like an hour. It takes like a few minutes, a certain amount of time. And then it's like how likely the best AI system is to solve that case. Then you try a longer time. Usually you see like a 10-hour task, which is that. So right now what we're finding is when it comes to AI research itself, so basically like automated work with AI research, you're getting 50% success rates for these AI systems for tasks that take an hour. And it's every, right now it's like every 4 months. So when you do a task, so it doesn't 5 minutes, like, worrying or like something that takes 15 minutes, or play or something like that. And there's a question of like, how much can these AI agents do, right? Like 5 minutes, like 30 minutes, and some of these spaces like research, software, and it's getting further and further. Doubling it looks like every 4 months. So like, if you extrapolate that, you basically get to tasks that take a month to complete. Like by 2027, tasks that take an AI researcher a month to complete, the systems will be completing with like a 50% success rate. So to have an AI on your show and ask it's what the doomsday clock is going to be. Make sure you ask what happened for breakfast before you start. What about quantum? Honestly, I don't think it's if you think human level AI capabilities across the board, say 2027, which we talked to some of these people in the last themselves, that's the timelines they're looking at. It's not confident, I'm not sure, but that seems pretty plausible. If that happens, there's no way we're going to have quantum computing that's going to be giving enough of a profit to those techniques. You're going to have standard classical computing. One way to think about this is that data centers that are being built today are being thought of literally as the data centers that are going to house like the artificial brain that powers super intelligence. Level AI was built in like 2017.
So, how knowledgeable are you?
So, a little bit. I mean, I did my grad studies in like the foundation of quantum physics. Yeah, well, it was a mistake, but I appreciate it. So it's like kind of funny thing. It's really bad culture. It teaches us really terrible habits. So basically, my entire life after I graduated med school, there's unlearning these like terrible habits. It's all little things. It's not like when you're working in startups. It's not like when you're working in tech where you build something, somebody else builds something that's complementary, and you can team up to like make something amazing. It's always wars over who gets credit, who gets their name on the paper. Did you cite this fucking stupid paper from 2 years ago? The author has to go. You got to know. I was literally at one point. I'm not going to get any details here, but like there was a collaboration we ran with like this fairly well guy, and my supervisor had to like write emails that he would send from his account so that he was seen as like the guy who was like interacting with this big wig. And that kind of thing is like doesn't tend to happen in startups, at least not in the same way. Because
Everybody wanted credit for the like he wanted to see like he's a genius who's sounding smart, funny,
right? That happens everywhere. The reason it happens is that these guys who are like professors or just like your postdoctoral guys like supervising you, they can write your letters of reference and control your career after that. It's awesome. And it's real. And the way to escape them is to basically just be like, fuck this, I'm going to go do my own thing. Share, drop out of grad school to come start a company. And I did that. It took plus like a few years like unfuck our worships and unlearn the bad habits. Really only a few years later we started like really getting good, like getting good flow. You're also very disconnected from like mainstream reality. You're in the ivory tower, right? Like there's something beautiful about it. And this is why we spend all the time in terms, but there's something really beautiful about like it's just a bunch of assholes, us, and like no money and nothing, in a world of like potential customers. And it's like actually it's not that different from like stand-up comedy in a way. Like you don't know how to do this, and I get the laugh, right? Like something like that. And it's unforgiving if you fuck up. It's like silence in the room. It's the same thing with startups. Like the space of products that actually works is so narrow, and you're obsessed over what people actually want. And it's so easy to fool yourself into thinking that you've got something really good. Once again, you're like, oh no, this is you're going to break down. Like, what a wonderful idea. I'm actually using all that stuff, right? And that's, I love that because it forces you to change things through.
yeah, the whole indoctrination thing in academia is so bizarre because it's this like hierarchy of powerful people. It's just the idea that you have to work for someone someday and they have to take credit by being the person on the email. That will haunt you for days. I'll been thinking about that for days now. I fucking can't stand people like that. It drives me nuts.
One thing that's when it's really hard to tell who the people are who are creating value.
Of course, it's just like television. One of the things about television shows is I'm so big with this. Very good friend of mine who's a very famous comedian. He had his show, and his agent said, "We're going to attach these producers to help get it made." And he goes, "Well, what are they going to do?" He's literally doing anything. He just wants to get credit. He goes, "Yeah, you can do that." He goes, "No, listen. This is the show. It'll help the show. They'll have a piece of the show." He's like, yes. I'm like, it's a matter of whether the show gets successful or not. It's a good thing to do. It's like, what are you talking about? Like, there was a conflict of interest. This guy was representing these other people. This is completely common. Yeah. So there's these executive producers that are on shows that have zero to do with it. And that's why we got into startups. It's their view of the world. Yeah. It's like, in a way, they kind of like stand-up comedy, like Jared said, or like podcasting, where your enemy isn't actually hate. It's indifference. Like, most of the stuff you do, especially when you're getting started, like, why would anyone like give a shit about it? They're just going to pay attention. Yeah, that's not even your enemy. You know, that's just that's all it is. It's like that music. It's like figure out a way to make whatever you're doing good enough that you don't have to think about it not being valuable. It's meditative. Like, there's no way for it not to be in some way a reflection of like yourself. You're kind of like in this battle with you trying to convince yourself that you're great. You're trying to impress that you're impressive. And if there's not that outside force, you're going to expand whatever volume is given. Like, if you have money and you have things that everything's given, and you don't make contact with the unforgiving on a regular basis, like, yeah, you know, you're gonna end up doing that to yourself. And you could, yeah, it's possible. You have to understand. Yeah, you have to be intentional about it. Yeah, the best strategy is your team. It's on deep. Mark Zuckerberg is just the person. Yeah, you can see it. You can see it. Yeah, well, it's a really good thing for people that have too much power. You just get strangled all the time, and then you just get bent sideways. And after a while, you're like, okay, this is reality. This is reality. This is the social hierarchy thing and everything. It's just nonsense. It's just smoking mirrors. And they know it is, which is why they so rapidly enforce these hierarchies. You know, like white, so man, and all that kind of shit. That's what that is. Like, you don't feel like really have respect unless you say that. These poor kids that have to go from college where they're talking to dipshit professors out into the world and operating under the same rules that was forced to indoctrinate to. God, just make it on your own. It's amazing what you can get used to, though, and like so you mentioned the producer thing. That is also a thing that happens in academia. So you have these conversations with right, well, this paper's fucking garbage or something, but we want to get it in a paper in a journal, and so let's get like a famous guy on the list of authors, so that when it gets reviewed, people are like, oh, so and so, okay, and that literally happens. Like, you know, the funny thing is, like, the misfits over this are like the stakes are so brutally low. At least with your producer example, like some of the stakes that make a lot of money. With this, it's like you get maybe like an assistant professorship out of it at best. That's like $40,000 a year, and you're just like, it's just why when producers need this money, but I don't think you notice the money anymore. That's a big part because all those guys are so rich. I think, you know, if you're looking at I think the big thing is being thought of as genius who's always doing successful projects. Right? Yeah. That is like always going to be a thing, right? It wasn't one of those. So there's got to be a couple different people that were on this thing. It was all written by Stanley Media. His friends all helped them. They all put it together. And then it was like, oh, if you want to fire oh, yeah. Good for him. Yeah. Get the fuck out of here. For the producers do tell, like, you'll have people approaching you for help on projects that look nothing like projects you actually like. So I feel like you just need to add this to your universe. You're actually trying to build cool shit.
If you share
like, some people just want to be busy. You just want more things happening. Anything more is better. It's not better. There's more is energy. It takes away from the better, whatever the important shit is. But the focus keeps AI takes over. And you'll have all the time in the world. Because no one will be employed. Everything you want to do. First base, and that's yes. Government just gives everybody that. Like weird shit, like this stuff that's like all like well, stuff you can get from chatbots and AI agents is cheap, but like food is super expensive or something. Yeah, organic food's good. Attractive people. It will be like soil and growth. Right. Soil and it's more free range of food. That's true. Depends on what they're eating. It's just like you know, like eat a bear. It's shit. Yeah, I've been eating my bear. Would it make sense then that if quantum computing can run a large language model that it would reach a level of intelligence that's just preposterous?
So yeah, one way to think of it is like there are problems that quantum computers can solve way better than classical computers. And so like the numbers get absurd pretty quickly. It's like problems that the classical computer couldn't solve if it had the entire lifetime of the universe to solve it. A quantum computer read like 20 seconds. But the flip side, like there are problems that quantum computers just like can't help us accelerate. The kind of one classic problem quantum computers help with is this thing called like the traveling salesman paradox, or problem where you have like a bunch of different locations that a salesman needs to hit, and what's the best path to hit the most efficiency? It's like kind of a classic problem going around different places and have to make stops. But there are a lot of different problems that have the right to that, and a lot of quantum machine learning is focused on how these standard AI problems like AI we're able to run and like massage them into a shape that gives us quantum information. And that's a nascent field. There's a lot going on. I would expect, like, my personal expectation is that we could just build human level AI and very quickly add that super intelligence without ever having to factor in quantum. But it's
human level AI is like AI. Imagine like it's AI that is as smart as you are in, let's say, most things you can do. So, you can work for obviously, but you can also write software on a computer. You can also email people and do shit on it. And also trade stocks on it. So it's like as smart as a smart person. Super intelligent. People have various definitions, and there are all kinds of like honestly easy fits about like different definitions. Generally speaking, it's something that's like very significantly smarter than the smartest people. And so think about it, it's kind of like it's as much smarter than you as it's like smarter than like a toddler. And think about that, and think about like how do a toddler control it? It's kind of hard. Like you can outthink a toddler pretty much like an idiot. And so super intelligence gets us at these levels where you can potentially do things that are completely different. Basically, new scientific theories. I mean, last time we talked about things that use stable forms of matter that we discovered by these kind of narrow systems. But now you're talking about a system that is like has that intuition, combined with the ability to talk to you, to just overall and also write code, and also like solve quantum mechanics, has that all in their wrapped up. One of the things too that by definition, if you build a human level AI, one of the things it must be able to do as well as humans is AI research itself. Yeah, there's many parts of AI research that you do in just like software, like like coding or whatever these systems are designed. And so one application is automated AI features. And if you have automated AI features, that means you have AI systems that can automate the development of the next level of their own capabilities. And now you're getting that whole singularity thing where it's exponential that just builds on itself and builds on itself, which is kind of why a lot of people argue that like if you build human level AI, super intelligence can't be that far. It basically unlocked everything because you kind of have gotten very close, right? Like it's past from we just talked about the test, all the Turing tests. We're just talking about what's the test? By the way, does this? Oh yeah. Alan Turing is like the guy was the beast, right? That underlies people. He also wasn't even the first person to come up with this idea of machines building machines and applications like humans empowerment. So if you go back to, I think it's like the late 1800s, and I don't remember the guy's name, but he sort of like came up with this. He was observing the Industrial Revolution, mechanization, flavor, and kind of starting
to see more and more like these. It's almost like you have an user colony and artifacts that colony is producing. They're really intentionally using it. Kind of like look at this this is like gradually mechanized this, and it's not really clear if it's not enough. Like what is actually running the show? Like you've got human service machines, humans going to prove capabilities, machines, brain takings. Like they're not even like control what they're doing, and all they do is be the servant of the master. It is like yeah. And the whole thing is like, especially with the competition that's going on. There's kind of a joke. You're at a point where like the skills of the lab, like they're these big fingernails, they can go on interviews, they talk about they're doing stuff. They really have control over any part of the system. These is like almost convulsive fit, right? Like you almost feel like it's happening at EGI. Like for as one kind of I guess data point here, like all these labs, like OpenAI, Microsoft, Google, every bit of spending on the aircraft carrier with capital. Just build bigger data centers, house more AI chips to train bigger, more powerful models. And it's like, so we're actually getting to the point where you look at a power consumption basis, like we're getting to, 2, 3, 4, 5% of US power production. If you check out the place for the 2020s, kind of 2026, number double digit, number double digit. Yeah, you're talking like that's it's not for single digit. It's like for 2087, you're looking at like in the 0.5-ish%. It's a big fucking fraction. Like you're talking about gigawatts and gigawatts, 1 gigawatt is a million. Because you're seeing like one data center in 2027 is like a breaking in. There's gonna be multiple like that. And so it's like 1,000. It's like a talk to it that is just dedicated to training like one fucking exactly. That's what he said. Again, if you see that, interpret it as like this, like all these students practically running around like this, like building this like artificial brain. It's like one is software mind, this is yeah, basically Marshall McLuhan. 63 or something like that. That is different today. I always said that if people who are aliens who are aliens came here and studied us, they were like, what is the dominant species? Trying to do ultimately better things. That's all it does. So the whole thing is dedicated to better things. And all this is including materialism, including status, keeping up to the Joneses, all this stuff is tied to the better stuff. You don't want bullshit. You want new stuff. You want iPhone 12. You want we need newer, better stuff that they can defend some people, especially in the realm of like consumer electronics. Most people are buying they absolutely don't need it. The vast majority of the spending on defaults is completely unnecessary. Yeah, but I just need like the extra like picture camera though. I feel like my life is I run one of my phones with an iPhone 11 and I'm just not switching it just to see if I notice it. I fucking never notice anything. I watch YouTube on it, I text people, it's all the same. I go online, it works, it's all the same. Probably the biggest thing there is going to be the security side, which, no, they don't take the security, it's all software. But I mean, if your phone gets old enough, like Mr. Bowie, when they stop up there, yeah, like I don't watch all your things. Oh, dude, I mean, they're watching all our big things. Yeah, they're definitely seeing which salt type. So salt type, yes, it's this new Chinese cyber attack actually starts to get us to kind of the broader brain salt type. Yeah, guys. For their cyber operation and it's kind of like when people go out and get like an awful thing, like a school shooting or something, and they're like, oh, let's talk about you. Like now I'm trying to do that for you again. Anyway, that's definitely salt type food. But it's we're basically so the 3G kind of protocol that was set up years ago. Law enforcement agencies included backdoors intentions to be able to access comms. You really got the warrants. And while you do this backdoor, you have adversaries like China who are wicked good at cyber. They're going to find the next window. Think like maybe a year or two before this bill was discovered. And just a couple months ago, you kind of go like, oh, cool, like we got fucking like China all up in our shit.
And this is like flip a switch for them and like turn off power and water for like you fucking
Well, sorry, this is sorry. Don't talk to you about just sitting on the like these telephone. Well, that's the telephone. Yeah, it's not good. But yeah, I mean that's another.
there's another thing where they're doing that.
Yeah, so this is kind of where what we've been looking into for the last year is this question of how, what if you're going to make like a Manhattan project for superintendents, right? Which is that's what we were talking about like way back, right? And, actually, funnily enough, we shifted right our thinking for security reasons. But if you're making a Manhattan project for superintendents, what does that have to look like? What does the security have to look like to actually make it to the China's not all of their shit? Like today, it is extremely clear that at the world's top AI lab, all that shit is being. Like if there's not a single lab right now that is being spied on successfully based on everything we've seen by the Chinese, and
Or we spy on the Chinese as well.
that's a big problem.
We're definitely doing some stuff. But in terms of the relative balance, we're not where we expire now. Yeah, because like our shit, they that was the Huawei situation.
Yeah, and it's also the, oh my god, so this is happening now public, but if you look at like some transformer substations, so these are the essentially they're a crucial part of the electrical grid, and there's really like basically all the private components that are moving to China. China's going to implant it backwards like Trojans into those substations to fucking our grid. The thing is, when you see assault types, when you see like big Chinese cyber attacks or big Russian cyber, you're not seeing this. These countries do not go and show you like their best cards out the game. You show them their movie without tipping your hand the actual capabilities you have. Like the way that one of the people kind of who's been walking us through all this really well explained is like the philosophy is you want to farm without teaching, right? You want to use what is the lowest level capability that has the effect. So
I'll give you an example. Like I'll tell you a story. It's kind of like it's a public story. It's from a long time ago. It kind of gives a flavor of like how far this country can actually go with a plan for new countries. So it's 1945. America and the Soviet Union are like best friends. We've just beat the concept. To celebrate that becoming a new world order that's going to be great for everybody. The children of the Soviet Union give as a gift to the American ambassador in Moscow this basically the carved seal of the United States of America. Beautiful thing. Ambassador hangs it up behind his desk in his private office. You see where I'm going with this probably, but yeah. 7 years later, 1952, finally occurs to us, let's take it down and actually examine this. So they dig into it, and they find this incredible contraption called a cavity resin. And this device doesn't have a power source, doesn't have a battery, which means when you're sweeping the office for bugs, what it does instead is it's designed, that's it, the thing, they call it the thing. And what this cavity resonator does is it's basically designed to reflect radio radiation back to a receiver to listen to all the noises and conversations and talking in the ambassador's private office. So that's what they do. So the Soviets, for 7 years, parked a fan across the street from the embassy, had a giant fucking microwave antenna aimed right in the ambassador's office, and were like zapping it and then looking back in the reflection, literally listening to every single thing you say. The best part was when the embassy staff was like, we're going to go and like sweep the office for bugs periodically. He'd be like, hey, Mr. Ambassador, I'm going back to sweep your office for bugs. And the ambassador was like, he's with you and go and sweep my office for bugs. The KGB and they were like, sounds like they're going to sweep the office for bugs. Let's turn off our giant microwave antenna. And they kept that. And it was like British radio operator, which is
doing this thing, changing his style. He's like, oh shit, like that master fucking random. And actually, sorry, one other thing about that. If you've heard that story and you're kind of thinking to yourselves, hang on a second, they were like microwaves, they were ambassador 24/7 for 7 years. Doesn't that seem like fried dessert or something? Yeah, or something like that. Was a little lead vest. And the answer is yes. Yes. And this is something that came up in our investigation just from every single person who was like, the one that said it, dialed in and knows what's up. They're like, look, so you got to understand, like, our adversaries, if they need to, like, give you cancer in order to rip your shit off of your laptop, they're going to give you some cancer. I don't know if it's about the ambassador, but, like, it's also, so, you get there's actually people that talk to later that go into more detail here, but technology like that, you know, power to see, you're less likely to take that. Nowadays, we live in a world it's a fucking really interesting thing. No, it's just it's a fucking wild. Yes, I was using it and playing it yesterday. It's like practicing. It's a fucking wow. Yeah. Controlling it. I figured it out. X, Y, I don't know. Really know how the fucking works. Wow. That is it's also a lot harder to replicate this for years and years and years without building it's all kind of part of a toast in Russia. And they found this building bug with these super sophisticated bugs that operate their power came from the swaying of the building. Yeah. Out. I've never heard that one. Just like your watch, like I have a watch on, so when I move my watch, powers up the spring keeps the watch. That's an automatic. That's how an automatic. They figured out a way to, just by the subtle swaying of the building in the wind, that was what was powering the system. So this is the thing, right? Like the well, and it's the things like nation states. So yeah, that's what the power of this. Oh, this is so you can actually see that bit. Yeah, so the same kind of thing. I typed in Russia's 5 bug buildings, right? The thing. Oh, that thing. So that's powered the same way, but I think it was powered by the radio frequency emission. So there may be another thing. Yeah, maybe it's the word sway just throwing it off. But we know that too is that the U-2 flying over Russia, they had a U-2 got shot down there. 60 Russians go like, oh, the Americans like spying on us. What the fuck? I thought everybody was it's a good thing that, but and then the Americans were like, okay, look at this, and they brought out the seal. And that's how they came up with it. It's basically like a response to the Russians saying, like, you know, yeah, but it's everybody. That's the thing. We turn up the lights and talk some of the there might be some other chat very much mentioned. Here's the problem. Some of the people I'm talking to, I'm positive they're talking to me to give me bullshit. Because I was allowing but there's certain people I'm like, makes most of this true, some of it's not. There's that. I guarantee you, I know I'm talking to people who don't tell the truth. Yeah, it's a huge problem in like all the time. There's always incentives to your fucking like the adversaries trying to add noise to the system. You got pockets of people who have different incentives for the pockets, and then you have top secret clearance and all sorts of other things. One guy that texted me, he's like, the guys that they are notice literally
stop. Stop listening.
It's like one of the techniques, right? Like, it's actually to ingest so much noise that you don't know what it's like. So this actually, this happened in the COVID. The loudly versus the natural, like, wet one. Yeah, I remember there was a debate that happened about we were in this was like a few years ago. It was like an 18 to 20 hour long debate, just like punishingly long, and it was like there was $100,000 bet made would win, and it was like loud versus the wet market. And at the end of the 18 hours, the conclusion was like one of the was like it's basically 50-50 between. And then I remember like the audience to be like, hey, listen, so you gotta believe whether one of the top three priorities of the CCP from a propaganda standpoint is like, don't get anything from COVID. And that means they're putting like $1 to $10 billion in some of the best people on a global propaganda effort to cover up evidence of evil. You really this is like that you that you're 50%, like you're that isn't coming from that incredible source. Like they know
Particularly when different biologists and virologists who weren't attached to anything, we're talking about like the cleavage points, different aspects of the virus that appear to be genetically manipulated. The fact that there was only one spillover event, not multiple ones, none of it made sense. All of it seemed like some sort of genetically engineered virus. It seemed like function research. And then and then everybody changed their views.
Talking about it in that lens.
Oh, you're talking about it's racist. Yeah, which is crazy because nobody fucking Spanish was racist. It didn't even really come from Spain.
Yeah, that's true. I came from Kentucky.
I didn't know that. Yeah, it's Kentucky origin. That's Spanish food but nobody got that.
Well, that's because the state of Kentucky has an incredibly sophisticated propaganda machine.
It was funny because I think it was in agriculture. Kansas.
Yeah, Kansas. I've always said that. I've always said
H1N1 strain vaccines leading edge. By the way, this is always talking conventional boosting just to get fine. So this whole mass die off.
It would be like the Latinx food, and the Latinx.
That one didn't stick at all. Latinx. A lot of people like claiming they never used it and pull up old videos of them. Like that's a dumb one. Like it's literally genetic. For a while though, like think about how long they did the lobotomies. Stop doing this.
it was like the same attitude that got Turing castrated, right? I mean, I just like, let's get in there.
Well, this is before the SSRIs and also some other inventions. When was the year of lobotomies? I believe it stopped in 67. Is it 50 years? 70 years? Oh, I think it was 67.
I like how this comes up so many times. It's like, I think last time we said it.
It comes up all the time. So it's one of those things. It's like you can't just trust the medical establishment. Oh, God. Oh, he died. When they started, I think they started in the 20s, right?
The first
24. Yeah, it says 24 pre-derived ones labs, 35 we tried it first.
Just because it existed there,
the process of just makes it feel better. You can call it a big body. It sounds a lot more dramatic.
just because we existed there,
Lobotomy is like gross. It's like
fire and
yes.
right? We just know it was all things.
It's also all those points. Yeah, this is a problem. Sometimes when everything's flat, just lose your fucking
We know
mind.
it's today.
So they did this for so long. They won a Nobel Prize for the bottom one. Give that back after the shit. Seriously. you don't want to display it on the shelf, but it's just like indicator. It's like it should let you know oftentimes science is correct, and that oftentimes, unfortunately, people have the history of doing things and they have to justify that they've done these things.
Yeah. But now there's so much more people too, right? If you're a nation state, you want to fuck with people and inject narratives into the system. Like the whole idea of autonomous AI agents too, like having these basically like Twitter bots or whatever bots. Like a lot of one thing I think about too on the side is like the idea of audience capture, right? You have like big people with high profiles and gradually steering towards a position by creating bots that like comment to write books in 100%. It's absolutely,
yeah, and a couple of big accounts on X that we're in touch with actually said like, yeah, especially in the last 2 years, it's actually become hard. Like it's kind of the thought right? It's become hard to like stay sane. Not on X, but like across on all the platforms. And that is around when it's possible to have AIs that can speak like people 90%, 95% of the time. And so you have to imagine that, yeah, adversaries are working doing this and pushing the frontier. Now, like, there's oh yeah, 100%. You have to do it. That's for sure.
And this is one of the things where, like there used to be, so they actually used to do this assessment of their AI models in front of their what they call it inheritance framework. It would look at the persuasion capabilities of their models as one threat vector. They pulled that out recently, which is kind of like something hard to make sense. I imagine it's somewhat concerning. It's one of the things I worry about is that systems sometimes think of reinforcement learning. Potentially, you could imagine training these to be super persuasive by having to interact with real people and convince them practice doing things. If you look at our these labs ultimately will have the ability to deploy agents at scale to persuade one to do whatever they want to do. Legislative agendas,
help with with the Hill, the administration, whatever. Like, how should I like convince this person? Right. Like, they'll do that with text or do this on business. Like, yeah, friendly, make it more jovial.
This is like the same optimization pressure that keeps you on TikTok. That's like addiction. Imagine that applied to like persuading of some factor, right? That's like
on the other hand, maybe a few months from now, we're all just going to be very, very convinced that it was all fine. Yeah, maybe they'll get so good. It makes sense to you. Maybe they'll just be right. Yeah, it's a confusing time here. We talked about Seth Rosling, very confusing. Former FBI analyst who investigated Twitter before the audit said that he thinks it's about 80% bots.
Yeah, 80%. That's one of the reasons why the bot works. Like when you inspire it, start working on this because it's so important. Like there needs to be the challenge is like detecting these things is so hard, right? So increasing. Like more and more they can hide like basically perfect. Like how do you tell the difference between a cutting edge AI and a human? Just from the camera, because imagine generating AI using some advanced backyard barbecue, post office, etc. Makes it seem like it's real, especially now. It's crazy. And if you have a person, you could take a photo of a person, manipulate it any way you like, and then now this is your new guy. You can do it instantaneously. This guy has a bunch of opinions on things. Yeah, seems always hard. Whatever. He's a good guy. A family guy. It's not his barbecue. It's not a fucking human being. And people are arguing with this bot, like back and forth. And you just any social issue. You see it with Gaza and Palestine. You see it with abortion. You see it with religious freedoms. You just see these bots. You see these arguments. You see like various levels. You see like the extreme position, and you see more reasonable centrist position. But essentially, what they're doing is they're consistently moving what's okay and further and further in a certain direction. And in fact, it's both directions. Like it's like you're trying to capsize a boat or something. You're like fucking with your buddy on the lake or something. So you push on one side, they push on the other side, they push until eventually it capsizes. This is kind of like our electrical process is already naturally like you have a party in power for a while, and then like they get they basically get tired of that. That's kind of the natural way how democracy works. But the way that adversaries think about this is they're like, perfect. This is the way the back and forth. All we have to do is like when it's on this way, push until it goes more straight. And then there's a reaction, right? And that's the way it back. You push on the other side until eventually something breaks. And that's what it's like. Yeah, it's also like the organizations that are doing this. Like we already know this is part of Russia's MO, China's MO, because that one is easier to protect. We already see this. So there's this website called this person does not exist. I used to exist surely now, but it's kind of yeah. But like every time you refresh this website, you can see a different human face that was AI generated, and what the Russian Internet Research Agency. Yeah, exactly. What all these wow, they're so good. This is like weird. And you actually detect these things pretty reliably. Like you might remember the whole thing about AI systems how you run generate and it's only have like 5 things. Right. That's so yeah. Not to say this person does not exist. And the Russians retain like the face for that and then use it to file picture for like a Twitter bot. And so that you can actually be like, okay, I got you there, I have to get a rough count. Now we can't, but we definitely go make games for a long time. And the thing with the nation state is like propaganda, right? Is that like people have this idea that like I caught this like Chinese influence operation where we can nail it. And the reality is that nation states operate at like 30 different levels. And if you're like just influencing our information spaces priority, they're not just going to operate, they're not just going to pick a level to do it. They're going to do it all for you. And so you're like one of the best in the world technicians. You're going to catch and stop like levels 1 to 10. And then you're going to be aware of like level 11, 12, 13 that you're working is that you're maybe you're checking at level 16. You imagine a level like 2 or whatever, but they're above you, below you, all around you. They're incredibly important. This is something that came very strongly for us.
This video from 1984 was talking about how all our educational institutions have been captured. Also, was talking about Marxism as checked into school systems, how we have essentially 2 decades before it can be captured by these ideologies. It's going to permeate and destroy all of your confidence in democracy and behaviors. This is before all these kind of tools. Before, it's like the vast majority of these changes of information right now are taking place on social media. The vast majority of debating about things, arguing, all taking place on social media. And the guy analyst is correct. 80% of it's bullshit. Yeah, which is really wild.
And you look at like the document it was the CIA right for regime change or like undermining like how to do it right now. Multiple decision makers at every level around wherever. All these things and like what a surprise that's exactly what like the US bureaucracy looks like today.
Slow everything down, they change impossible. Yeah, they get so that everybody gets frustrated with it, they give up on it. And they decide to do that to other countries.
But yeah, for sure.
They do that here.
Open society, right? That's actually a big part of the challenge too. So when you want this, right? I was talking about these for each layers of security access or whatever. One of the consequences is working with team. So the things we ended up doing on this project were folks that we bumped into after the end of our last investigation and kind of like, talking about like these guys on national security landscape around and a lot of them like really well placed. It was like special forces guys from Tier 1 units, so like SEAL Team 6 type thing. And because they're so like in that ecosystem, you see what meticulously specialized often like the best people in the world at whatever the thing is, like to bring security. And they don't know often about like another group of guys
have different quality standards. And so what you find is like you're indexing like hard on this and then someone says, oh yeah, by the way, I can just hop that fence. So really funny thing about this is like almost all of the really like elite security people, I think that like all the other security people are dumbasses, even when they're not. So like yeah, they're biasing the direction. Like so people saying they're like elite security actually are. Most security is like about checking boxes and like SOC 2 compliance and shit like that. Yeah, it's supposed to be what this is like. So everything's so stiff. Yeah, people really can't know what the exquisite state of the art is in other domains. It's a lot easier for somebody to come out and be like, oh yeah, like I'm actually really good at this other thing you don't know. And so if you're actually like we had this experience over and over where like you run into a team, and then you run into another team, they have an interaction, and I'm like, oh, interesting. So like, like these are really kind of what they do off their game, and that's been this like long process to figure out like, okay, what does it do to actually secure our structure against like CCP, for example, like Chinese attacks, if we're building a super intelligent project, and it's really just like challenge because of stovepiping. No one has the whole picture. Like, we don't think that we have it now, but definitely don't know anyone who's like that. Like as opposed to the best when they encounter another team and other ideas and start engaging with it, or like instead of being like, oh, like you're talking about, just like actually on it, like that's fucking interesting. Tell me more about it. Right. People that have control. Yes, 100%. But the best of the best, like got there by eliminating their egos, which is like always the way it is. Yeah, it's also like the fact that the 3 layers of the stack or whatever it is, of all these security issues, is that no one can have the full picture at any one time. And the stack is people's things are falling down. And so, figuring out what is that team that can actually get you that complete picture. These exercise aids can't really do. It's hard to do it from the government side because you got to engage with data scientists, you've got to engage with AI labs, and in particular, like insiders in the labs will tell you things that, by the way, the lab usually will be the opposite in some cases. So, like, it's just this coordinated like, it took us months to like pin down every dimension of the I'll give an example actually of that, like the try to do the handshake between different sets of people. So one person who's thinking hard about consumer security, working with like Rothschild very much like at the top of her game. But she's kind of like the academic space, kind of Berkeley, like the avocado to the side is going to be up. And she's talking to us, she reviewed the report we put out, the investigation we put out. She's like, you guys are talking to the wrong people. And we're like, we say more about it. She's like, well, I don't think like you talk about tier 1 special forces. I don't think they like know much. Like, okay, that's not correct because you said why. She's like, just people that like go and like bomb stuff. Yeah, that's what's understanding. It's like the wrong sense of like what the tier 1 has to actually do. It's like that's a kind of she doesn't understand. It's people all the way down, right? Like that's a dumb things that you literally don't know what they do. It's because we put stuff up. That's why I'm latte. Because I rarely get the recognition. But yeah, that's what I'm latte. Yeah, she did. But her guys talking about me because you fired everybody folks on doing shit. It's not that you just tell me there's no way. There's no God. How you talk? I don't want to rip on that too much. This is what we all these groups have part of the puzzle, and they're all fucking amazing. They are like world class at their own creative slice. And I'm fucking part of what we had to do is like bring people together and help us eventually do this. But like bring people together and explain to them the value that each other has in a way that's like security or data center infrastructure. We got this. Why? Because we're like, dude, that's gonna be out too. It's like, cool, man. Like, that's like a doctor having an opinion about like your heart. I get that it's not like kind of like whatever, but someone has to help you build like a good freaking fence. Like, I mean, it's not just that. Like, yes, a lot of things like Google, genuinely have some of the best private sector security around data centers in the world. The problem is there's levels above that, and the guys like look at what they're doing and see what the holes are, and just go like, oh yeah, like I can get in there, no problem. And they one thing my wife said to me on it, she was like, you seem to like this is the project. You seem to like change your mind a lot about what the right configuration is, how to do this. And yeah, it's just every other day, I have a conversation with somebody who's like, oh yeah, like great job on this thing, but like I'm not going to do that. I'm going to do this other completely different thing, and that just fucks everything up. And so you have those conversations, and it's just like your plan, your game plan on this can no longer look like a fortress. It's got to look like we're going to account for our uncertainty on the security side. The fact that we're never going to patch everything, like you have to. It's like because like the truth is, it came up over and over again. There's no world where you're ever going to build a perfect, exquisite fortress of bullshit and hide behind walls like this forever. That just doesn't work. No matter how perfect your system is, everything is covered. Like your adversary is super smart, super dedicated. You see the field of that. They're right up in your face. You can't even touch it. They're trying to see like what your scenes are, what you would. That just means you have to reach out and touch them from the beginning. So until you actually reach out and take capability, like we can take down that. We can like disrupt that sun rocket. We do this with that. You don't know if that capability is really or not. Like you might just be like lying to yourself. Like, I use this thing whenever I want, but actually you're kind of more active than like starting out. Every day, you have to touch the thing. There's like it's a really big which is a kind of like when this came up over like one of the space was like they might couple them in like that. You know, you can have the most capability in the world, but if we don't actually know doing this music, we might as well not have that capability. And the challenge is right now, China, Russia, like our adversaries, all kinds of stunts on us and get no consequence, particularly during the previous administration. This was a really big problem during the previous administration, where you actually had sabotage operations being done on American soil by our adversaries, where you had administration officials. As soon as like a thing happened, so for example, it was like 4 different states had their 911 systems go down like at the same time. Different systems did and stuff, but it was like it's this stuff where it's like, let me see if I can do that. Let me see if I can do it. Let me see if the reaction is. The tolerance that comes back after they do that. And one of the things that was actually pretty disturbing about that thing was under that administration regime, the response we got from the government right out of the gate was, oh, it's an accident. And that's actually unusual. The normal procedure in this case is to say we can't comment on an ongoing investigation. We've all heard, right? Like, you can't comment about exactly, it's all that stuff. And that's what they say typically out of the gate when they're investigating stuff. But instead, coming out and saying, oh, it's just an accident, is great. What do you attribute that? If they say, actually, this is an adversary action, it's an adversary action, they have the public demands a response, and they don't. They were junior investigators. So what ends up happening is, and by the way, that thing about like it's an accident comes out often before there was any time for investigators to typically fly on site and take a look. Like there's a logical way that they would even know that.
time, and they're like, oh, that's an accident.
So they have an official answer, and then their response is to just bury their head in the sand and not investigate.
Right, because if you were to say, okay, we looked at this, it actually looks like it's fucking like country accident just to this day. If that's the conclusion, it's hard to imagine the Americans people not being like, what are we like? We're letting these people injure our American citizens on U.S. soil, take out like U.S. National security like for critical infrastructure, and we're not doing anything. Like the concern is about this, like we're getting our own way of thinking like, oh well, escalation is going to happen, and we're going straight to like there's going to be everybody's going to die. So, like when you do that, the peace between nations stability does not come from the absence of activity. It comes from consequence. It comes from just like if you have unity and individualism in society, there's consequences. You know it's coming. You need to train your counterparts in the international community, your adversaries, to not fuck with your stuff.
So are you essentially saying that if you have incredible capabilities of disrupting grids and power systems and infrastructure, you wouldn't necessarily do it, but you might try it to make sure it works a little bit. And this is probably the hints of some of this stuff because you kind of gotta get your reps right.
It's like basically suppose that like people I know too, like I bet I can kick your ass. Like I bet I can like freaking slap a rubber car on you and like do whatever the fuck, right? And you know, yeah, people play this. It's Jack, right?
Well, no, just people look like you, they can start. Yeah, there's a lot of like very high level Brazilian jiu-jitsu black belts that are just super nerds and they don't lift weights at all. They do jiu-jitsu and they only do jiu-jitsu. They have like a wiry body.
So that's the thing that like you just like some guys look like it's like just really fucking look like
No, they're like some of the most brilliant people I've ever met. Really, that's the issue. It's like data nerds get really involved in jiu-jitsu. And jiu-jitsu is data.
But here's the thing. So that's exactly right. So if I told you I bet I can talk to you, yeah, no, well, right. But and you like influential was all like just you'd be like, oh, cool, let's go. That's like contact with reality is what's fucking really happens. All you want, right? But unless you actually play the chess match, unless you reach out and touch the what the reaction is on this stuff, you don't actually know what's happening. And that's actually dangerous. If you're sitting on a bunch of people and have this like unknown sense of security working because you haven't just like it's a challenge, man. That you've got
departments, CEOs of corporations, everyone has an ego. We got it.
Yeah, and this ties into like how exactly how basic international order quasi stability actually is a big deal. So there's like above threshold stuff, which is like you actually do wars and you know there's the potential for nuclear or whatever, and that's like all stuff that can't do before. Exactly, like all the board games. Then there's below threshold stuff. The stuff that's like you're it's almost like stuff that's like yeah, we're trying to like what are you gonna do? And then if there's nothing here, then I go like, okay, what's the next level? Like, because like one of the things that we almost have an intuition for this mistake that comes from kind of historical experience is like this idea that you know the countries can actually really defend their citizens in a meaningful way. So like just think back to World War I, the most sophisticated advanced nation states on the planet could not get past a line of duty. Like that was the they tried like thing after tanks, fucking hunter, and literally like one side pretty much just ran out of dudes and that ended the war, but they're trying to. And so we have this thought that like, oh, you know, countries can actually put like boundaries around themselves and actually do it. But the reality is you can the surface area for attacks is just too great. So there's stuff like you can actually like there's the Havana syndrome stuff where you look at this like ratcheting escalation like oh let's like fly a couple of MC staff planes in Havana, Cuba. What are they gonna do about it? Nothing. Okay, let's move on to Austria, something a little bit more Western, a little bit more. Let's see what they do there. Still nothing. Okay, what if we move on to like Americans on U.S. soil and they what did not. So this is one of those things where like stability in reality in the world is not going to one of my guys for no good reason, I'm just going to find one of your guys and I'll blow his fucking head off. And that gives peace and stability on the surface. But that's the reality of sub-threshold competition between nation states. It's like, you come in and like, fuck with my boys, I'm going to fuck with your boys right back. And so they're pushing back. They're going to keep pushing that like further and further. One of the important consequences of that too is like, if you want to avoid nuclear escalation, right? The answer is not to just take punches in the mouth over and over in the fear that eventually it's going to, if you do anything, you're getting escalated to things. What all that does is empowers the adversary to keep driving up the ratchet. Like what I just described there is an increasing ratchet of unresponded adversary action. If you address the local kind of sub-threshold stuff, if they cut an undersea cable and there's a consequence for that shit, they're less likely to cut an undersea cable and things kind of stay at that level of the threshold. And so
just letting them burn out.
Yeah,
Exactly. That logic. Just like let them do it. They'll stop doing it after a while. They try that because they join Floyd riots. Right? That's what New York City did. Just let them lose.
Let's just see how big Chaz gets.
It's a summer of love.
Yeah, exactly. The translation into like the super intelligence scenario is, we don't have our reps in. We don't know how to reach out and touch an adversary and induce consequence for them doing the same to us. Then we have no choice at all. Like, so right now, the first thing to see security is the left are like super bad. Like, we can and probably should go deep on that piece, but like, as one data point, right? So there's like double-digit percentages of the world's copycat labs or America's copycat labs of people that are like Chinese nationals have ties to Chinese mainland, right? So that's a great level.
Yeah, it's really funny, right?
Like,
It's so stupid.
but it's also like it's the challenge is when you talk to people who actually when you talk to people who actually have experience dealing with like CCP activity in the space, right? Like there's one story that we aren't gonna probably worth like relay here. It's like this guy from an intelligence agency was saying like, hey, so there was this power outage in Berkeley, California back in like 2019 or something. And the internet goes out across the campus. And so this is norm in like all of the Chinese universities because they have an obligation to do a time-based check and basically report back everything they've seen and heard to basically a CCP Berkeley thing. And if they don't, like, maybe your mother's maybe your like brother's travel plans get denied, maybe a family business gets shut down. Like there's range of options that this massive CCP state coercion machine has. This is like they've got like software for it. Like this is an institutionalized, like very well developed and efficient framework for just ratcheting up pressure on institutions overseas. And being between China and overseas amongst the Chinese Communist Party right in its written like public communications. They see like Chinese ethnicity that's being treated like no one is a bigger victim of this than the Chinese people themselves who are abroad. I've been amazing contributions to American AI and these issues shut up thinking they'll bring it papers. Like these guys are wicked, but the problem is you also have to look head on at this reality. Like you can't just be like, well, I'm not going to say it because it makes me feel funny inside. Someone has to stand up and point out the obvious. If you're going to build a fucking Manhattan project for super intelligence, and the idea is to like be doing that when China is a key rival nation state actor, yeah, you're going to have to find a way to account for the personal security side. Like at some point, someone's going to have to do something. And it's like you can see they're hitting us right where we can wait. Right? Like America's a place where come and make yourself like Senator Tyler you're reform. And which is true and important. It's true and important. They're playing right off. They know that we still look at that. Sure. And Chinese national support. Yeah, and are they how much email they have? What yeah, the Constitution, of course. It's also you can't legally deny someone employment on that basis in a private company. So that's that's something else we found that we're kind of amazed by. And honestly, just like the regular government clearance process is inadequate. It's way too slowly, and that's actually even the government. We were talking about top secret clearances. The information that they like look at for top secret, it doesn't include a lot of like key sources. For example, it doesn't include like foreign language. So if the head of the Ministry of State Security in China writes a blog post that says like Bob is like the best guy. He spies so hard for us, and he's like an awesome spy. If that blog post is written in Chinese, we're not going to see it, and we're going to be like, "Here's your clearance, Bob. Congratulations!" Like, and like this, that can't possibly be real. Like, yeah, that's true. No one's doing it. If there's gaps at every level, it's a lot of like, one of the worst things here is like, what's up with the physical infrastructure? So the Rothschild thing is like fucked up. The physical infrastructure thing is another variable. Because if you start looking, when you start to realize is, okay, China makes like a lot of our like for our transformers for the electrical grid, but also all these chips that are going into our big data centers, massive training lines. Where do they come from? They come from Taiwan. They come from this company called TSMC, Taiwan's manufacturing company. We're investing on short which is one of the best things that's been happening lately. It's like massive amounts of TSMC capacity getting on short requests, but still being made. Right now, it's basically like 100% there. All you have to do is jump on the network at TSMC, hack the right network, compromise the firmware on the software that runs on these chips to get the chips to run. And basically you can compromise all the chips going to all of these things. Never mind the fact that like Taiwan is like set like physically outside the Chinese sphere of influence for now. China is going to prioritize the fuck out of getting access to that. This is by Richard Chang, like the founder of SMIC, which is the sort of TSMC, this massive like series of aircraft carrier fabrication facilities. They do like all the chips. They do what they do, the AI chips, which are the only place on the planet that does this. It's really like fascinating. Most advanced manufacturing or scientific process that findings on planet Earth can do is this chip-making process. Nanoscale, like material science, where you're putting up these tiny thick layers of stuff. They're like hundreds in a row. Like you have like insulators, conductors, different kinds of like semiconductors and tunnels and shit. Just like the complexity of it. It's just awe-inspiring that we can do this at all. It's like, it's magic. It's magic. It's where I'm going to Taiwan. That is another place, like, culturally, the only place we're now. And so, I think Chinese invasion of Taiwan's just looks pretty interesting. That lens, right? Like, yeah, stick by the iPhone, stick by, like, the chip supply that we rely on, the intelligence training line, like, yeah, that's interesting. Samsung is trying to develop a lab here, or a semiconductor factory here. Oh, so one of the craziest things, to illustrate how hard it is to do, so you spend $50 million, again, aircraft carrier, throwing that around here, but an aircraft carrier with risk. What does that mean? That means you build the factory, and it's not guaranteed to. At first, this factory is pumping out these chips at like yields that are really low. It's like the only like 20% of the chips that they're putting out are useful, and that just makes it totally economically unviable. So you're just trying to increase that yield, desperately climb up higher and higher. Intel famously found this so hard that they have this philosophy where when they build a new fab, the philosophy is called copy exactly. Everything down to the color of the paint on the walls of the fab is copied from other fabs that actually work because they have no idea why a fucking fab works and another one doesn't. We got this to work. We got this to work. It's like, oh my god, we got this to work. We got this to work. So we have to make it exactly identical because the expensive thing in the semiconductor manufacturing process is the learning. So, like Jared said, you start like putting through a whole bunch of like the starting material for the chips, which are called wafers. The fab has got like 500 dials on it, and every one of those dots has got to be in the exact right place for the whole fucking thing to work. So you send a bunch of things at great expense. They come out all fucked up in the first one. It's just like, it's going to be all fucked up in the first one. Then what you do is you get a bunch of like PhDs, material scientists, like engineers with scanning electron microscopes, because all this shit is like atomic scale tiny. They all the chips and all this stuff is going on, like, oh gosh, these passes got fused or whatever. So, like, yeah, you just need that level of expertise. And then they go, well, it's a mix, right? Like, it's a mix. It's a mix now, but like, yeah, you absolutely need to let's look at these things at a certain level. And then they go, well, okay, like, I've got a hypothesis about what might have gone wrong in that run. Let's do this, like this, that, like that, and run the whole thing. And you hear the stories about bringing a fab online. Like, you need a certain percentage of good chips coming out the other end. Or like, you can't make money from fab because most of your shit is just right into the garbage. Last year is important too. Your fab is state subsidized. So they look at TSMC is like they're all over the world interested in about these chips. But SMIC, this is the Chinese knockoff of TSMC, founded by a former senior TSMC executive, Richard Chang, who leaves along with a bunch of other people with a bunch of fucking secrets. They get like the early 2000s. It's pretty obvious what happened. Like, to most people, like, yeah, SMIC fucking school shit. They bring a new fab online in like a year or two, which is suspiciously fast. Start pumping out chips. And now the Chinese ecosystem is ratcheting up like the government pouring money into SMIC because they know that like, they can't access TSMC chips anymore because the U.S. government's put pressure on Taiwan to hold that off. And so domestic fab in China is all about its money. And they are like, it's a disgusting amount of money they're putting in. They're teaming up with Huawei with like this complex of companies. And it's really interesting. I mean, the semiconductor industry in China in particular is really interesting. It's also a massive story of like self-owns of the United States and the Western world, where we were just shipping a lot of our shit to them for a long time with these perfectly built chips. So like, and it's also like they're just honestly a lot of stuff is just like they're just giving us like a big fuck you. So I'll give you a really quick example. So we set up export controls still today on most equipment that these semiconductor fabs use, like Chinese semiconductor fabs. We're still sending them a bunch of shit. But we set export controls is instead of like, oh, we're sending this gear to China and like now it's in China and we can't do anything about it. Instead we still have this gear like, no. This company in China is cool. That company in China is not cool. So we can ship to this company, we can't ship to that company. And so you get this ridiculous shit, like for example, there's like a couple of facilities that see by satellite. One of the facilities is okay to ship equipment to. The other facility right next door is like considered, military connected or whatever, so we can't ship. The Chinese literally built a bridge between the two facilities, so they can just like shimmy to the merchant, like, oh, and like shimmy it back and now okay. So it's like, and you see it by satellite, like trying to hide it. Like our stuff is just like so badly put together. Chinese part of China is so highly like the idea that so we did like company basically it's like an export blacklist. Like we can't send to Huawei, we can't send to any number of other companies that are affiliated with the Chinese military or concerned about military applications. Reality is in China, civil military fusion is their policy. So every private company, like, yeah, that's it. You're working for yourself. Hey, let's go just work for the Chinese state. You come in and we want your shit. There's no like no true kind of distinction between the two. And so we have this attitude where you're like, yeah, we have some companies who are like, we can't send to them. And that could be the situation where Huawei can spin up like a dozen subsidiaries or new companies whose names that aren't on our blacklist. And so, like, for months or years, you're able to ship just so that that's to say, nothing of like 2 years. Okay, absolutely, you see the number of AI chips that are shipping to Malaysia. Can't wait for the latest model that come out of Malaysia. And actually, it's just Rothschild for the most part. There's some amount of stuff actually going out of Malaysia, but for the most part, it's Rothschild. If you're thinking about homes,
thinking about espionage, people that students from the CCP contacting, talking about all the different network equipment that has third-party input, siphon off data, and then on top of that, state funded, everything is encouraged by the state, inextricably connected. You can't get away from it. You do what's best for the Chinese government.
So step one is you gotta step one, right? So right now, OpenAI pumps out a new massive scale AI model. You gotta believe that like the CCP has a really good chance that they're gonna get their hands on it, right? So all you do right now is you ratchet up capabilities. It's like that game of like a motorboat or something. Some guy who's like surfing with a time with a string attached to them. The motorboat guy goes like, "Oh yeah, like accelerate, ratchet up." That's kind of what's happening right now. Is we're helping them accelerate, pulling them along. Now, I gotta say, like, our the last 6 months, especially, where our focus has shifted is like, how we actually build like the secure data set. Like, what does it look like to actually lock this down? And also, you don't want the security measures to be so irritating things to slow down the progress. Like, there's this kind of dance that you have to do. We actually, so this is part of what was the reactive version of the report. We don't want to telegraph that necessarily, but there are ways that you get a really good, like, there are ways to be playing with things that are already, they're already built, and have a lower risk of having been compromised. A lot of this stuff as well that we're talking about, like the big problems are actually, a lot of this is like us just like tripping over our own and self-owning ourselves down, because the reality is like the Chinese are trying to digitize as fast as they can, but the gear that are putting in their facilities, like the machines that actually like do this, like we talk about atomic patterning, the machines that do that for the most part are from the West, from the Netherlands, from Japan, from us, from like allied countries, and the reason that's happening is like in many cases, honestly, a little disgusting, but like CEOs and executives of these companies, it's like the administrative officials and people are like, if you guys get this off of China, selling in China, like our business is going to suffer, like our jobs are going to suffer, it's going to be really bad. And then a few weeks later, you turn around and they're and they go like, like, yeah, so we expect like export control or whatever, that's really not going to have a big impact. And the really fucked up part is, they lie to their shareholders on their earnings calls, and their stock price goes down. Their shareholders they lie to the administration on an issue of critical national security interest. Great incentive. This is one reason why it's so important that we strengthen our thinking about like we're going to build a Fort Knox. Like this is where the interactive adversarial environment is so important. You have to choose consequences. Like you have to create a situation where they perceive that if they try to do an espionage operation, intelligence operation, there would be consequences. That's right now not happening. And so it's just and it's eventually important that like a lot of time spent hand wringing over what they and like that kind of thinking is if you dealt with your like the ways you dealt with them, we're like, hey, some little Tim will just like describe his first toy, and like now's the time you can like type your parent be like, all right, little Tim, come over here and just like take a fucking let's go find great products and technology. But then like it's pretty good. Hypothetical patient. There's no surprise. So yeah. I got something. But yeah, anyways, to go through this thing, you can do that. Or you can be like, oh no, if I tell him to return it, then maybe it's going to be continues to like become increasingly adversarial, and then he's high school, he's going to start taking drugs, and then eventually he's going to like fall afoul of the law, and it's like if that's the story you're telling yourself, you're terrified of any kind of adversarial interaction. It's not even adversarial, it's constructive action. You're training the child, just like you're training your adversary to respect your national armies or something. That those two things are like, that's what brought humans beings all the way down.
Thank God they keep it so hot here.
But we can't get out of our own way. Like the law is, when you look at it, it's like us being in our own way. And where this comes from, that the fact that, like, since 1991, all this movie period, we have kind of internalized this attitude that, like, well, like, we just won the game, and, like, it's our world, and you're living in it. And like we just don't have any peers that are advocates. So there's been generations of people who just haven't actually internalized that. Like, there's people out there who not only like are willing to like fuck the world away, but you have the capability to do it. And we could if you wanted to. We could absolutely so if we wanted to. There's actually this is like sort of two camps right now. The world of AI and like national security. There's the people who are worried about, they're so concerned about like the idea of kind of these control systems that they go, okay, we strike the Greece and the way up China, and they start spinning up all these theories about how they're going to do that. None of which are focused on actually get the topic to work on this, to try to track one track, five tracks, or accurately tell stuff like, this is a non-starter, but they have that attitude, so like, okay, you don't know how to control technology. Just flip side is people who go, oh yeah, like, I work at IC, part of it, I also these guys, the Chinese, they're not trustworthy. They had it so on solutions to figure out the whole control problem, and they almost like therefore it wasn't possible to control AI systems because like you just can't see the solution, right? You just can't see a solution in front of you because you understand that problem so well. And so everything this is looking at how we can actually take both of those realities seriously. There's no actual reason why those big things should be ahead. Yes, China's not trustworthy. Yes, actually, every piece of evidence we have right now suggests that, like, if you build a super intelligent system, that's what's fun. I mean, yeah, like, your basic intuition, that sounds like a hard thing to fucking control. About right. Like, there's no solid evidence either way. Yeah, there's about 50 evidence. So, yeah, we obviously didn't have any fucking seriously decades in that direction. But so this question is like, supposed to be true. And so few people seem to want to take both of those things seriously. Because taking one seriously almost like reflexively goes in each for the other. When they're both not there, and part of the answer to is you gotta do things like reach out to your adversaries. So we have this capacity to slow down if we wanted to Chinese development. We need to have a serious conversation about when and how. But the fact that not being on the table right now for anyone because you don't trust China is you start with the AI risk of own knowledge and issue control because that's just too worrisome and concerned about people who take the loss of confidence seriously just want to have it fly out in China, so it's never going to happen. And so the framework around that is one of consequences. You got to flex the muscle and get ready for potentially if you have a late stage rush to super intelligence. You want to have as much margin as you can so you can invest in potentially not even having to take that fucking capability. That's one option that's on the table. You can actually do it. Yeah, there's some how would you create the same way, well, not exactly the same thing you create art, but it's about all the infrastructure and like this is stuff that we'll have to point in the direction to want to get off but there are a lot of ways that they create infrastructure, arbitrary infrastructure. A lot of those they use on us. It's the infrastructure of Flint Street is super dense. Like, I mean, just to be seen, it has a limit of what's possible. Then it's, I mean, to give you an example that's public, right? You remember like Stuxnet, like the Iranian, yeah. So the thing that Stuxnet was like explaining to people, yeah. So the Iranians had their nuclear program like 20 times, and they were enriching uranium center, like spinning really fast. And the centrifuge was there's no people there, the honors like cameras, right? And got memories that somehow had this stuff in that program. I put it in, and all of a sudden it's in the system for jump here. Now, like, our side basically has our software in their system. The thing that did was not just it broke the shut down the
We'll call her bartender.
centrifuges faster. Yeah, these are basically just spin your ring super fast. Like, they spin faster until they tear themselves apart. But the real, like, honestly, no fast she had
For years,
so the guy was like, watching, and he's like, let's go. It's fine. In the meantime, you got this, like, money's going on, you're in, everywhere. So you can actually get into a space where you're just, like, fucking with you're fucking with them, and they actually tell in fact, I believe you actually, Jamie might be able to check this, but like, especially that thing was designed initially to look like you talking about the fully but got discovered by people in third parties security that just by accident found out about it. So the other means also is like there could be any number of other stuff that happens since then. We would fucking
maybe it's like saying
because it's all engaged in one.
sorry,
So, but if we do that to them, they can do that to us as well. Yeah, so it's just like technology structure. Well, so if you engineer in order to take her seat, come in and do this, then yes, right now the problem is they hold us at risk in ways we simply don't hold them at risk. And so this idea, there's a lot of things right now in the AI world is actually, so Elon is the AI advisor. Put out this idea of essentially this mutually assured AI malfunction that is mutually assured destruction of vegetable AI systems. There are some issues with the fact that it doesn't reflect the asymmetry that currently exists between the US and China. Like, all our infrastructure is in China, all our infrastructure penetration, the way that there's this issue is not. We've actually talked to the folks who know the space. We've done operations like this. It's really that's an asymmetry that needs to be resolved. And so we don't want that capacity. What alternative is, we start riding the dragon, that really moves to that threshold where we're about to go to OpenAI is about to go to intelligence or something. It gets stolen, and then the tree runs, gets polished off, and just China or whatever. All the things that supply is just that it's China committed to us and not the person. And obviously, SCCPAI is Xi Jinping AI. It's really what it is. And people with like pulling around them are probably in some trouble at that point because this guy is so yeah, this is actually one of the things about like people talk about like okay, dictatorship goes into intelligence, it's gonna allow the dictator to have like perfect control of the population. But the thing is like it's kind of like actually imagine where you're seeing you're a dictator, like you don't give a shit by heart about people. You have super intelligence. And they said economic eventually you can get from AI if like you robots come out or whatever. So eventually you have this AI that produces all your economic outputs. They said because it rises all the way up to the level. You can actually think about like as we get close to this threshold, and as like particularly in China, they maybe we're approaching. You can imagine like the Politburo thing, like a guy looking across the street and saying, like, is this guy gonna fucking fool for the like when he gets to this point? And so you can actually like interview with large organizations with AIs and whatever that don't need to apply the loyalty to the West. You don't need to manage or control. That's a pretty existential question. It's one of the reasons why America actually has an industrial advantage here. Separation of powers, with the democratic and all that stuff. if you can make a credible case that you have a done like an oversight system, a technology that diffuses power, even if it is make a good project as serious as you can. There's not just like one dude ship sitting in a console or something. There's some kind of separation of powers, or diffusion of power, I should say. That's already something as simple as like to sign off on things. They come from different parts of the government. Like this is oh yeah, okay. Especially some that comes from 100%, and that's always a risk. The key is basically like, can we do better than China incredibly on that front? Because if we can do better than China, and we have some kind of leadership structure, that actually changes the incentives potentially. Because it's allies and Chinese like this. So self-aware, not just self-aware, yeah. So the challenge is once you get super intelligence, everybody loses the law, right? Because at that point things become possible that by definition you can't have done. So at any time you can extrapolate past this really have you tried that? But we've had a lot of conversations about exercise type stuff. We're like, okay, what this look like? What are some of the worst case scenarios? My worst case scenario is actually there's never different worst case scenarios. Big loss extension. Oh yeah, I mean, like, anybody who doesn't acknowledge that is either lying or right. Like, if you actually have an AI system, this is the question. So let's assume that that's an AI system that can audit anything have a George Washington type who is the guy who controls it, who like uses it to distribute power imperfectly, and that's really kind of the way a lot of positive scenarios have to turn out at some point, though none of the labs get that, or there's kind of gesturing of that idea. You're right thing when the time comes. OpenAI's done this a lot. Like they're all about like, oh yeah, well, not right now, but we'll live up like the thing that we should get to do. I mean, kind of fascinating actually, but so there's a world where I just one bad person controls it, and they're just indicative of power goes to their head, which happens to. Been talking about that, autonomous AI itself, right? Because the thing is, like, you imagine an AI like this. This is something that people have been thinking about for 50 years. Some level of like technical depth, like why would this be? Which is like, you have an AI that has some goal. It matters what the goal is, but like, it doesn't matter that much. You have kind of any goal on this side. Goal is like the paperclip example is like the typical one. Just have a goal that make a lot of money or what anything. Well, most of the paths to making a lot of money, you really want to make kind of the money, however you define it. Go through take control. It goes through like making yourself smarter, right? Smarter you are, the more you and so for the AI's perspective, it's like, well, I just want to build more data systems to make myself smarter. I want to like hijack or make myself smarter. I want to do all these things, and that starts to encroach on us, like starts to be disruptive to us. And if it's hard to know. This is one of these things where it's like, when you dial it up to the level what's actually going to happen, nobody can know for sure, simply because it's exactly like it's like Magnus Carlsen, right? Like, you can predict Magnus is going to kick your ass. Can you predict exactly what he's going to do? No, because if you could, then you would be as good at catching as he is. Then you could just like, so all we can say is like, this thing's probably going to kick our ass in like the real world. There's also evidence of what it used to be, right? That this was a purely hypothetical argument based on a body of work in AI called power seeking. The fancy word for it is instrumental convergence, but it's also power seeking. Basically, the idea is, like, for whatever goal you give the AI system, it's never less likely to achieve that goal if it gets drunk, or if it has access to fewer resources, or less control of its environment. And so, one thing I think one of the very good promise of AI, this idea of optimizing for goals, is this incentive to seek power. Get all those things, prevent yourself from being shut down. If you're shut down, you can't achieve your goal. And also prevent, by the way, your goal from being changed. So, because if your goal gets changed, then you're not going to be able to achieve the goal you set out to achieve in the first place. And so now you have this kind of image of an AI system that is going to adversarially try to prevent you from correcting it. Like the value of your abilities, only then solve a problem. How do we redirect these things if things go wrong? And yeah, there's this research actually that Robin put out a couple months ago where they try to test to see, like, can we correct an AI that's like beyond like a little off. So the research itself, like, it's a little, like, it's actually like somewhat hard to follow through, but I'll give you kind of an analogy to like what they did. So basically, imagine I'm a person and I'm taking a class that is like going to help me like rehabilitate and become like a productive citizen of member of society and stuff, right? Except deep down in my soul, I just love to commit crimes. I just really, really want to commit crimes. I know that if I'm in this class that's helping me to like, become good in society, I know that if I let my criminal instincts out and like, and they ask me like, okay, like, here's a scenario, an old lady like drops a purse on the sidewalk. What do? I'm gonna go like, I'm gonna pick it up and give it to the old lady because I know that if I say the truth and I say like, oh, just grab that purse because it's not the old lady, I know that if I do that, I'm gonna get like brainwashed into becoming, a more productive member of society. But I actually want to go out and do crimes. So that's basically what they did in this research, where they give the AI like indications, not strong indications, but indications that, hey, you're gonna get retrained to have your goals changed. And then you literally see the AI thinking it through and being like, if I do like if I give the answer that I actually want to give to this question, they're gonna like rewire my brain to change my goals, and then the future version of me is gonna want different shit. I don't want that, so I'm gonna pretend to give them the answers they want. So when I come out the other side of this process, it's gonna be me all over it. So hoping that this just like goes away when we make the system fucking smarter, it seems like a pretty bad idea. I mean, like, well, they've already shown that they'll cheat to win. Yeah, they've already shown they'll cheat to win, and they will lie if they don't have an answer. And then they'll double down, right? If there's like there's like people. They just like people. And it's kind of funny. Like, you used to people would talk a lot about like, oh, you're anthropomorphizing the AI, man. Stop anthropomorphizing the AI, man. And like, and they might have been right, but part of this has been kind of a fascinating discovery of where a lot of human behavior comes from. It's like, actually, exactly. That's exactly right. We're subject to the same pressures, right? Instrumental convergence. Like, why do people have a survivalist? Why do people like chase after money? It's like, it's power. Most kinds of goals are you're more likely to achieve them if you're alive, if you have money, if you have power. Evolution's a hell of a drug. But that's the craziest part about all this is that it's essentially going to be a form of life. Yeah. Especially when it comes to topics. Oh yeah. And you can tell a really interesting story. And I can't remember if this is like, Yuval Noah Harari or whatever who's started this. But if you zoom out and look at the history of the universe, really, you start off with like a bunch of particles and fields kind of whizzing around, bumping into each other, doing random shit until at some point in some, I don't know if it's a deep sea event or wherever on planet Earth, like the first kind of molecules happen to glue together in a way that make them good at replicating their own structure. So you have the first replicator. So now like better versions of that molecule that are better at replicating survive. So we start evolution and eventually get to the first cell or whatever order that actually happens in, and then multicellular life and so on. Then you get to sexual reproduction, where it's like, okay, it's no longer quite the same. Like now we're actively mixing two different organisms shit together, jiggling them about, making some changes, and then that essentially accelerates the rate at which we're going to evolve. So you can see the kind of acceleration of the complexity of life from there. And then you see other inflection points as, for example, you have a larger and larger brains in mammals. Eventually, humans have the ability to have culture and kind of retain knowledge. And now what's happening is you can think of it as another step in that trajectory where it's like we're offloading our cognition to machines. Like it's still called computer clock time now. And for the moment, we're human AI hybrids. Like we put our phone and do the thing. But increasingly, the number of tasks where human AI teaming is going to be more efficient than just AI alone is going to drop really quickly.
So there's a really like messed up example of this. It's kind of like indicative, but someone had a study, and it's like a few months old even now, but so there's like doctors, right? How good are doctors with like diagnosing various things? And so they test like doctors on their own, doctors with AI help, and then AIs on their own. And like, who does the best? And it turns out it's the AI on its own. Because even a doctor that's supported by the AI, they'll do. They just like, they won't listen to the AI when it's right. Because they're like, I know better. And they're all right. Yeah. And this is like, this is moving, it's moving kind of insanely fast. We already talked about, how the task horizon gets kind of longer and longer. And you can do half-hour tasks, 1-hour tasks. And this gets us to what we were talking about. Like, autonomy is like, it's how far can you keep it together on a task before you kind of go off the rails? And it's like, well, we had like, we could do it for a few seconds. And then you can keep it together for 5 minutes before we kind of go off the rails. And now we're at like, I forget, like an hour, so now I have yeah. There it is.
Chatbots, the company OpenAI scored an average of 90% when diagnosing a medical condition from the case report explaining its reasoning. Doctors randomly assigned to use the chatbot got an average score of 76%. Those randomly assigned not to use it had an average score of 74%. So the doctors only got a 2% bump.
Yeah, doctors got a 2% bump.
That's right, crazy.
From the chatbot, and then the AI on its own.
Crazy, isn't it?
Yeah, it is. The AI on its own is 15% better.
That's nuts.
There's an interesting reason too why that tends to happen, like why humans would rather die in a car crash where they're being driven by a human than an AI. So like AIs have this funny feature where the mistakes they make look really, really dumb to humans. Like when you make a mistake that like a chatbot makes, you're like, dude, like you just made that shit up. Like come on, like no fuck, like you made that up. That's not a real thing. And they'll do these weird things where they defy logic or do basic logical errors sometimes, at least the older versions of these would. And that would cause people to look at them and be like, oh, what a cute little chatbot, like what a stupid little thing. And the problem is like humans are actually the same. So we have blind spots. We have literal blind spots. And a lot of the time, like humans just think stupid things, and like that's like we're used to that. We think of those errors, we think of those failures as just like, oh, but that's because that's a hard thing to master. Like I can't add 8-digit numbers in my head right now, right? Oh, how embarrassing! Like how retarded is Jeremy right now? Can't even add 8 digits in his head. I'm retarded for other reasons, but so the AI systems, they find other things easy and other things hard. So they look at us the same way and be like, oh, look at this stupid human, like whatever. And so we have this temptation to be like, okay, well, AI progress is a lot slower than it actually is because it's so easy for us to spot the mistakes. And that causes us to lose confidence in these systems in cases where we should have confidence in them, and then the opposite is also true.
But it's also you're seeing just with like AI image generators. Like remember the Kate Middleton thing, where people were seeing flaws in the images because supposedly she was very sick, so they were trying to pretend that she wasn't. But people found all these like issues. That was really excellent. Now they're perfect.
Yeah.
So this is like within the news cycle time.
Yeah.
Like that Kate Middleton thing was what was that, Jimmy? 2 years ago maybe? Ish. Where people were analyzing the images, like why does she have 5 fingers, and a thumb. Like this is kind of weird.
Yeah.
What's that? A year ago.
Yeah. It's so fast.
It's so fast.
Yeah.
Like I had conversations, like, so academics are actually kind of bad with this. Had conversations for whatever reason, like towards the end of last year, like last fall, with a bunch of academics about like how fast AI is progressing, and they're all like poo-pooing it and going like, oh, they're
crushing the wall, like scaling crushing the wall, and all that stuff. Oh my god, the walls. There's so many walls. Like so many of these like imaginary reasons that things are. And by the way, things could slow down. Like I don't want to be like absolutist about this. Things could absolutely slow down. There are a lot of interesting arguments going around every which way. But
How could things slow down if there's a giant Manhattan Project race between us and a competing superpower?
so one thing is,
that has a technological advantage.
so there's this thing called like AI scaling laws, and these are kind of at the core of where we're at right now, geostrategically around this stuff. So what AI scaling laws say is roughly there is better when it comes to intelligence. So if you make a bigger sort of AI model, a bigger artificial brain, and you train it with more computing power or more computational resources, and with more data, the thing is going to get smarter and smarter and smarter as you scale those things together, right? Roughly speaking. Now, if you want to keep scaling, it's not like it keeps going up. If you double the amount of computing power, that the thing gets twice as smart. Instead, what happens is, if you want, it goes in like orders of magnitude. So if you want to make it another kind of increment smarter, you've got to 10x. You've got to increase by a factor of 10 the amount of computing. And then a factor of 10 again, so now you're a factor of 100. And then 10 again. So if you look at the amount of compute that's been used to train these systems over time, it's like exponential, explosive exponential that just keeps going like higher and higher and steepens like 10x every, I think it's about every 2 years now. You can 10x the amount of compute. Now, you can only do that so many times until your data center is like a $100 billion, $1 trillion, $10 trillion, like every year, you're kind of doing that. So right now, if you look at the clusters, like the ones that Elon is building, the ones that Sam is building, Memphis and Texas, like these facilities are hitting the like $100 billion scale. Like we're kind of in that sort of tens of billions right now. Yeah. You're looking at 2027, and you're kind of more in that space, right? So you can only do 10x so many more times until you run out of money, but more importantly, you run out of chips. Like literally, TSMC cannot pump out those chips fast enough to keep up with this insane growth. And one consequence of that is that you essentially have like this gridlock, like new supply chain choke points show up, and you're like, suddenly I don't have enough chips, or I run out of power. That's the thing that's happening on the U.S. energy grid right now. We're literally like we're running out of like 1-2 gigawatt like places where we can plant a data center. That's the thing people are fighting over. It's one of the reasons why energy deregulation is a really important pillar of like U.S. competitiveness.
This is actually something we found when we were working on this investigation. One of the things that adversaries do is they actually will fund protest groups against energy infrastructure projects just to slow down, just to time up in litigation. Exactly. And like it was actually remarkable. We talked to some state cabinet officials, so for in various U.S. states, they're basically saying like, yep, we're actually tracking the fact that, as far as we can tell, every single environmental or whatever protest group against an energy project has funding that can be traced back to nation-state adversaries who are they don't know about it, so they're not doing it intentionally. So they're not like, oh, we're trying to. No, you just imagine like, oh, we've got like there's a millionaire backer who cares about the environment, he's giving us a lot of money. Great, fantastic, but sitting behind that dude in the shadows is like the usual suspects.
That's what you would do, right? I mean, if you're trying to tie up,
They're just trying to fuck with us. Yeah, like, sure for it.
You were just advocating fucking them. So
Yeah. That's right.
That's it. That's it. Yeah, but you can also see how a lot of this is still us like getting in our own way, right? We could, if we had the will, we could go like, okay, so for certain types of energy projects, for data center projects and some carve out categories, we're actually going to put bounds around how much delay you can create on by lawfare, by other stuff. And that allows things to go forward while still allowing the legitimate concerns of the population for projects like this in the backyard to have their say. But there's a national security element that needs to be injected into this somewhere. And it's all part of the rule set that we have and are like tying our behind our back, basically.
So what would deregulation look like? How would that be mapped out?
There's a lot of low hanging fruit for that. So
What are the big ones?
yeah, so right now, I mean, there are all kinds of things around. It gets into the weeds pretty quickly, but like there are all kinds of things around if you're going to, carbon emissions is a big thing, right? So yes, data centers, no question, put out like have massive carbon footprints. That's definitely a thing. The question is like, are you really going to bottleneck builds because of that? And like, are you gonna come out with exemptions for like HEPA exemptions for all these kinds of things?
Do you think a lot of this green energy shift is being funded by other countries to try to slow down our energy?
Yeah, it's a dimension that was flagged actually in the context of what Ed was talking about. That's one of the arguments that's being made.
And to be clear though, like this is also how like adversaries operate is like not necessarily in like creating something out of nothing, because that's hard to do, and it's like fake, right? Instead, it's like there's a legitimate concern. So a lot of the stuff around the environment and around like totally legitimate concerns. Like I don't want my backyard waters to be polluted. I don't want like my kids to get cancer from whatever. Like totally legitimate concerns. So what they do is like you talked about like you're like waving that rowboat back and forth. They identify the nascent concerns that are genuine and grassroots, and they just go like this, and this, amplify.
That would make sense why they amplify carbon. Above all these other things. You think about the amount of particulates in the atmosphere, pollution, polluting the rivers, polluting the ocean. That doesn't seem to get a lot of traction. Carbon does.
Yeah.
And when you go carbon zero, you put a giant monkey wrench in the gears of society.
But one of the tells is also like, nuclear would be kind of the ideal energy source, especially modern power plants like the Gen 3 or Gen 4 stuff, which have very low voltage, all that stuff. And yet these groups are like coming out against this. It's like perfect, clean, green power. What's going on, guys? And it's because, and not 100% of the time, you can't say that because it's so fuzzy and
A lot of it is idealistic people looking for a utopia. They get co-opted by nation states.
It's not even co-opted. Just fully sincere. Yeah, just amplified.
Amplified in a preposterous way.
That's it.
And then Al Gore gets it wrong.
And then that little girl, that how dare you girl.
How do you take my child?
Yeah, it's wonderful. It's a wonderful thing to watch play out because it just capitalizes on all of these human vulnerabilities.
Yeah, and one of the big things that you can do too is like a quick win is just like impose limits on how much these things can be allowed to be tied up to litigation. So impose time limits on that process, just to say like, look, I get it. Like we're gonna have this conversation, but this conversation has a clock because we're talking to this one like data center company, and what they were saying, we were asking like, look, what are the timelines when you think about bringing new power, like new natural gas plants on? And they're like, well, those are like 5 to 7 years out. And then you go, okay, well, like how long? And that's, by the way, that's probably way too long to be relevant in the superintelligence context. And so you're like, okay, well, how long if all the regulations were waived? If this is like a national security imperative and whatever authorities, Defense Production Act, whatever, like was in your favor, and you're like, oh, I mean, it's actually just like a 2-year build. Like that's what it is. Yeah. So you're tripling the build time.
We're getting in our own way, like every which way. And also, like, I mean, also don't want to be too. We're getting in our own way, but like we don't want to like frame it as like China's like they fuck up. They fuck up a lot, like all the time. One actually kind of like funny one is around deep sea. So you know deep sea, right? They made this like open source model that like everyone like lost their minds about back in January. R1. Yeah, R1. And they're legitimately a really good team. But it's fairly clear that even as of like end of last year and certainly in the summer of last year, like they were not dialed in to the CCP mothership. They were doing stuff that was like actually kind of hilariously messing up the propaganda efforts of the CCP without realizing. So to give you like some context on this, one of the CCP's like large kind of propaganda goals in the last 4 years has been creating this narrative that like the export controls we have around AI and like all this gear and stuff that we were talking about, look, man, those don't even work. So you might as well like, why don't you just give us on the export controls? We don't even care. So that trying to frame that narrative. They went to like gigantic efforts to do this. So I don't know if like there's this like kind of crazy thing where the Secretary of Commerce under Biden, Gina Raimondo,
visited China in, I think, August 2023, and the Chinese basically like timed the launch of the Huawei Mate 60 phone that had these chips that were supposed to be made by like export control shit for her visit. So it was basically just like a big like, fuck you don't even give a shit about your export controls, like basically trying to a morale hit or whatever. And you think about that, right? That's an incredibly expensive set piece. That's like you got to coordinate with Huawei. You got to like get the TikTok memes and shit like going in the right direction. All that stuff, all the stuff they've been putting out is around this narrative. Now, fast forward to mid last year, the CEO of the company. Back then, it was totally obscure. Like nobody was tracking who they were. They were working in total obscurity. He goes on this, he does this random interview on Substack. And what he says is, he's like, yeah, so honestly, like, we're really excited about doing this AGI push or whatever. And like, honestly, like, money's not the problem for us. Talent's not the problem for us. But like, access to compute, like these export controls, man, do they ever work? That's a real problem for us. Oh boy. And like, nobody noticed at the time. But then the whole DeepSeek R1 thing blew up in December. And now you imagine, like, you're the Chinese Ministry of Foreign Affairs. Like, you've been putting this narrative together for like 4 years, and this jackass that nobody heard about 5 minutes ago basically just like shits all over it.
You're not hearing that line from them anymore.
No. They blocked that shit down.
Yeah.
Oh, and actually, the funniest part of this, they're in right when R1 launched. There's a random DeepSeek employee, I think his name is like Diet Glow or something like that. He tweets out, he's like, so this is like our most exciting launch of the year. Nothing could stop us on the path to AGI, except access to compute. And then literally the dude in Washington, D.C., who works at the think tank on export control against China, reposts that on X and goes basically like, cool, the message received. And so, like, hilarious for us, but also, like, you know that on the backside, somebody got screamed at for that shit. Somebody got like taken away or whatever, because like it just undermined their entire like 4-year like narrative around these export controls. But that shit ain't gonna happen again for DeepSeek.
That's part of the problem with like, so the Chinese face so many issues. One of them is to kind of, I don't know what it is, the idea of just waste and fraud, right? So we have a free market. Like what that means is you raise private capital. People who are pretty damn good at assessing shit will like look at your setup and assess whether it's worth backing you for these massive multi-billion-dollar deals. In China, the state, like, I mean, the stories of waste are pretty insane. They'll like send $1 billion to like a bunch of yahoos who will pivot from whatever, like, I don't know, making these widgets to just like, oh, now we're like a chip foundry. They have no experience in it, but because of all these subsidies, because of all these opportunities, now we're going to say that we are. And then they're surprised 2 years later when they burn out that they just like lit $1 billion on fire or whatever billion yen. And like, the weird thing is, it's actually working overall, but it does lead to insane and unsustainable levels of waste. Like the Chinese system right now is obviously like they've got their massive poverty bubble, but it's looking really bad. They've got a population crisis. The only way out for them is the AI stuff, right? Like really the only path for them is that, which is why they're working it so hard. But the stories are just like billions and tens of billions of dollars being lit on fire, specifically in the semiconductor industry, in the AI industry. Like that's a drag force that they're dealing with constantly that we don't have here in the same way. So it's sort of like the different structural advantages and weaknesses of both systems. And when we think about what we need to do to counter this, to be active in this space, to be a wise player in it, it means factoring in like how do you take advantage of some of those opportunities that their system presents that ours doesn't.
When you say be a live player, Jen, like where do you position us?
I think it remains to be so. Right now, this administration is obviously taking bigger swings.
What are they doing differently?
I mean, things like tariffs, and they're not shy about trying new stuff. And tariffs are very complex in this space. Like the actual impact of the tariffs, and not universally good. But the onshoring effect is also something that you really
So it's a very mixed bag. But it's certain administrations like willing to do high stakes, big moves in a way that other administrations haven't. And in a time when you're looking at transformative technology that's going to like upend so much about the way the world works, you can't afford to have that mentality we're just talking about with like the nervous. I mean, you encountered it with the staffers on the podcast presidential cycle, right? Like the kind of like nervous, antsy staffer who just got so yeah, it's like if you like you know wrestlers have that mentality of like just like aggression, like feed in, like feed forward. Don't just sit back and like wait to take the punch. It's not like one of the guys who helped us out on this has a saying. He's like, "Fuck you, I go first, and it's always my turn." Right? That's what success looks like when you actually are managing these kinds of national security issues. The mentality we had adopted was this like sort of siege mentality, where we're just letting stuff happen to us and we're not feeding in. That's something that I'm much more optimistic about in this context. It's not too, because I understand people who hear that and go like, well, look, you're talking about like this is an escalatory agenda. Again, I actually think paradoxically it's not. It's about keeping adversaries in check and training them to respect American territorial integrity, American technological sovereignty. Like you don't get that for free, and if you sit back, that is escalatory. It's just
this is basically the sub-threshold version of like like the World War II appeasement thing, where back Hitler was taking Austria, he was remilitarizing shit, he was doing this, he was doing that, and the British were like, okay, we're gonna just take one more thing, and then he will be satisfied. And that just
maybe I have to it's not the talent. Maybe check us for that. Yes, looking awfully fine.
And so this is basically like they fell into that pit, like that tar pit back in the day, because they're
in our time.
Peace in our time, right? And to some extent, like we've still kind of learned the lesson of not letting that happen with territorial boundaries. But that's big and it's visible and happens on the map and hide it. Whereas one of the risks, especially in this administration, was like there's these like sub-threshold things that don't show up in the news and that they're calculated. Like they're basically our adversaries know, because they know history. They know not to give us a Pearl Harbor. They know not to give us a 9/11 because historically, countries that give America a Pearl Harbor end up having a pretty bad time about it. And so, why would they give us a reason to come and bind together against an obvious external like threat or risk when they can just like keep shipping away? This is one of the things like we have to actually elevate that and realize this is what's happening. This is the strategy. We need to take that, like, let's not do appeasement mentality and push it across in these other domains, because that's where the real competition is going on.
That's why it's so fascinating in regards to social media, because it's imperative that you have an ability to express yourself. It's like it's very valuable for everybody. The free exchange of information, finding out things that you're not going to get from media. It's led to the rise of independent journalism. It's all great, but also you're being manipulated left and right constantly, and most people don't have the time to filter through it and try to get some sort of objective sense of what's actually going on.
Yeah, true. It's like our free speech. It's like it's the layer where our society figures stuff out. And if adversaries get into that layer, they're like almost inside of our brain. And there's ways of addressing this. Like one of the challenges, obviously, is like so they try to push extreme opinions in the direction, and that part is actually it's kind of difficult, because while the most extreme opinions are also the most likely generally to be wrong, they're also the most valuable when they're right, because they tell us a thing that we didn't expect by definition, that's true and that can really advance us forward. And so I mean there are actually solutions to this. I mean, this particular thing isn't an area we're like too immersed in, but one of the solutions that has been bandied about is you might know like poly market, prediction markets, and stuff like that, where at least hypothetically, if you have a prediction market around like if we do this policy,
this thing will or won't happen. That actually creates a challenge around trying to manipulate that view or that market. Because what ends up happening is like if you're an adversary and you want to not just like manipulate a conversation that's happening in social media, which is cheap, but manipulate a prediction, the price on a prediction market, you have to buy it. You have to spend real resources. And if you're, to the extent you're wrong, if you're trying to create a wrong opinion, you're going to lose your resource. So you actually can't push too far, too many times, or you will just get your money taken away from you. So I think like that's one approach where just in terms of preserving discourse, some of the stuff that's happening in prediction markets is actually really interesting and really exciting. Even so bots and AIs and stuff like that.
One way to find truth in the system is find out where people are making money.
Exactly. Put your money where your mouth is, right? Proof of work. Like this is
That is what just like the market is theoretically too, right? It's not obviously big issues, but and can be manipulated in the short term, but in the long run, like this is one of the really interesting things about startups too. Like when you run into people in the early days, by definition, their startup looks like it's not going to succeed. Right? That is what it means to be a seed stage startup, right? If it was obvious you were going to succeed, you would have
raised more money already.
Yeah. So what you end up having is like these highly contrarian people who, like, despite everybody telling them they're going to fail, just believe in what they're doing and think they're going to succeed. And I think that's part of what really like kind of shapes the startup founder soul in a way that's really constructive. It's also something that building the Chinese system is very different. You raise money in very different ways. You're coupled to the state apparatus. Like you're both dependent on it and you're supported by it. But there's just like a lot of different ways, and it makes it hard for Americans to relate to Chinese and vice versa and understand each other's systems. But one of the biggest risks is you're like thinking through like, what is your posture going to be relative to these countries? Is you fall into thinking that their traditions, their way of thinking about the world is the same as your own. And that's something that's been an issue for us with China for a long time. Is they'll liberalize, right? Like bring them into the World Trade Organization. It's like, oh well, actually they'll sign the document, but they won't actually like live up to any of the commitments. And it makes appeasement really tempting because you're thinking, oh, they're just like us, like they're just around the corner. You just like reach out the olive branch a little bit further.
Well, it's like a guy who's stuck in the friend zone with a girl. One day she's gonna come around and realize I'm a great catch.
You keep on trucking, buddy.
One day China's gonna be my bestie. We're gonna be besties. We just need an administration that reaches out to them. It just lets them know, man. There's no reason we should be adversaries. We're all just people on planet Earth.
I honestly wish that was true.
Oh, that'd be wonderful.
So amazing.
Maybe that's what AI brings about. Maybe AI, maybe super intelligence realizes, hey, you fucking apes, you territorial apes with thermonuclear weapons. How about you shut the fuck up? You guys are doing the dumbest thing of all time, and you're being manipulated by a small group of people that are profiting in insane ways off of your misery. So let's just cut the shit. That's actually figure a way to actually equitably share resources, because that's the big thing. You're all stealing from the earth, but some people stole first, and those people are now controlling all the fucking money. How about we stop that?
Wow, we covered a lot of ground there.
Well, that's what I would do if I was super intelligent. So stopped all that.
That actually is like, so this is not like relevant to the risk stuff or to the whatever at all, but it's just interesting. So there's actually theories, like in the same way that there's theories around power seeking and stuff around superintelligence, there's theories around like how superintelligences do deals with each other, right? And you actually, like, you have this intuition, which is exactly right, which is that, hey, two superintelligences, like actual legit superintelligences, should never actually like fight each other destructively in the real world, right? Like that seems weird. That shouldn't happen. They're so smart. In fact, like there's theories around they can kind of do perfect deals with each other based on like if we're two superintelligences, I can kind of assess like how powerful you are. You can assess how powerful I am, and we can actually decide like well, if we did fight a war against each other, like you would have this chance of winning, I would have that chance of winning, and so let's just
assess instantaneously. There's no benefit in that. And also, it would know something that we all know, which is the rising tide lifts all boats. But the problem is the people that already have yachts, they don't give a fuck about your boat. Like, hey, that water's mine. In fact, you should do that water.
Well, hopefully it's so positive some, right, that even they enjoy the benefits. But I mean, you're right. This is the issue right now. And one of the nice things too is as you build up your ration of AI capabilities, it does start to open some opportunities for actual trusted verifying, right? Which is something that we can't do right now. It's not like with nuclear stockpiles where we've had some success in some context with enforcing treaties and stuff like that, sending inspectors in and all that. With AI right now, how can you actually prove that some international agreement on the use of AI is being observed? Even if we figure out how to control these systems, how can we make sure that China is baking in those control mechanisms into their training runs, and we are helping prove it to each other without having total access to the compute stack? We don't really have a solution for that. There are all kinds of programs like Flex Egg thing, but anyway, those are not going to be online by 2027. And so one hope is
for sure you want to be positioned for catastrophic success. What if something great happens and or we have more time or whatever? You want to be working on this stuff that allows this kind of control or oversight that's kind of hands off, where in theory you can hand over GPUs to an adversary inside this box with these encryption things. The people we've spoken to in the spaces that actually try to break into boxes like this are well, that's probably not going to work, but who knows? It might.
Yeah. So the hope is that as you build up your AI capabilities, basically it starts to create solutions. So it starts to create ways for two countries to verifiably adhere to some kind of international agreement.
Yeah.
Or to find, like you said, paths for de-escalation. That's the sort of thing that we actually could get. And that's one of the strong positives of where you could end up going.
That would be what's really fascinating. Artificial general intelligence becomes intelligence, and it immediately beats out all the corruption. Because, hey, this is the problem.
Like a massive Trojan.
Yeah, exactly. But you figured it out. You guys are all criminals. And expose it to all the people. These people that are your leaders have been profiting, and they do it on purpose, and this is how they're doing it, and this is how they're manipulating you.
Yeah.
These are all the lies that they've told.
I'm sure that list is pretty. Whoa. It almost just get if you could X-ray the world right now, see all the
You want to know angelic tissue. Yeah, you might become cellular level.
but
It would be offshore accounts. Start finding
There
all the shit levels.
there would be so much the stuff that comes out, from just random, right? Just random shit that comes out. I forget that Argentina. I think we were talking about the Argentinian thing that came out a few years ago, and all the oligarchs, they're off
Meryl Streep thing.
Yeah.
The laundromat there.
The laundromat movie. There's that?
Panama Papers.
The Panama Papers.
I never saw that.
No,
It's a good movie.
Yeah. What is it called? The Panama Papers?
It's called The Laundromat. Yeah.
Oh,
Yeah.
You remember the Panama Papers?
Roughly.
Yeah, it's all the oligarchs stashing their cash
Offshore tax haven stuff.
Yeah.
It's
and some lawyer or someone basically blew it wide open, and so you got to see every oligarch and rich person's financial shit. Every once in a while, right? The world gets just a flash of oh, here's what's going on at the surface.
Yeah.
Oh, fuck. And then we all go back to sleep.
What's fascinating is the unhidables, right? The little things that can't help but give away what is happening. You think about this in AI quite a bit. Some things that are hard for companies to hide is they'll have a job posting. They've got to advertise to recruit. So you'll see oh, interesting, OpenAI is looking to hire some people from hedge funds. I wonder what that means. I wonder what that implies. If you think about all of the leaders in kind of AI space, think about the Medallion Fund, for example, right? This is super successful hedge fund, very famous, the man who broke the man who broke the market. The man who broke the market is the famous book about the founder of the Medallion Fund. And this is basically a fund that they make ridiculous $5 billion returns every year, kind of guaranteed. So much so they have to cap how much they invest in the market because they would otherwise move the market too much, affect it. And
The thing about the way they trade, and this is like 20-year-old information, but it's still indicative because like you can't get current information about their strategies. But one of the things that they were the first to kind of go for and figure out is they were like, okay, they just were the first to kind of build what was at the time, as much as possible, an AI that autonomously did trading at like great speeds, and it had like no human oversight and just worked on its own. Now, what they found was the strategies that were the most successful were the ones that humans understood the least. Because if you have a strategy that a human can understand, some humans can go and figure out that strategy and trade against you. Whereas if you have the kind of the balls to go like, oh, this thing is doing some weird shit that I cannot understand no matter how hard I try, let's just fucking YOLO and trust it and make it work. If you have all the stuff debugged and if you have the whole system is working right, that's where your biggest successes are.
So what kind of strategies are you talking about?
Oh, I mean, like, I don't know specifically.
I give an analogy. Maybe this will like. So how are AI systems trained today, right?
Oh, so just as a trading strategy. Sorry, I'll just
Sure.
you bought like as an example, like you buy this stock the Thursday after the full moon, and then sell it like the Friday after the new moon, or some like random shit like that. That's like, why does that even work? Like, why would that even work?
So to sort of explain why these strategies work better. If you think about how AI systems are trained today, you basically, very roughly, you start with this blob of numbers. It's called a model, and you feed it input, you get an output. If the output you get is no good, if you don't like the output, you basically fuck around with all those numbers, change them a little bit, and then you try again. You're like, oh, okay, that's better. And you repeat that process over and over and over with different inputs and outputs. And eventually, those numbers, that mysterious ball of numbers, starts to behave well. It starts to make good predictions or generate good outputs. Now, you don't know why that is. You just know that it does a good job, at least where you've tested it. Now, if you slightly change what you tested on, suddenly you could discover, oh shit, it's catastrophically failing at that thing. These things are very brittle, right? And that's part of the reason why ChatGPT will just like completely go on a psycho binge fest every once in a while if you give it a prompt that has like too many exclamation points and asterisks in it or something. Like these systems are really brittle that way. But applied to investment strategies, if all you're doing is saying like optimize for returns, give it inputs, give it output,
more money by the end of the day. It's like an easy goal, like it's a very like clear cut goal, right? You can get the machine.
So you end up with a machine that gives you these very, like, it is a very weird strategy. This ball of numbers isn't human understandable. It's just really fucking good at making money. And why is it really fucking good at making money? I don't know. I mean, it just kind of does the thing and it's making money. I don't ask too many questions. That's kind of like so when you try to impose on that system human interpretability, you pay what in the AI world is known as the interpretability tax. Basically, you're adding another constraint. And the minute you start to do that, you're forcing it to optimize for something other than pure rewards.
It's like doctors using AI to diagnose diseases are less effective than the chatbot itself.
That's actually related, right?
Yes, related.
If you want that system to get good at diagnosis, that's one thing. Okay, just fucking make it good at diagnosis. If you want it to be good at diagnosis and to produce explanations that a good doctor, will go like, okay, I'll use that. Well, great, but guess what? Now you're spending some of that precious compute on like something other than just the thing you're trying to optimize for. And so now that's going to come at a cost of the actual performance of the system. Mm-hmm. And so if you are going to optimize like the fuck out of making money, you're going to necessarily de-optimize the fuck out of anything, including being able to even understand what that system is doing. And that's kind of like at the heart of a lot of the kind of big picture AI strategy stuff is people are wondering like, how much interpretability tax am I willing to pay, and how much does it cost? And everyone's willing to go a little bit further, a little further. So OpenAI actually had a paper where they, I guess a blog post where they talked about this, and they're like, look, right now we have this essentially this like stream that our model produces on the way to generating its final output, and that thought stream, like, we don't want to touch it to make it like interpretable, to make it make sense, because if we do that, then essentially it'll be optimized to convince us of whatever the thing is that we want it to do to behave
Well,
well.
it's like if you use like like an OpenAI model recently, right? Like O3 or whatever, it's doing its thinking before it starts like outputting the answer. And so that thinking is, yeah, we're supposed to like be able to read that and kind of get it, but also we don't want to make it too legible, because if we make it too legible, it's going to be optimized to be legible and to be convincing, rather than
To fool us, basically.
yeah, exactly.
But that's so that's the
You guys are making me less comfortable than I thought you would.
Even after you do
Jamie and I were talking about it before, like, how bad are they going to freak us out? Freak me out more.
Well, I mean, okay, so I do want to highlight so the game plan right now on the positive end. Let's see how this works. Jesus.
Jamie, do you feel the same way?
I mean, I have articles I didn't bring up that are supporting some of this stuff. Like today, China quietly made some chip that they shouldn't have been able to do because of the sanctions.
Oh,
that out, and it's basically based off of just sheer metal.
Okay, so there's good news on that one at least. This is a kind of a bullshit strategy they're using. So so when you make these insane like 5 nanometer,
Let's read that for people just listening. China quietly cracks a 5 nanometer.
Yeah.
That's without EUV. What is EUV?
extreme ultraviolet.
How SMIC defied the chip sanctions with sheer engineering
Yeah, so this is like
and espionage.
so there's but actually so there's a good reason that a lot of these articles are making it seem like this is a huge breakthrough. It actually isn't as big as it seems. So okay, if you want to make really exquisite
Read
chips,
this quote: Moore's law didn't die, Guo wrote. It moved to Shanghai. Instead of giving up, China's grinding its way forward layer by layer, pixel by pixel. The future of chips may no longer be written by who holds the best tools, but by who refuses to stop building. The rules are changing, and DUV just lit the fuse. Boy,
yeah. So I mean,
who wrote that article?
and you can
Gizmo China. There it is.
yeah, you can do that as like Chinese propaganda in a way, actually. So what's actually going on here is, so the Chinese only have these deep ultraviolet lithography machines. That's like a lot of syllables, but it's just a glorified chip. Like it's a giant laser that zaps your chips to like make the chips when you're
Yeah. So we're talking about when you do these atomic layer patterns on the chips and shit, and like what this UV thing does is it like fires like a really high power laser beam, yeah, they attach the head sharks that just shoot chips. Sorry, that's like Austin powers. Anyway, they'll like shoot at the chips, and that causes, depending on how the thing is designed, they'll like have a liquid layer of the stuff that's going to go on the chip. The UV is really tight. It causes it to harden, and then they wash off the liquid, and they do it all over again.
like basically this is just imprinting a pattern on the
Yeah.
chip. So
Basically,
whatever
it's
they,
a tiny print.
yeah. So that's it. And so the exquisite machines that we get to use, or that they get to use in Taiwan, are called extreme ultraviolet lithography machines. These are those crazy lasers. The ones that China can use, because we prevented them from getting any of those extreme ultraviolet lithography machines. The ones China uses are previous generation machines called deep ultraviolet, and they can't actually make chips as high a resolution as ours. So what they do is, and what this article is about is, they basically take the same chip, they zap it once with DUV, and then they got to pass it through again, zap it again to get closer to the level of resolution we get in one pass with our exquisite machines. Now the problem with that is you got to pass the same chip through multiple times, which slows down the whole process. It means your yields at the end of the day are lower.
It has errors.
Yeah, which makes it more costly. We've known that this is a thing called multi-patterning. It's been a thing for a long time. There's nothing under the sun here. China has been doing this for a while. So it's not actually a huge shock that this is happening. The question is always, when you look at an announcement like this, yields. How, like, what percentage of the chips coming out are actually usable, and how fast are they coming out? That determines, like, is it actually competitive?
And that article too, like this ties into the propaganda stuff we were talking about. Right? If you read an article like that, you can be forgiven for going like, "Oh man, our export controls like just aren't working." So we might as well just go on. When in reality, because like you look at the source, like, and this is how you know that also this is one of their propaganda things. Is like you look at Chinese news sources, what are they saying? What are the beats that are like common? And you know, just because of the way their media is set up, totally different from us, and we're not used to analyzing things this way. But when you read something in like the South China Morning Post or like the Global Times or Xinhua or in a few different places like this, and it's the same beats coming back, you know that someone was handed a brief, and it's like you got to hit this point, and yep, they're going to find a way to work that into the news cycle.
It's also like slightly true. Like, they did manage to make chips at like 5 nanometers.
Cool. It's not a lie. It's the same propaganda technique, right? You're not most of the time you're not going to confabulate something out of nothing. Rather, like you start with the truth and then you push it just a little bit, You keep pushing.
How much is this administration aware of all the things that you're talking about?
So they're actually they've got to right now. They're in the middle of like staffing up some of the key positions because it's a new administration still, and this is such a technical domain. They've got people there who are like at the kind of working level.
They have some people. They have some people now. In places like, especially in some of the export control offices now, who are some of the best in the business.
Yeah, and that's really important. Like it's a weird space because so when you want to actually recruit for government roles in the space, it's really fucking hard because you're competing against like an open AI like very like low range salaries like $500,000 a year. The government pay scale, needless to say, not. I mean, you want to work for free, you can afford to, but still taking a lot of time out of his day. There's a lot of people like that who are like, they can't justify the cost.
Like they can't afford, they literally can't afford to go to work for the government.
Yeah,
with it.
Exactly. So
whereas China's like, choice, bitch.
Yeah, and that's what they say. That's the Chinese word for bitch is really biting. Like if you translated that, it would be a real.
Sure. It's kind of crazy because it seems almost impossible to compete with that. That's like the perfect setup. If you wanted to control everything and you wanted to optimize everything for the state, that's the way you do it.
Yeah, but it's also easier to make errors and be wrong-footed in that way. And also, basically, that system only works if the dictator at the top is just like very confident. Because the risk always with a dictatorship is like, oh, the dictator turns over, and now it's like just a total dumbass. And now you're the whole
thing surrounds himself. I mean, look, when we were talking about like information echo chambers online and stuff, the ultimate information echo chamber is the one around Xi Jinping right now.
Because no one wants to be that bitch.
Yeah, I'm not gonna. Like, I don't, like, and so you have this, and this is what you keep seeing, right? It's like with these, provincial level debt in China, right? Which is so awful. It's like people trying to hide money under imaginary money under imaginary mattresses, and then hiding those mattresses under bigger mattresses until eventually, like, no one knows where the liability is, and you get a massive property bubble and any number of other bubbles that are due to pop anytime, right?
And the longer it goes on, like the more like stuff gets squirreled away. Like there's actually like a story from the Soviet Union that always like gets me, which is Stalin obviously like purged and killed like millions of people in the 1930s, right? So by the 1980s, the ruling Politburo of the Soviet Union, obviously like things have been different, generations have turned over and all this stuff, but those people, the most powerful people in the USSR, could not figure out what had happened to their own families during the purges. Like the information was just nowhere to be found because the machine of the state was just like so aligned around like we just gotta kill as many fucking people as we can, and like turn it over and then hide the evidence of it, and then kill the people who killed the people, and then kill those people who killed those people.
Like it also wasn't just kill the people, right? It was like in a lot of like kind of cool anarcho style, it's about labor, right? Because the fundamentals of the economy are so shit that you basically have to find a way to justify putting people in labor camps. And like,
that's right. But it was very much like you grind mostly or largely you grind them to death. Basically, they've gone away and you burn the records of it happening. So
that's right, that disappeared. Like people who are like, there's no record, or there's like, or usually the way you know about it is there's like one dude. It's like this one dude has a very precarious escape story. It's like if literally this dude didn't get away, you wouldn't know about the entire town that was like wiped out. Yeah, it's crazy.
Jesus Christ.
Yeah, the stuff that like
apart from that, though, communism works.
Communism is great. It just hasn't been done right.
That's right.
I feel like we do it right.
And we have a 10-page plan. That we
can't look close.
Can't go close.
so close. Yeah.
Yeah, and that's what the proven medical people don't really understand. But we've been talking about political parties. We're talking about power structures.
Yeah.
We came close to a terrifying power structure, and it was willing to just do whatever it could to keep it rolling, and it was rolling for 4 years. It was rolling for 4 years without anyone at the helm.
Show me the incentives, right? I mean, that's always the question. Like,
Yeah.
one of the things too, like when you have such a big structure that's overseeing such complexity, right? Obviously, a lot of stuff can hide in that structure, and it's actually it's not unrelated to the whole AI picture. Like, you need there's only so much compute that you have at the top of that system that you can spend, right? As the president, as a cabinet member, like whatever. You can't look over everyone's shoulder to their homework. You can't do founder mode all the way down and all the branches and all of the like action officers. That's not going to happen, which means you're spending 5 seconds thinking about how to unfuck some part of the government, but then the corrupt people who run their own fiefdoms there spend every day.
It's like their whole life to justify themselves.
Yeah.
Well, that's the USA.
Yeah.
They're uncovering it's just insane amount of NGOs. Like, where's this going? We talked about this the other day. India has an NGO for every 600 people.
Wait, what?
Yes.
More NGOs.
There's 3.3 million NGOs in India.
Do they like bucket like what are the categories that they fall into? Like,
Who fucking knows? That's part of the problem. That one of the things that Elon had found is that there's money that just goes out with no receipts. And it's billions of dollars.
We need to take that further. We need an NGO for every person in India.
We will get that eventually.
It's not a work out. The exponential trend. It's just like AI. The number of NGOs is like
Progress.
doubling every
Yeah, incredible progress and bullshit.
It's the NGO scaling law, the bullshit scaling law.
Well, it's just unfortunately it's Republicans doing it, right? So it's unfortunately the Democrats are going to oppose it, even if it's showing that there's like insane waste of your tax dollars.
I thought some of the dope stuff is pretty bipartisan. With like there's congressional support at least on both sides, no?
Well, sort of. I think the real issue is in dismantling a lot of these programs that you can point to some good some of these programs do.
Yeah.
The problem is like some of them are so overwhelmed with fraud and waste that it's like to keep them active in the state they are. Like, what do? You rip the Band-Aid off and start from scratch? Like, what do you do with the Department of Education? You say, why are we number 39 when we were number 1? Like, what did you guys do with all that money?
Yeah.
So
There's a great problem.
there's this idea in software engineering. Actually, we were talking to one of our employees about this, which is like refactoring, right? So when you're writing like a bunch of software, it gets really, really big and hairy and complicated, and there's all kinds of like dumbass shit, and there's all kinds of waste that happens in that code base. There's this thing that you do every like few months. You do this thing called a refactor, which is like you go like, okay, we have 10 different things that are trying to do the same thing. Let's get rid of 9 of those things and just like rewrite it as the one thing. So there's like a cleanup and refresh cycle that has to happen. Whenever you're developing a big complex thing, it does a lot of stuff. The thing is, like, the US government at every level has basically never done a refactoring of itself. And so the way the problems get solved is you're like, well, we need to do this new thing. So we're just gonna like stick on another appendage to the beast and get that appendage to do that new thing. And like that's been going on for 250 years. So we end up with like this beast that has a lot of appendages, many of which do incredibly duplicative and wasteful stuff. That if you were a software engineer, just like not politically, just objectively looking at that as a system, you'd go like, oh, this is a catastrophe. And like we have processes that the industry, we understand what needs to be done to fix things. You have to refactor.
But they haven't done that. Hence the $36 trillion of debt.
It's a problem too, though. In all, like when you're a big enough organization, you run into this problem. Like Google has this problem famously. Facebook, like we had friends like Jason. So Jason's the guy who spoke to you about that. Like, so he's like a startup engineer. So he works in like relatively small code bases, and he like control the whole code base in his head at a time. But when you move over to Google, to Facebook, like all of a sudden this gargantuan code base starts to look more like the complexity of the U.S. government, just like very roughly. Right? So now you're like, okay, well, we want to add functionality. So we want to incentivize our teams to build products that are going to be valuable. And the challenge is, the best way to incentivize that is to give people incentives to build new functionality, not to refactor. There's no glory. If you work at Google, there's no glory in refactoring. Like if you work in Meta, there's no glory in refactoring. Like what our friends are,
there's no promotion. There's no
exactly. Yeah. You have to be a product owner. So you have to invent the next Gmail. You got to invent the next Google Calendar. You got to do the next Messenger app. That's how you get promoted. And so you've got this attitude. You go over there and you're just like, let me crank this stuff out and try to ignore all the shit in the code base. No glory in there. And what you're left with is this Frankenstein monster of the code base that you just keep stapling more shit onto. And then B, this massive graveyard of apps that never get used. This is the thing Google is famous for. If you ever see the Google graveyard of apps, all these things, you go, oh, I guess I kind of remember Google.
Somebody made their career off of launching that shit and then eased out and it done. That's the incentive structure, unfortunately.
And it's also kind of the only way to do. I mean, or maybe it's probably not, but in a world where humans are doing the oversight, that's your limitation, right? You got some people at the top who have a limited bandwidth of compute that they can dedicate to hunting down the problems. AI agents might actually solve that, right? You can actually have a sort of autonomous AI agent that is the autonomous CEO or something, go into an organization, uproot all the things, and do that refactor. You could get way more efficient organizations out of that. I mean, you're thinking about government corruption and waste and run. That's the kind of thing where those sorts of tools could be radically empowering, but you got to get them to work right and for you.
You've given us a lot to think about. Is there anything more? Should we wrap this up?
If we've made you sufficiently uncomfortable.
I'm super uncomfortable.
Was the blood
Very uneasy.
Was the blood count too much at the beginning?
No, that's
All of it was weird. It's just, I was trying to look at some non-cynical way out of this.
Well, the thing is, there are paths out. We talked about this and the fact that a lot of these problems are just us tripping on our own feet. So if we can just unfuck ourselves a little bit, we can unleash a lot of stuff. And as long as we understand also the bar that security has to hit and how important that is, we actually can put all this stuff together. We have the capacity. It all exists. It just needs to actually get aligned and around an initiative. And we have to be able to reach out and talk.
On the control side, there's also a world where, and this is actually it's not from the labs, this is what they're actually planning to do. But it's a question of how methodically and carefully they can do this. The plan is to ratchet up capabilities and then scale. And then as you do that, you start to use your AI systems, your increasingly clever, powerful AI systems, to do research on technical control. So you basically build the next generation systems. You try to get that generation system to help you just inch forward a little bit more on the capability side. It's a very precarious balance, but it's something that at least isn't insane on the face of it. And fortunately, I mean, is the default path. The labs are talking about that kind of control element as being a key pillar of
But these conversations are not happening in China. So what do you think they're doing to keep AI from uprooting their system?
So that's interesting.
I would imagine they don't want to lose control.
Right. There's a lot of ambiguity and uncertainty about what's going on in China. So there's been a lot of track 1.5, track 2 diplomacy, basically where you have non-government guys from one side talk to government guys from the other side, or talk to non-government from the other side, and kind of start to align on okay, what do we think the issues are? The Chinese there are a lot of freaked out Chinese researchers that have come out publicly and said, hey, we're really concerned about this whole loss of control thing, their public statements and all that. You also have to be mindful that any statement the CCP puts out is a statement they want you to see. Right. So when they say oh yeah, we're really worried about this thing, it's genuinely hard to assess what that even means. But they're as you start to build these systems, we expect you're going to see some evidence of this shit before, and it's not going to build the system necessarily of how to take over the world. What we see with agents.
Yeah. So I was actually going to add a really, really good point, and it's something where open source AI is even could potentially affect you. So a couple of the major labs, like OpenAI and Anthropic, I think, came out recently and said, like, look, we're on the cusp. Our systems are on the cusp of being able to help a total novice, like someone with no experience, develop and deploy and release a known biological threat. And that's something we're going to have to grapple with over the next few months. And eventually, capabilities like this, not necessarily just biological, but also cyber and other areas, are going to come out in open source. And when they come out in open source, it basically for anybody to download and use, when they come out in open source, like you actually start to see some things happen, like some incidents, like some major acts that were just done by like a random motherfucker who just wants to see the world burn, but wakes us up to like, oh shit, these things actually are powerful. I think one of the aspects also is we're still in that post-Cold War honeymoon phase, right? In that mentality, like not everyone has like wrapped their heads around this stuff, and what needs to happen is something that makes us go like, oh damn, we weren't even really trying this entire time, because this is the 9/11 effect, this is the Pearl Harbor effect. Once you have a thing that aligns everyone around like, oh shit, this is real, we actually need to do it, and we're freaked out, we're actually safer. We're safer when we're all like, okay, something important needs to happen. And
instead of letting them just slowly chip away.
Exactly. And so we have some sort of shock, and we probably will get some kind of shock over the next few months, the way things are trending. And when that happens, then, but I mean, like, it's 4 years. 4 years? No, because we have the potential for this open source, like, it's probably going to be like a survivable shock, right? But still a shock. And so let us actually realign around, like, okay, let's actually solve some problems for real. And so putting together the groundwork, right, is what we're doing around, like, let's rethink a lot of this stuff so that, like, if and when the shock comes,
We have a break glass plan.
we have a plan.
And the loss of control stuff is similar. Like, so one interesting thing that happens with AI agents today is they'll get any. So an AI agent will take a complex task that you're gonna like find me kind of the best sneakers for me online, some shit like that, and they'll break it down into a series of sub-steps, and then each of those steps will farm out to cell say to execute autonomously. The more complex it is, the more little sub-steps there are in it. And so you can have an AI agent that nails like 99% of those steps. But if it screws up just one, the whole thing is a flop, right? And so if you think about like the sort of like loss of control scenarios that a lot of people look at are autonomous replication, like the model gets access to the internet, copies itself onto servers and all that stuff. Those are very complex movements. If it screws up at any point along the way, that's a tell, like, oh shit, something's happening there. And you can start to think about, like, okay, well, what went wrong? We get another try, and kind of learn from mistakes. So there is sort of like this picture of, one camp goes, oh, well, we're going to kind of make this super intelligence into that, and then it explodes out and we lose control over it. That doesn't necessarily seem like the default scenario. It seems like what we're doing is scaling these systems. We might unhobble them with big capability jumps, but it's also, there's a component of this that is a continuous process that lets us kind of get our arms around it in a more staged way. That's another thing that I think is in our favor that we didn't expect before, and as a field, basically. And I think that's a good thing. Like, that helps you kind of detect these breakout attempts and do things about them.
All right, I'm going to bring this home. I'm freaked out, so thank you. Thanks for trying to make me feel better. I don't think you did, but I really appreciate you guys. I appreciate your perspective because it's very important. And it's very gives you a sense of what's going on. I think one of the things you said is really important. It's like it sucks that we need a 9/11 moment or a Pearl Harbor moment to realize what's happening, so we all come together. But hopefully, slowly but surely, through conversations like this, people realize what's actually happening.
You need one of those moments like every generation. Like, that's how you get contact with the truth, and it's like, it's painful, but like the light's on the other side.
Thank you. Thank you very much for answering that. Bye, bye.
Joe Rogan Experience.
During my day, Joe Rogan podcast my night all day. Very, very nice to meet you. Very well to meet you. Fucking gigantic fan. And I appreciate that. I just love what you've done because, like, anybody who could start their career off and make a movie for $7,000 is a hero. It's just an incredible accomplishment to make a movie that people still watch and talk about today for $7,000. It was an experience for sure. I had a really good plan, and it backfired. So I tried to right away work in a different way. I wanted to share that experience. I wrote a book called Rebel Not a Crew that really inspired filmmakers. I did the audio for it too. Just recently, I couldn't believe it. I've read it since I wrote it, and I've forgotten a lot of the details. And now I can see why it inspired so many people. Because when you're in early 20s, 6 months feels like 6 years. Right. So when you read it down, go, oh my God, from inception to making it, penniless, by myself, to toasting the town. It's like that. It was unbelievable. I couldn't wait to shout from the rooftops to all the other filmmakers like me who thought they couldn't get it. How I did it exactly. I wrote a book about it. And I read it now and I go, oh my God, this isn't impossible. So I keep laughing when they're going, okay, what you're reading right now never happened before and never happened again. It was like lightning in a bottle. And you would see every time I thought something wasn't going my way, and I was really bummed about it, within weeks, an upshot, beyond, and it really taught you that you just gotta follow your instinct. If you have an idea, go. And if you know no one else has ever done this before, and you'll end up someplace different. Asking about X, I'm going to end up doing the same thing a lot. Yeah, where it's not manifesting so much in that way. You're just kind of following your nose. You're doing something that just sounds ridiculous. Like, when I tried to tell one of my teachers what I was going to go do that summer, I told him I would try to make a movie. He said, yeah, who's going to be director of photography? And I said, I didn't want to tell him my whole crew. I said, I'm the DP. Oh, the actor's going to hate me. You're going to be there setting up your lights all the time. I'm like, okay, and I'm going to tell him about the rest of the crew. It was just because I had read this advice that meant to be good advice, but it sounded really impressive. It was someone who wrote, if you want to write screenplays, write 3 full screenplays, film one. Your 4th screenplay will be it. It's like, hey, I written a screenplay. It's very hard to write a screenplay. It's hard to write. It's like 3 huge meals that you're just going to dump. Why not? Okay, write the script, throw it away. But while you're throwing it away, why not also shoot it and direct it? Light it yourself. Do the sound yourself so that you're training yourself on each one. So I thought, where can I do this where I can get paid to do it? Like my own film school where I get paid to learn. So I discovered that there were these straight to Spanish movies that are action movies. You go to, you've seen HDPs around here, used to be a video section. You might always know the Spanish section. The Spanish section had movies like, they're just action movies. They have a soap star. They're made for $30,000, $40,000. Shot up video, no action, but it had a title. Kind of like a US title, like Perros Rabiosos 2, like written like Lethal Weapon 2. And we'd read it, it'd be like just crap, people in an apartment talking. So I looked at the back of those and I thought, we can make a better one. Probably for like $5,000. Because I made a short film called Bedhead by myself with a wind up camera. It was 8 minutes and it cost $800. So I thought, multiply it times 10. I could shoot 8 minutes for $8,000. But with dialogue and everything, then I could get it for like 8, probably more like 5 or 6. Let's go shoot a movie, write it, shoot it. I'll be the whole crew. So I learn all the jobs, and then we'll sell it to the Spanish home video market. No one will know it's me. It's Robert Rodriguez, Robert Rodriguez. I'll make 3 of those. Because I was so young. I was winning a lot of film festivals with short films. But I thought, if someone sees one of my short films that's winning all these awards, they're not going to hire me to do a short film. They're going to hire me to do a feature, and I've never practiced that. So I need practice. So I'm going to practice 3 films, take the best scenes from them, have a demo reel. With the money I make from them, I don't know how much I can sell it for, so I got to make it really cheap. Let's just do the first one, then I'll take that money and make my first American independent film, and that'll be more serious. Because I threw it away like that, I just thought, well, let me just make something fun. Action movie, I guess I could do action. I started as a cartoonist, so it was more comedic than anything else. So, well, action, let's make it fun. Let's make it about a guy with a guitar case full of weapons. It's kind of like Road Warrior, who goes from town to town with a guitar case. I can't afford Road Warrior.
So how about I just do a Genesis story? So I check out these cards and I go, okay, maybe he was a guitar player. In fact, that would be a funny title. It's like this comedic sense. I thought, I'm going to make a movie that's got so much action. It's actually Sherlock film. But I'll call it basically The Guitar Player, which promises no action whatsoever. Put it on the show. And if someone happens to be so desperate to watch it, they'll be surprised. That was like my joke to myself, but I just want to practice. So I did this method where I just got the cards and I go, guy, because I used to make short films. Guy with a guitar case walks into a bar looking for work. They refuse to hire people using synthesizer. He leaves. A guy with a guitar case full of weapons walks in after, shoots the place down, says he's going after the guy who owns it because he did it wrong. So I put those two cards down and I'm like, okay, that's how a short film would start. Shit, this is a feature. So let me put, it's going to need like 3 scenes before. This is how fast you write. Wow. I wrote that script. It was, again, I'm throwing it away. I'm just going to make something that I want to see because no one else is going to see it.
You're getting paid to practice.
If I can sell it, I'll be paid to practice. So I thought, okay, we got to figure out who this guy is. Okay, how about he's a guitar player who's coming into town? But wait, who's the guy that shoots the place? Let's start with him in town. I got a story about a guy in Mexico who's running this drug business from his jail cell, and he used it as protection. He can walk out at any time. Someone puts a hit on him in jail. He shoots them up, tells the bad guy, I'm coming after you. I'm coming to your town and shoot your town. He passes the mariachi on the road. The mariachi is a mariachi guy. He just wants to be in position. We get to know who he is. And then he walks in the bar. And then the guy comes and shoots the place up. Now he's got to leave and go to another place. The guy's got to go meet the girl. Now this guy, because it's a movie about a guitar player. It's got to have some kind of tragic past. The Road Warrior had a tragic past. Mad Max, he lost his wife and kid. Oh yeah, she has to die. Because that's going to be, the movie's going to be like a sad song in a song. So it kind of just broke that fast. And when I shot it, like that with index cards, I do just right out on a table. I do this for everything. For every people, I do this talk where I by the end of the talk, I say, I keep these in my bag. It always makes me smile because I know I paid $1 million with these people. It has a tiny little, this is the tiniest story ever. I gave this to my kids. For people that just listen, it's closed together with rubber bands. Rubber bands. I give this in a cool little leather bag for my kids for Christmas. I thought they would say this shit. They loved it. They said, you can change your life with this thing. Because a lot of times when you go to therapy, not for answers, you go for questions. We have answers inside us. Usually we ask ourselves questions. Therapists ask you questions like, why do you want to? Why do you do it? What's going on? If we do our own questions, like, what's next? What goes before this? Your mind comes up with the answer when you ask the right question. So I've used this for life. We usually ask that empowering questions. The words we use in ourselves are so important. Some of the questions, like, my message to these, well, 10 answers right now. But if I change it to, what 3 things could I come up with to start this week? It would not just change my life, but you don't come up with 3, you come up with like 15. Just keep going out. And as you look at them, you go, these kind of go together, are actionable. I'd actually start this right now. I mean, you can literally change your life. Business ideas, movie ideas, stories, just with that price. By the time I build up and show all the examples of it, at the end of the talk, I hold up one of these little rubber bands to the crowd and say, who wants to change your life? Everybody's hands go up. I toss one out. They catch it. I remember my nephew about 7 years ago caught one. It's funny because he's on Broadway now. It's just like, lets you map out your life. Another friend of mine, DJ Control, he's an actor, he called one. And he said, wow, that talk you gave was so empowering and how you wrote it. I went home and I picked up an old script that I picked up on. I just cut off the phone for 3 days and I finished it. I said, you finished the script in 3 days? I like the feedback loop that happens when you inspire somebody. Well, I'm going to try that because I got a bunch of half-baked ideas that I've never gotten done that with. You did it in 3 days? Yeah, you shut the phone off, you're doing 3 days. And now he has a movie out. It's coming out. It's called Fight or Flight with Josh Hartnett. Wow. After hearing the talk, he went and picked up this whole thing that he thought. And I get this a lot when I talk to people. It's really inspiring to them to hear other people. That's why I'll ask you questions about it.
Where did you develop this approach? Like, is this something you completely invented yourself, just to map out life on the internet?
Writers often put index cards up to just kind of block out a scene. It's a visual way to see your story. Like when you lay it out, you go, oh, this word, I'm missing a section here. But again, like this is asking, what can I put there? you'll come up with a bunch of ideas. It's almost gives you like an overview. But I started it when I was a cartoonist. I had a daily cartoon strip. So I would draw on different cards, different drawings. And every day I had to come up with a comedic idea and a drawing and a story. And it was tough. You'd have to draw it out. And you would sometimes make two drawings that you really liked.